Alrighty, everybody, good morning, and thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, and it is October 1st, everybody, welcoming a new month here in 2021, specifically Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is why we are starting on a Live Now look we have right now of the White House in our nation's capital, lit up pink to support those battling breast cancer survivors, as well as those who unfortunately lost their life to the disease. So really beautiful tribute there this morning. I wanted to start the morning here with this gorgeous look. Meanwhile, everybody, I am here in Orlando, Florida with you. My name is Regina Gonzalez from our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub. We will have the show here until 11 a.m. Eastern time. That is when our hosts in Phoenix, Arizona will take over and bring you all of your afternoon and evening news and morning news out there on the West Coast as well. Thank you so much for being with us here each and every morning to trust us, and you trust us to bring you the top stories each and every day. I've got your morning brief ready to go for you. That's the top stories that we are following this morning and what you may want to know about as you go ahead and start your Friday. Maybe some of you are getting ready for school, getting ready for work, but regardless, we thank you so much for being with us. Be sure to tune in to Live Now from Fox on the weekends as well. Rain Augustine starts the show from out here in Orlando, Florida, before Stephanie Weaver in Los Angeles, California takes over from there. So we are a nationwide operation here on Live Now from Fox, and you can watch us on your televisions, on your computers, on your iPads, on your tablets. So regardless of how and where you are watching from, good morning. Thanks so much for being here with us. We do have some special coverage happening today that I do want to start off telling you about right here on Live Now from Fox, because guys, it has been 50 years since Walt Disney World here in Florida officially opened, and we are going to have full coverage of the magic and events, looking back at the history of Disney World, what is coming in the future. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We will have full coverage of the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney World here on Live Now from Fox from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time. And again, October 1st, everybody, 50 years to help mark this incredible milestone. We actually do have special coverage from our Fox 35 Orlando team as well. They are right here in the heart of Walt Disney World, and we're going to be playing their special coverage as well. So exciting stuff here on this Friday here on Live Now from Fox. However, I do want to head back out to the White House as we start our morning brief and kind of show you what we are looking at this morning, because it has been a busy day, busy 24 to 48 hours out there in Capitol Hill this morning. Now, a crucial night as lawmakers inch closer to that consequential vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill aimed at rebuilding the country's roads, bridges, and ports. Progressive lawmakers say they won't support the measure if they don't first pass a $3.5 trillion social spending package. So let's get the latest from Fox's Madeline Rivera, who is picking up our coverage from Washington, D.C. this morning.
Tensions are running high on Capitol Hill. All eyes are on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to see when she'll put the $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill up for a vote.
It's been the week from hell, and it continues to be the day from hell.
Progressives are threatening to tank the legislation if the $3.5 trillion climate and social spending plan doesn't pass first. Lawmakers are holding last-minute negotiations to get things lined up on the larger package to unlock the necessary votes on infrastructure.
Working it out in public is always messy and usually unpopular. But that's the way the legislative process works.
Earlier in the day, moderate Senator Joe Manchin, who warned about the U.S. developing a, quote, entitlement mentality, said he'd be willing to support a $1.5 trillion bill.
I've never been a liberal in any way, shape, or the form.
A number some liberal lawmakers scoffed at.
His number, is that sufficient for the both of you? For 1 year?
The fate of President Biden's agenda now in question.
And it will certainly make it a lot harder for Democrats going into the midterms to preserve our majorities in the House and Senate.
Separately, the president signed a short-term spending bill avoiding a government shutdown, but there's still no clear plan to address the debt limit, with the country facing the risk of default if the debt ceiling isn't raised or suspended by October 18. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. That is something that we are going to be keeping on top of here on Live Now from Fox. We had live guests all day yesterday kind of break down what was going on, and we did thankfully avert that potential government shutdown at the stroke of midnight earlier this morning. Well, we are continuing our coverage when it comes to the case of Gabby Petito and the search for her 23-year-old fiance, Brian Laundrie. The FBI made another visit to Brian Laundrie's home as the search for him ramps up. This comes as new details emerge surrounding Brian's return to Florida without Gabby Petito. Let's get the latest from Fox's Jonathan Siri.
FBI agents arrived at Brian Laundrie's home this afternoon, briefly looking inside a camper parked in the family's driveway. The Laundrie family's attorney says the agents were collecting personal items belonging to Brian to assist canines in their search. This coming as a timeline of Brian's movements after returning to Florida becomes clearer. Today, the family's attorney confirmed Brian purchased a new cell phone on September 4th. He says Brian left it at home before going missing. The FBI is reportedly looking at surveillance video from the store where the device was purchased.
The FBI is going to be really interested in what he looks like right now. Has he shaved his facial hair? Is he wearing a hat?
The FBI remains in charge of the search for Brian, but volunteers have joined the hunt. Dwayne Dog Chapman has been searching barrier islands near Fort DeSoto Park, where the Laundrie family went camping earlier this month. Yesterday, his team located an energy drink and an empty campsite, but no conclusive evidence Brian was there. Meanwhile, Brian's parents, Chris and Roberta, were again met by protesters upon returning to their house this morning. Records obtained by Fox News show police answered dozens of 911 calls or response requests related to the Laundrie's Northport home. The 911 calls occurred between September 10 and the 27th. The names of the callers have been redacted. In Northport, Florida, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Did you get hit in the face? Kind of looks like something like hit you in the face. And then over on your arm, shoulder, right here. That's new, huh? It's kind of a new mark.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Can I see the other side of your face? So, what happened here and here?
I'm not sure. It was I was just trying to get in the back of the car and his backpack was on the back. And it got me.
So the backpack got you? So there's two people that came to us and told us that they saw him hit you. There's two people saying that they saw him punch you. We're just independent witnesses by Moonflower.
Well, to be honest, I definitely hit him first.
Where'd you hit him?
I slapped him in the face.
You slapped him first? And then just on his face?
You guys kind of just shut up.
How many times did you slap him?
Just a couple.
And then what? And his reaction was to do what?
I ran him so I wouldn't slap him.
He just grabbed you?
Yeah.
Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, and then I understand if he hit you, but we want to know the truth if he actually hit you.
I guess, yeah, but I hit him first.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be honest.
He grabbed my face, I guess. He didn't hit me in the face, he didn't punch me in the face or anything.
Did he slap your face or what?
Well, he grabbed me with his nail, and I guess that's why it looks. I definitely have a cut right here because I could feel it.
Yeah.
When I touch it, it burns.
Did you get hit in the face?
All right, everybody. Wanted to bring you this new body cam footage that we have gotten to our Live Now from Fox desk over the last 24 hours from a second Moab, Utah officer who arrived at the scene when Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie had gotten into an alleged altercation on August 12th. And here you can see Gabby admit that Laundrie hit her. Meanwhile, Laundrie said he didn't have time to defend himself from allegations he'd struck his fiance. In other body cam footage, we do know that he responded saying, "I pushed her away." She gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings, and she had her cell phone in her hand, so I was just trying to push her away. Now, the August 12th 911 call, first reported by Fox News Digital earlier this month, illustrated what experts have flagged as potentially abusive relationships between Petito and Laundrie. Fox News previously obtained a different officer's body cam video, but it appears that the police did have separate interviews. So again, this is something that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox, a new development in this case. And as always, we are going to continue to follow every twist and turn when it comes to the more information emerging about Gabby and Brian's relationship before her disappearance and unfortunate death. And now the search for him is in its second week. It has been more than 2 weeks since his parents claim they last heard from him. We've got searches going on all across Florida, but still no sign of Brian. So be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this investigation. Meanwhile, again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We've been following a missing persons case very closely right here in our own backyard in Orlando. The case of missing 19-year-old woman Mia Marcano. She is a college student at Valencia College, now hasn't been seen for a week. She was first reported missing last Friday. Meanwhile, family members from around the world have come here to Orlando to aid in the search for her. And our Fox 35 Orlando team has been covering this very extensively, so I do want to bring you the latest.
Marcano's family is struggling thinking about where she could be.
It's extremely hard because in the back of your mind, you're wondering, is she tired? Is she scared? Is she hot? Is she cold? Does she have a sunburn? Is she hungry?
Orange County search crews spent the day in New Smyrna Beach, going through dense marshland off East 3rd Avenue. People saw the sheriff's office set up this space in front of the brush area.
There was about 80 sheriffs that they were just a line of them, a caravan of them coming from Orange County.
Brian Welch says it's some tough terrain out there.
I feel for the searchers, the sheriffs, because, I mean, this is all mucky area. I know they brought an airboat in earlier and some other all-wheel terrain vehicles to get out into the marsh.
Airboats and helicopters. Sheriff John Mina says every resource is being poured into this search.
My hearts and prayers go out to the family. But I know, what's going on right now. They're going to find her. They're going to find her.
Mia Marcano's family is struggling thinking about where she could be.
It's extremely hard because in the back of your mind.
All right, everybody, we are going from Orlando, Florida to a Live Now look we have right now of Chicago, Illinois. As we get to the top of the 7 o'clock hour, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is a little after the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we are continuing on with our morning brief. That is the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. It's also what we are following here this morning. It is October 1st, welcoming in another month. It is a breast cancer awareness month as well, and I should continue to show you the fact that we've got the White House lit up in pink this morning to honor the survivors, the people currently battling cancer, as well as honoring those that unfortunately lost their life to the disease. But I do want to head out to a Live Now look we have right now of El Paso, Texas, as we continue to follow the situation right now at the U.S.-Mexico border. The surge of migrants entering the United States illegally at the southwestern border is having a major negative effect on communities in the area. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul takes a look at how the crisis is affecting Del Rio, Texas.
Doug Baxter has known the waters of the Rio Grande nearly his entire life.
I've run this river all the way, miles and miles and miles and miles of it, and I've never had one instance of problems.
But Baxter has noticed a changing tide when it comes to the river that separates Texas and Mexico.
It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
But nothing prepared him for the thousands upon thousands of migrants who poured across recently, seeking the American dream.
Don't get me wrong, I feel bad for these folks, but how do you handle a migration like that?
With such a steady stream of migrants, folks out here on the Rio Grande who boat or fish say you really have to slow down and pay attention with so many people out here trying to cross the river. For several days, this spike of mostly Haitian nationals led to the closure of the international bridge that connects Del Rio, Texas, and Ciudad Acuña.
Well, it's had a big impact, mainly because, these two cities, Del Rio and Acuña, are cities that depend one from the other. Sergio Garza owns a gas station near the bridge. He says he went from selling 2,000 gallons a day to barely 100. We know the U.S., it welcomes all citizens in the world, but I mean, it has to be done the right way. But with politics dividing how to fix the immigration system, the border crossings are showing no signs of slowing down.
It hurts my belly. It makes me sick to my stomach to watch this. I mean, what are we going to do?
Another massive migrant caravan with anywhere from 20 to 60,000 people could be heading to the U.S.-Mexico border. Sources say that group has the possibility to arrive here within weeks. In Del Rio, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we are going from El Paso out to the capital of Texas, Austin, Texas, to be exact. I do want to bring you this next very scary story. A Texas Democratic Party headquarters are the target of an arson attack, and it's all caught on surveillance video. Fox's Casey Bowen has more.
I want to make something very clear, though. This was an attack. There was a projectile, an incendiary device, is my understanding, was thrown into the building, and there was an intent to start a fire.
Wednesday morning, the man seen here in an American flag bandana, gray shirt, and black shorts, suspected to have attacked and damaged the Travis County Democratic headquarters.
Anyone who wears an American flag as a bandana and then throws a Molotov cocktail with fireworks into a building and leaves a note, a threatening note, is a coward, and we will not tolerate that type of behavior.
Employees at a neighboring business saw the fire and ran across the street to put it out.
Fire crews got here, police got here, they didn't disturb anything, and they called for the arson investigators to respond at that time.
Austin Fire said video shows the suspect first walking around the building, next throwing what seemed to be a rock to break a window, then escalating to what's commonly known as a Molotov cocktail.
And then comes back up with what appears to be an incendiary device, places it inside the building, and then the fire starts to ignite.
But the fire, AFD says, came from some papers that were lit on the ground and not the device itself.
The actual device that was thrown or placed did not ignite.
The suspect also left a note. Officials couldn't tell us what was written in it, but said it was threatening and political in nature.
The intent is to try to terrorize people. We are Texas Democrats, and we are unafraid.
Naranjo saying this isn't going to deter her or her staff to continue to do their job.
The Democratic Party believes in free speech, believes in your right to vote, and we will not be intimidated and we will not be threatened by any individual who takes such a cowardly act as to attack a democratic institution.
Meanwhile, as we stay in Austin, Texas for just a minute, I do want to bring you the latest that is starting today officially. Austin police will ask people to use 311 instead of 911 when it comes to reporting crimes that are no longer in process, when the suspect is not on the scene, or when there's no immediate threat to life or property. Police Chief Joseph Chacon says if any call does not meet that criteria, it will be routed to 911 and an officer will respond. All reports gathered by 311 or online will still be given to investigators and followed up on when detectives are available. According to APD, this new policy is a result of a recent review of their COVID mitigation protocol, the current staffing shortage, as well as aligning with reimagining public safety task force recommendations. So again, that is the latest happening there in Austin, Texas. But we've got one more thing to bring you as well. And this is something that we will be speaking with our Fox 7 Austin team at around 7:45 a.m. Eastern time. So in just about 35 minutes, Texas's near total ban on abortions became law September 1st and quickly became the target of several lawsuits aiming to stop its enforcement. But as those legal battles continue, with one case the subject of a federal court hearing today, Senate Bill 8 still stands. Abortion providers, doctors, women's rights groups, and even the U.S. government are battling to overturn the law which bans the procedure after approximately 6 weeks of pregnancy before many know that they're even pregnant. The nation's highest court has taken up the law, though it didn't weigh in on its constitutionality, and multiple lawsuits are pending. A federal lawsuit filed by the Biden administration will hold a hearing today in a U.S. district court. So again, this is something that we are going to be checking in with our Fox 7 Austin team about later on in about 35 minutes. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break, but before we go to break, I do want to bring you this beautiful picture we have right now of Orlando, Florida. It is a big day and a big weekend out here in Orlando, and everybody be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox as we bring you full coverage of the 50th anniversary of the opening of Walt Disney World here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have full coverage with Rain Augustine from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Park goers again celebrating that 50th anniversary. Hard to believe that it's been that long. This is when the Florida park first opened in 1971. So again, we will have full coverage with Rain Augustine as well as help from our very own Fox 35 Orlando team. But again, everybody stay with us. Some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 7:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. Taking a Live Now look over the Orlando city skyline. Big day out here in Orlando, Florida. Probably a huge reason of why a lot of people travel to Orlando in the first place. It is the 50th anniversary of the opening of Walt Disney World Park out here in Orlando, and we are going to be having special coverage here beginning at 8 a.m. until 10 a.m. Eastern Time with Rain Augustine and our very own Fox 35 Orlando team. But in the meantime, we are staying on top of the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. And I do want to bring you some breaking news that we are following this morning. We have a company saying that their COVID-19 pill could cut deaths and hospitalizations in half when given early. So I do want to read you the latest here. Merck & Co. saying today that its experimental COVID-19 pill reduced hospitalizations and deaths by half in people recently infected with the coronavirus, and that it would soon ask health officials in the U.S. and around the world to authorize its use. If cleared, Merck's drug would be the first pill shown to treat COVID-19, a potentially major advance in efforts to fight the pandemic. All COVID-19 therapies now authorized in the U.S. require an IV or injection. So again, this is something that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. And who better to bring into the conversation to talk about it right now is Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine. Dr. Mike, how are you feeling about this news?
Well, I'm totally stoked. I am stoked, Regina, and I'll tell you why. Because this is the first time. Remember, we've only had remdesivir and monoclonal antibodies, and both of those require you be in a setting where you can get infusions and hospital staff and all of that. This represents a pill. And what's exciting about it is that for people like me, if you come down with COVID-19 and you call me and you say, I'm not feeling well, I will put you on this medication. And the data has been so good that they stopped the trial early, and they're going to be applying for that emergency use authorization. This really could be and I hate to use this phrase, game changer, because we've heard that 10,000 times. But the bottom line is it really could be a game changer, because I can call in a pill for people and it can be very, very effective.
Yeah, now, Dr. Mike, my very obvious question to you is, will this replace the COVID-19 vaccine? Do you think it could be one or another, or should people take both? What do you think?
Well, let me answer this by saying no, no, and no. Get the vaccine. You have to get the vaccine so that you get yourself protected. That's the best way to handle this. Remember, this drug reduces the risk of death and hospitalization by 50%, not 100%. So you could still end up in big trouble. And my 2 cents is you get the vaccine, and if you get sick, just like with Tamiflu and the flu, there are antivirals we give people if you get the flu, but you still get vaccinated. You will then be in a very, very good position to stay alive and stay out of the hospital with smiling people like me.
Yes, Dr. Mike. I wish every day that I lived in Philadelphia and that you could be my actual doctor. But as we stay on the topic of COVID-19 vaccines, it's something that you and I have discussed throughout the week. But we are seeing more and more nursing shortages for a number of reasons. One of the main reasons being the fact that a lot of states are now choosing to fire or lay off nurses because they don't want to get vaccinated. So how do you feel about this entire situation? And then how do you go about replacing and filling in those gaps?
Well, here's the thing. I am all about personal freedom. I love the concept. It's America. It's all about America. But the bottom line is that you can make decisions that affect you, but you really can't make decisions that affect other people in a harmful way. That's my belief. So if you are a healthcare provider and you choose not to get vaccinated, not only are you putting your life at risk, but you could spread the virus to other people like patients, and that's just not right. So I am in support of vaccine mandates. If you don't believe in science, then I'm not sure what you're doing in a science-based industry. What are you doing? I mean, I don't get it. So in my humble personal opinion, you need to get vaccinated, not just for you, but for your patients. It's critical, just like with flu shots and everything else. So I don't buy it. Maybe you need to find another career. Who knows? But that's my 2 cents.
Now, Dr. Mike, I know that one of the other populations of people that are hesitant to get the vaccine right now, or maybe they aren't, is pregnant women. So can you talk about the importance of pregnant women getting the vaccine, and maybe why are some a little bit hesitant, do you think?
Well, I think there has been a lot of angst about safety, especially when you're dealing with an unborn child. Believe me, when I have a pregnant patient and I give them an antibiotic, I check with like 5 people before I do it because I want to make absolutely sure that I'm not messing up. It's kind of a twofer, Regina. You get a 2 for 1. You know, you get the baby and mom. So I understand that. But the data, the safety data shows that it is safe and effective. And women who are pregnant, who are not vaccinated, that get COVID, tend to get very, very sick. And we're seeing more and more cases of this. Devastating. So do it. Get vaccinated. The data is clear. And all the organizations, the major organizations, are recommending getting vaccinated.
Well, some good news, Dr. Mike, to bring us our viewers here on Live Now from Fox this morning. A new study is showing that teen vaping has dropped about 40% during the pandemic. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think that isolation, remote learning, all of these things, lack of peer pressure, if you will, has led to less kids doing this. Now, what's frightening to me is that still 11% of high school kids and about 3% of middle school kids are vaping, and they're using these disposable puff bars, if you will. And what they do is that they're candy flavored. They have flavors. A middle school kid doing this? You got to be kidding me. I'm going to talk Italian here. Forget about it. What's that all about? You got to be kidding me. If I saw my son, who's 13, doing that, I don't know what I would do, but I would take it away from him and have a long talk, because it's just bad. Bad, bad, bad.
Yeah, that's way too young. I know people shouldn't be doing it to begin with, but definitely way too young. If you see your son doing that, you have permission to yell at him from us here at Live Now from Fox. But so one more COVID-19 related topic that I want to talk to you about, Dr. Mike, because we are approaching flu season, and a study from England is confirming that it's okay to get the COVID-19 vaccine and flu shot at the same time. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, last Friday, got my flu shot here and my COVID booster here. And I'm still here to talk about it. That is absolutely the way to go. Get your flu shot and get your COVID shot. And I predict, Regina, down the road next fall, we'll be doing the same thing, because variants will continue to come about throughout the world. And we'll probably be getting COVID boosters yearly from now on. And that'll basically be in addition to a flu shot. Some manufacturers, some companies are coming with a combo injection. So that would be just one shot. But don't fear the needle. Just like I tell my male patients, don't fear the finger when it comes to your prostate, but don't fear the needle.
That is
Bingo.
some good advice there, Dr. Mike. I like that one. Now, okay, we've been talking COVID-19 a lot, some new developments, some good news, some bad news, but it is October 1st, Dr. Mike, so it's already been fall for about a week now. Now, I want to show our viewers some pictures we've got of pumpkin spice lattes. People like the pumpkin spice, is that pumpkin spice yogurt right there? Cookies. So, Dr. Mike, what are the scientific reasons that people go crazy for pumpkin spice?
Basically, Regina, it has to do with your brain and memory. So when you smell pumpkin spice, and by the way, there's no pumpkin in pumpkin spice. It's nutmeg and mace and allspice, and cinnamon. Oh, the aromas just come up and overwhelm you, and it triggers not only parts of your brain that are dealing with smell, but also memory. Because, Regina, back in the day, we would have pumpkin pie with mom and grandmom and grandpa, and everybody would come over for Thanksgiving, and all of that cacophony of activity in the brain makes it so appealing that everywhere you go now, you can't find something without, it's everywhere. Pumpkin spice flavored stuff, it's wonderful. I love this time of year. And basically, look, when you go to Disney World today and celebrate and all that stuff down there, have a little pumpkin spice latte, low fat, on me.
Now, that's my ultimate question to you, Dr. Mike, in this conversation is, do you like pumpkin spice? Are you a fan?
Oh, I love it. I adore it. You know, lots of studies have looked at aromatherapy, and certain aromas affect the brain, just like we're talking about. And pumpkin spice is one of those things that it's warm and friendly and calming, and all of those things are just wonderful. So just do it. All right?
I know, I gotta
Unless you're
say,
allergic.
yeah, I like certain things. I love pumpkin pie. I could be in the mood for a pumpkin spice latte, but I don't know if I would eat like pumpkin spice yogurt. It really depends.
Well, listen, you go for it, girl. You do what you want to do. It's all good. Find something that you like. That's what's beautiful about, you know, they say the French, they live to eat. Over here, we eat to live. We eat in a car going to work. No. Sit down, enjoy the aromas and the tastes. Enjoy your company with your significant other and take a moment. That's what the doctor is ordering.
That's a doctor's order today. All right. Well, then I'll Venmo you for a pumpkin spice latte, because now I have to buy you one. But thank you so much, Dr. Mike, for joining us. We'll end it on this positive fall note. It is October 1st, so it's about to be some real pumpkin spice season. But as always, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We love you, and we hope you have a great weekend.
Listen, one last thing. Beginning of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October. Women, get your mammograms. Let's go.
Absolutely, yeah. I was definitely going to say.
Get it done.
Yep, we have the White House lit up pink this morning. It's getting light out there now, and I'm about to show everybody the White House. But yes, absolutely, and that is something we will definitely touch on in full extensivity next time. Thank you so much, Dr. Mike. We really appreciate you.
Love you. Love you, Regina.
Love you.
Love
All right,
you.
everybody. Like I mentioned to Dr. Mike a little bit earlier, when it was dark out, the White House was lit up in pink colors already. It is October 1st, officially kicking off Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And you can bet that throughout this month, we will be speaking with doctors, just like Dr. Mike, as well as oncologists and even breast cancer survivors and people unfortunately battling the disease as we speak. So feel free to tweet us if you are a breast cancer survivor, if you know somebody with breast cancer, be sure to tweet us at LiveNowFox. We would love to tell their story. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to stay on the topic of COVID-19 when we return and get on to some more top stories in your morning brief. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are starting this Friday, October 1st with some good vibes. Heading out to Clearwater Beach, Florida, where the sunrise is looking just beautiful. Not really too many people on the sand looking really white and fluffy. I'll have to head out there myself this weekend. It's one of my favorite places to go. But as we stay in Florida for just a second, I am going to bring us back out here to Orlando, where we are going to be having full coverage of the 50th anniversary of the official opening of Walt Disney World Park right here where the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub is located. Now, let me just read you some of what is expected on this magical weekend. At the centerpiece of the anniversary magic will be Cinderella's castle call at Magic Kingdom. It underwent months of renovation, donning a new color and decor. You can see that it is pink. For instance, jewels and royal blue ribbons adorn the castle, as well as gold drapings also. Now, we do know that there's going to be fireworks celebrations, and not far from Cinderella's castle is going to be Disney's Main Street Confectionery, which also has a new look for the theme park resort's 50th anniversary. The store, known for its sweet smells and tasty treats, has an expanded layout with more room to shop and interactive opportunities to customize your confections like never before. That is according to Disney. So, again, everybody, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Rain Augustine will be with you, bringing you full coverage of our own as well as that of our Fox 35 Orlando team. They do have a reporter out there in the middle of the magic to give us the lowdown on what people can expect for the 50th anniversary, officially opening on October 1st, 1971. So crazy to think. If you have been to Disney World, feel free to tweet us any pictures that you may have. And I'm going to give you guys a little treat this morning because I actually do have my own pictures that I was willing to share with you guys here on Live Now from Fox. So maybe we'll just do that right now. Now, feel free to tweet us also, what is your favorite Disney character? Now, Disney World was always such a family treasure trip for me and my family. We would go almost every year, and here's me with Mickey. I couldn't even tell you how old I was in this picture. I've managed to get all the characters. We've got Minnie, that's my little sister Deanna, to the right-hand side of your screen, and this is me with, I can't even remember this chipmunk's name, but one of my favorite resorts to go to out here in Walt Disney World is the Polynesian Resort. All of the characters are dressed in Hawaiian leis and hula skirts, but again, Disney is one of my favorite places to go. The fact that we were able to come here to Orlando to host this Live Now from Fox show, oh my goodness, I was so excited to be close to all of the theme parks. My favorite is actually Animal Kingdom. So just wanted to bring you some old family photos here on Live Now from Fox. When I knew that we were going to be doing this coverage, I made my mother go deep into the albums and find these treasures. So again, just wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We just spoke with Dr. Mike Sirigliano about multiple coronavirus top stories. We've got mandates being seen in several states across our nation. So I do want to bring you the latest from our Fox News team here on Live Now from Fox.
Health officials are scrambling to get COVID vaccine shots in arms, with the U.S. still averaging more than 112,000 new cases every day. Big cities are now increasingly turning to vaccine mandates as the best way to encourage holdouts. New York and San Francisco already require vaccinations for most indoor activities, and now Los Angeles is poised to follow suit, with city councilors urging a yes vote on a mandate proposal there.
We need both to limit transmission of the virus, as well as making sure that we do make it inconvenient for those who do not want to get vaccinated.
More than a dozen states are also now mandating vaccines for healthcare workers, despite the risk of staffing shortages. And in Minnesota, 180 employees are suing to block those mandates.
A lot of employers are nervous. You know, how do we breach this subject with our employees?
Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, lawmakers are taking a look at mask and vaccine mandates for public schools, with reaction predictably split down party lines. Democrats criticizing governors who have banned mandates in schools, and Republicans criticizing those mandates as a power grab.
There is nothing honorable about putting kids and educators and their families at risk to score political points.
Developing preposterous legal theories and abusing the powers you have is a step too far.
The Education Department says about 96% of school districts are now fully open for in-person learning. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
All right, everybody, and here is a live now look at Chicago, Illinois, where the sky literally looks purple. Absolutely beautiful there. We do want to continue on with some more coronavirus top stories this morning. Hospitals nationwide are dealing with a shortage of nurses, and nursing schools don't have enough teachers to combat the problem. Fox's Jayla Whitfield has this story.
Are you in any pain today?
Stephanie Long is a fourth-year nursing student at Notre Dame University of Maryland.
I decided on nursing because I really want to help people. I really want to care for them.
Long says she's ready to get to work and help the nurses that are on the front line of the pandemic.
I saw how selfless the nurses who worked through the pandemic, like they were risking their own lives to take care of people.
Long and her classmates say the coronavirus has changed their learning environment.
We took this for granted, sitting in a classroom with a teacher, being able to talk to our professors every day face to face.
While Long and Sarcosto work to finish their nursing degree, thousands of qualified nursing student applicants are getting turned away nationwide due to a shortage of teachers.
When we're talking about a pandemic and more patients than we have resources, the need for nursing really increases.
Barley teaches senior level nursing students and says people at home will feel the impact of the shortage the most.
We see that units are shut down. Some beds are not staffed because we don't have enough.
Notre Dame of Maryland School of Nursing dean says they are working to attract nurse educators.
Finding some difficulty with those clinical sites and making sure that our students have some hands-on experiences.
Barley says patient care will suffer if schools can't produce enough new nurses.
If there are not enough qualified new nurses out there, with more nurses retiring, there will not be enough people to care for patients in the hospital.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics projects that 500,000 registered nurses will retire within the next year, and over 1 million new nurses are needed to offset this shortage. In Baltimore, Maryland, Jayla Whitfield, Fox News.
Alrighty, everybody, and we are going to head out to a live now look that we have right now of Phoenix, Arizona, specifically this camera coming from the airport out there. And we've got some more news when it comes to vaccine mandates and airlines. United Airlines announcing the firing of hundreds of employees who refuse to comply with the company's COVID-19 vaccine mandate. Fox's Briona Arredondo spoke with some lawyers to learn more on what the move spells for other companies and workers.
No COVID-19 shot, no paycheck. That's the route United Airlines is sticking to after its vaccine deadline rolled around Monday. Today, the airline announced it's firing about 600 workers who didn't follow the company's mandate.
I think employers are saying that we have an obligation to protect the health and welfare of our employees, and we're going to use what we consider to be reasonable standards.
Speaking remotely, USF health lawyer Dr. Jay Wolfson says United's move lines up with the Biden administration's push for large companies to mandate vaccines. United says 99% of its U.S.-based workforce is vaccinated, and some workers got medical or religious exemptions, as Tampa attorney Robert Schimberg explains over video conference.
They would give people unpaid time off while they determine what was the best way to try to accommodate the employees that fit in those categories to determine if it was a undue hardship for the company or not.
Potential fallout includes having to fill jobs of those fired for refusing the shot, and that translates across industries.
We're already seeing that in healthcare. It's having a significant effect because hospitals in New York State, New York City are already finding that dozens, if not hundreds of employees are choosing not to get vaccinated. So the governor is saying we're going to bring in the National Guard. If we have to, we're going to recruit people from out of state.
Legal consequences for this will now play out in court, and a few United workers are already suing over the mandate.
We all have a right to sue for things, but this is an issue of balancing interests. And even if I agree that I should have a right to say I don't want to get vaccinated, if my employer says as a condition of employment, and there is reasonable scientific and medical evidence to support their decision, that would be upheld in a court.
No COVID-19 shot, no paycheck. That's the route United Airlines is sticking to.
Meanwhile, some positive news to report out of this pandemic. The pandemic may put many procedures on hold, but we do know that some doctors say that there has been a jump in organ donations throughout the pandemic. Let's get the latest from Fox's Sophie Perricone.
Initial concerns over organ transplants and COVID-19 proved wrong.
We were able to facilitate a record number of donations and transplants across the country, and that included here in Nevada.
Joseph Ferreira with the Nevada Donor Network says while the screening process for donations changed because of the pandemic, the state more than tripled their transplantation rate. He says they focused on the benefits of giving patients a better and longer shot at life.
The major places in which the pandemic has affected organ donation and transplantation has a lot to do with how we screen potential donors and how we look at potential recipients and the risk that the pandemic might pose to them receiving their life-saving transplant.
Dr. Sunil Patel with UMC's Center of Transplantation says their average number of kidney transplants rose from 45 to 154 last year. He says they have staff working at all hours, ready to accept and review organs from across the country to save as many lives nearby as possible.
It was almost 3 times what was done in the past. This year, we've already finished around 105 transplants.
The hospital did pause live donations during the first and second waves of the pandemic, but through proper protocols, doctors managed to continue with donations from those who had passed.
We calculated the net benefit of transplant in the time of a pandemic for the patients and realized that most patients would actually do well if they got transplanted versus waiting and discarding organs.
And now, over a year later, and for certain patients, the hospital is even transplanting donations from those who have had COVID-19 in the past, something they weren't sure would have been able to happen so soon.
We make sure that there is a benefit to this patient in terms of his survival from getting the kidney transplant, and that the risk of having long-term consequences or even dying from using an organ that was previously exposed to COVID is really low.
Alrighty, everybody. Well, you are once again taking a live now look over the city of Orlando, Florida. We are just minutes away from a full coverage of the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney World. I, Regina Gonzalez, will be hopping off for a little bit. Rain Augustine will join you at the top of the hour for this exciting coverage here on our Friday show. Thank you so much for being with us here. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
She, like any young person, she was trying to figure it out. She was considering something maybe in the sports medicine field or physical therapy, but just like any other young person just getting started, she was open to any ideas and was evaluating what her options might be based on what classes she ended up liking. That is something she was hopeful of. She has another older cousin that also went to UCF and had a good experience, so it sounded like a good idea as well. So ultimately that would have been her path.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Brad. Everybody?
You got to stop it?
I did.
They try and find out, what happened to Mia. So I want to assure everyone that the Orange County Sheriff's Office is deploying all possible resources to find Mia. Investigations like these ones are very sensitive. They're constantly swifting or changing and shifting. And so we're talking to you now to kind of balance the intense interest while also maintaining the integrity of this investigation. So what I could tell you in the most sweeping sense is that hundreds of sworn and civilian personnel here at the Sheriff's Office and beyond have been working around the clock and to deploy all the resources at our disposal to find Mia. So here are just some of the resources that we have on this case. So we've set up a command post here at Central Operations. So all the leads and the tips from this case are coming in to detectives to investigate both here and then to send out to our detectives in the field. So all the leads and tips that have come in are being investigated thoroughly and logged. So there are over 60 detectives from our Criminal Investigations Division working exclusively on this case, 60 detectives. And so our civilian analysts are working on all manner of digital resources and social media in their quest to find Mia, and our forensics detectives are processing all the evidence that we have collected in this case. So we've issued search warrants, investigative subpoenas, tracking orders for cell phones. So not including what's happening today and right now, our emergency response team and others have conducted nearly 30 searches since Mia has been missing. That spans 3 different counties and has included about 175 personnel. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement has assisted with one of their specially trained canines that can locate electronics, specifically cell phones. The FBI is assisting in the investigation. Our partners at Seminole County Sheriff's Office and Brevard County Sheriff's Office have assisted in the manner of either providing dogs and/or dive teams to search bodies of water. And so our helicopters here and our other aviation assets here have been utilized, as well as helicopters from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office. So we continue to ask everyone out there, if they have any information, no matter how small, to call the Orange County Sheriff's Office immediately. So we're coming up on the weekend now. We know that many people will be out and about in outdoor areas, waterways. We're asking them to keep their eyes open and call us if they see anything. And again, I just want to, we've been in contact with Mia's family and friends every single day, numerous times a day, trying to keep them updated on everything that we're doing. And we are going to find Mia, and we're pouring a lot of resources into this case. So at this time, I'll take any questions.
Sheriff, you mentioned 3 counties. What are the 3 counties that you're searching in?
So Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties are the 3 counties that we're targeting. So we're searching several areas, and we'll, as soon as our teams are in place and are searching, we'll let everyone know exactly, what they've searched and where. And remember, so as tips and leads and evidence comes in from, cell phone records, internet searches, all of those things, we immediately send teams out to search those areas.
Was she kidnapped?
So we believe that the suspect that we had named, Armando Caballero, is responsible. We don't know all the circumstances involved in what happened there, but he is obviously, or was obviously, the prime suspect.
Is there another person of interest at this point, or was that your main lead?
So at this time, we don't believe there is another person involved. But remember, I said these investigations constantly shift and change. So we're taking all this information in, and we would never ever rule that out. But he was the main person that we were focusing on. Yeah, I don't have the number of the exact tips. I couldn't tell you. Hold on. So it's, I didn't understand your question.
It is true that the family get into the scene before the detectives at the apartment.
So that's all part of the investigation. Right now, our focus is on finding Mia.
What did you find in her apartment?
Why the sheriff's office waited until today to go back to the apartment complex to search the occupied storage units and garages? I understand they were there earlier this week searching through the vacant ones. Why wait until today to search?
So we've been at the apartment complex all week long, searching of a variety of things. And like we said, as information and tips come in, we deploy resources to that area.
Sheriff, what did you find in the apartment? I know her family had said that it was in disarray. The aunt had believed her to be taken from the window, out the window. What did you guys find in being in her apartment?
So we're not going to go into the specifics of exactly what was found in the apartment. I will tell you that, again, we're deploying all possible resources, and our main focus right now is to find Mia.
You talked about social media. A lot of us have seen that video of a man believed to be Armando Caballero in a car filled with his belongings. Is that part of your investigation? And question number two, what did you find in the car?
So, yes, we were given that video right away. That video led us to be able to do a search warrant on Caballero's apartment and vehicle when we found it. So, yeah, all that was investigated.
What was the timeline where we did that initial interview responding deputies with Caballero, and then when was he developed as a person of interest?
Well, I will say that the search warrant done on his apartment was done in less than 24 hours. Of us responding to the scene, which is very quick in an investigation like this. But again, our main focus here is finding Mia. And they try and find out, what happened to Mia. So I want to assure everyone that the Orange County Sheriff's Office is deploying all possible resources to find Mia. Investigations like these ones are very sensitive. They're constantly swifting or changing and shifting. And so we're talking to you now to kind of balance the intense interest while also maintaining the integrity of this investigation. So what I can tell you in the most sweeping sense is that hundreds of sworn and civilian personnel here at the Sheriff's Office and beyond have been working around the clock and to deploy all the resources at our disposal to find Mia. So here are just some of the resources that we have on this case. So we've set up a command post here at Central Operations. So all the leads and the tips from this case are coming in to detectives to investigate both here and then to send out to our detectives in the field. So all the leads and tips that have come in are being investigated thoroughly and logged. So there are over 60 detectives from our Criminal Investigations Division working exclusively on this case, 60 detectives. And so our civilian analysts are working on all manner of digital resources and social media in their quest to find Mia, and our forensics detectives are processing all the evidence that we have collected in this case. So we've issued search warrants, investigative subpoenas, tracking orders for cell phones. So not including what's happening today and right now, our emergency response team and others have conducted nearly 30 searches since Mia has been missing. That spans 3 different counties and has included about 175 personnel. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement has assisted with one of their specially trained canines that can locate electronics, specifically cell phones. The FBI is assisting in the investigation. Our partners at Seminole County Sheriff's Office and Brevard County Sheriff's Office have assisted in the manner of either providing dogs and/or dive teams to search bodies of water. And so our helicopters here and our other aviation assets here have been utilized, as well as helicopters from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office. So we continue to ask everyone out there, if they have any information, no matter how small, to call the Orange County Sheriff's Office immediately. So we're coming up on the weekend now. We know that many people will be out and about in outdoor areas, waterways. We're asking them to keep their eyes open and call us if they see anything. And again, I just want to, we've been in contact with Mia's family and friends every single day, numerous times a day, trying to keep them updated on everything that we're doing. And we are going to find Mia, and we're pouring a lot of resources into this case. So at this time, I'll take any questions.
Sheriff, you mentioned 3 counties. What are the 3 counties that you're searching in?
So Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties are the 3 counties that we're targeting.
There is information today about a teen possibly in Newport Beach area. Do you have any information about that?
So we're searching several areas, and we'll, as soon as our teams are in place and are searching, we'll let everyone know exactly, what they've searched and where. And remember, so as tips and leads and evidence comes in from, cell phone records, internet searches, all of those things, we immediately send teams out to search those areas.
Sheriff, do you think she was kidnapped? Was she kidnapped?
So we believe that the suspect that we had named, Armando Caballero, is responsible. We don't know all the circumstances involved in what happened there, but he is obviously, or was obviously, the prime suspect.
Is there another person of interest at this point, or was that your main lead?
So at this time, we don't believe there is another person involved. But remember, I said these investigations constantly shift and change. So we're taking all this information in, and we would never ever rule that out. But he was the main person that we were focusing on.
How many tips have you received? You said you're receiving more and more news.
Yeah, I don't have the number of the exact tips.
Are we talking thousands, hundreds?
I couldn't tell you.
Talking about the apartments.
Hold on. So
Talking about the apartments of the scene. The scene was secure during the investigation. I understand the family getting before the detectives coming to the scene. That is true.
I didn't understand your question.
It is true that the family get into the scene before the detectives and at the apartment.
So that's all part of the investigation. Right now, our focus is on finding Mia.
What did you find in her apartment?
Why the Sheriff's Office waited until today to go back to the apartment complex to search the occupied storage units and garages? I understand they were there earlier this week searching through the vacant ones. Why wait until today to search the
So we've been at the apartment complex all week long, searching of a variety of things. And like we said, as information and tips come in, we deploy resources to that area.
Sheriff, what did you find in the apartment? I know her family had said that it was in disarray. The aunt had believed her to be taken from the window, out the window. What did you guys find in being in her apartment?
So we're not going to go into the specifics of exactly what was found in the apartment. I will tell you that, again, we're deploying all possible resources, and our main focus right now is to find Mia.
You talked about social media. A lot of us have seen that video of a man believed to be Armando Caballero in a car where it says his belongings. Is that part of your investigation? And question number 2, what did you find in the car?
So, yes, we were given that video right away. That video led us to be able to do a search warrant on Caballero's apartment and vehicle when we found it. So yeah, all that was investigated.
What was the timeline where you did that initial interview responding deputies with Caballero, and then when was he developed as an organization?
Well, you know, I will say that the search warrant done on his apartment was done in less than 24 hours of us responding to the scene, which is very quick in an investigation like this. But again, our main focus here is finding Mia and any information that would lead to the location of Mia.
What's making the search so difficult? What complicates that search? What difficulties are search teams running into?
Well, remember, you know, just Orange County is 1,000 square miles. So, you know, luckily we do have evidence and tips and leads that come in, and so our searches are trying to be more targeted based on the evidence and based on the leads and based on the investigation. And certainly it is a large area, but we are, you know, again, we're using all possible resources. You know, our deputies are trained for all that. That's what they do. You know, they are invested in this. You know, I'm a father. Many of our deputies here are fathers and mothers, and you know, they don't care about getting hot. They don't care about wildlife. They just want to find Mia. They want to be able to find Mia for the family. So the only thing I'll tell you is that we...
Right after this 2-minute commercial break.
Good evening, friends. Look around you. There is a special magic that flows through this land. The magic of fantasy, swirling with pixie dust, made more brilliant by the light that lives within you. It inspires us to wish upon stars, follow our hearts, and find our happily ever afters. Tonight, as we gather together under the spires of this majestic castle, our dreams ignite the magic to create a beacon shining out and celebrating 50 years of the most magical place on earth.
All right, everyone, welcome and thank you all so much for streaming Live Now from Fox. For the next 2 hours, we have a really magical special planned for you all. We are celebrating 50 years of Walt Disney World. Can you believe it? We're actually going to take you inside of the Disney vault so you can all feel the nostalgia as we are celebrating 50 years of Walt Disney World. We also will have live conversations with Fox 35 Orlando's reporters who are very rare. This is very rare for reporters to actually be on the Disney property giving us a live preview of everything that the resort and theme park has in store as we celebrate 50 years. But I do want to begin by taking a look back. We actually have some pretty rare footage of Walt Disney himself discussing all of the plans, goals, and ideas that makes Disney World what it is today.
This is where the early planning is taking place for our so-called Disney World project. Now, the purpose of this film is to bring you up to date about some of the plans for Disney World. But before I go into any of the details, I want to say just a word about the site of our Florida project. As you can see on this map, we have a perfect location in Florida, almost in the very center of the state. In fact, we selected this site because it's so easy for tourists and Florida residents to get here by automobile. Now, in larger scale on this map, our Florida land is located partly in Orange County and Osceola County, between the cities of Orlando and Kissimmee. And the important thing is that the Disney World is located just a few miles from the crossing point of Interstate 4 and Sunshine State Parkway, Florida's major highways carrying motors east and west and north and south to the center of the state. The sketches and plans you will see today are simply a starting point, our first overall thinking about Disney World. Everything in this room may change time and time again as we move ahead. But the basic philosophy of what we're planning for Disney World is going to remain very much as it is right now. We know what our goals are. We know what we hope to accomplish. And believe me, it's the most exciting and challenging assignment we've ever tackled at Walt Disney Productions.
I don't think you've mentioned the amount of money at the initial investment. That's a heck of a lot. That would indicate the size of this project.
Well, there was a time in my life I didn't think there was that much money. You know? But, well, you see, the initial stage here has to top what we have, or at least be the equivalent of what we have now in California. And there's 54 million in Disneyland now, another 20 million this year. So we're going to have to start somewhere around there. Now, of course, that doesn't include the other facilities, the hotels and the things around it. Now, when you begin to put all those together, it's going to be well over 100 million plus, at least. But my big brother says we can do it. He's the money man.
All right, guys, that was Walt Disney and his brother Roy O. Disney. They were said to have announced their plans for Disney World during a press conference, which we just showed you all an exclusive look at here at Live Now from Fox. That was actually held in downtown Orlando on November 15th, 1965. A year later, he filmed a video outlining his plans for the Florida project. You can see the initial stages right here, including details on why Central Florida was the perfect fit. Now, unfortunately, Walt Disney, the visionary, passed away just a few months after filming on December 15th, 1966. His brother Roy would go on to lead the company's Florida project, but it was not until May 30th, 1967 that Magic Kingdom's groundbreaking kicked off. On this day, Roy O. Disney reportedly named the project Walt Disney World to ensure the world would always remember his brother's dream. And joining us right now from that very place, is Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin. And oh my goodness, I can see the crowd behind you. Everyone looks so lively, and you have a very special guest that's going to speak with us.
Good morning, Rain. It's great to hear your voice. It is an honor to have Rayvon Redding joining us live here for you. Rayvon is the current Walt Disney World ambassador. How are you, my friend?
There are no words. I mean, we just kicked off the world's most magical celebration right here in Orlando, Florida. And I mean, as you can see, the crowds are here, but the magic is what's alive right now.
Can we do a quick wide shot of what you're wearing, because I want our audience to see that you've channeled what color scheme?
Yeah. So I wanted to do a play off of Goofy's outfit, but also a vintage 1971 theme. And then if you go down to the socks, you'll see it says E-coupon. So, you know, back in the day, you'd have to purchase separate coupon tickets to get on rides. Well, today, for the world's most magical celebration, this is an E-ticket attraction everywhere at the Magic Kingdom right now.
Yeah, back in the year 1971, it cost just $3.50 to get in the park. And then you paid per attraction, naturally, as you just mentioned with the E-attraction. Do you know that an E-attraction back then would have been what?
The Country Bear Jamboree. Yes, our audio animatronics were like none other. Walt and his team created something that was truly spectacular back then, and so that was an E-ticket attraction. Everyone wanted to see the Country Bear Jamboree.
A lot of folks don't realize that on October 1st, 71, there was some trepidation. There was some concern among locals, especially. They saw what happened in California back in the 50s when they opened Disneyland. It was a little chaotic. So they're like, we'll wait a few weeks, maybe some months, and let the dust settle. Well, what happened, Rain, is about 10,000 people showed up on day one. Do you know how many cast members were on duty that day? I do, if you don't.
You know how many.
5,000.
Yes, exactly, 5,000 cast members. So really, we almost had just as many cast members as we did guests inside the park.
So if you were a lost guest on that day, you could have a cast member for every 2 guests help you walk around the park. Today, you have 70,000 cast members at the Magic Kingdom alone. Do I have that statistic?
Across property.
Across property.
Yes, across property, we have about 70,000. And I have to say, it's because of our cast members, the heart and soul of the celebration, why we are still going 50 years later.
It is amazing. And what's coming up over the next 18 months is stellar. You've got technology in terms of the amazing rides, Tron at Magic Kingdom, Guardians of the Galaxy roller coaster at Epcot. And then last night, right here above Cinderella's castle, what debuted?
What debuted was Disney's Enchantment. Now, it has an original score, which is beautiful, called You Are the Magic, which is what we want everyone to know, that they are the magic. Now, if you're watching in front of Cinderella Castle, you'll be engulfed in the magic, the pyrotechnics, the lasers, and all of the projections. But if you go down Main Street USA, you will feel those exact same effects. The pyrotechnics, the lasers, and all of the projections as well.
So you said you're the magic. Are you the magic?
I'm the magic, you're the magic, and you all are the magic.
Rain, that means you too are the magic back there. Are they the magic right here?
They're the magic back here as well.
I'll tell you what, they got here. What time did y'all get here this morning? 3 a.m.
When I woke up this morning.
Did you go to bed last night?
No, who goes to sleep anymore? It's the Magic Kingdom.
3 o'clock in the morning. I didn't know what on earth. Well, we know why, but I hope she got a commemorative guide map.
Yeah, I think so. Like one of these right here in my pocket.
Oh, you got one.
What?
Look at the color scheme on that. It's gorgeous.
I know, it's beautiful.
So what do you think, Rain? Are you going to make it down after your broadcast to join me and Rayvon and
oh my
potentially
goodness, I hope that I can
hundreds of thousands of people?
I would love to.
All right, we're going to wait for you right here on the lawn of the castle. Thank you, Rayvon, for joining us, and congratulations on your now 2-year ambassadorship. It starts January 2022.
That is correct. We are so excited. My partner, Allie, and I cannot wait. Thank you all.
All right, back to you all in the studio.
All right. How amazing is that? Rayvon mentioned that his suit was a
Good job, my friend.
1970
I'd like
era
to bring
suit,
back
and
important
it's just so funny to mention that that's exactly the same era that Walt Disney World first opened, October 1st in 1971. It's just amazing to be part of such a legacy. I'm sure Rayvon could speak to. And, you know, since 1971, so many people have made their Disney World dreams come true with their friends and family members. Even right here at Live Now from Fox, a lot of us have spent so much time making memories with our families there at Disney World, including myself and our very own Regina Gonzalez. She actually was kind enough to give us a few pictures of her family. Take a look at this. Regina, I'm gonna bring her in, guys, just so we can kind of relive the moment and talk about the memories that she made here celebrating 50 years of Walt Disney World. Regina, look at you. You're so cute.
Yes. Well, thanks. It's been a while. I should have put some more recent pictures because, I mean, now, Rain, we live here in Orlando. So have you been to the parks a lot yourself since we moved here a year ago?
To be completely honest with you, I have not yet made it to Disney World. Now, since I moved here, I haven't been, but I've been 6 times in my lifetime. So, you know, I'm not opposed to adding a few more times to that list.
Yeah, I know. So, okay. Now, I was saying before, I couldn't even tell you how old I was in some of these pictures. That's my little sister, Deanna. I think in that one I was about 10 years old, but here, we always used to go and we would try to stay at a different resort every time. So that photo that you're looking at right there, that was at the Disney Polynesian Resort. A lot of the characters would wear hula skirts and leis, and it was all basically Lilo and Stitch themed. So, you know, I'm a huge Hawaii and beach person, so that's probably my favorite resort.
If I had to choose, now choosing is hard, but if I had to choose, you guys, I think that I would say not Animal Kingdom, Magic Kingdom, only because the fireworks.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
And apparently there's a whole new display for the 50th anniversary. Is that correct?
A whole new display. We will get into that a little bit later on. But right now, I'm really loving taking a look back at your pictures. And guys,
like my mom and dad.
Look, your mom and dad took you to Disney World to create some magical memories that we're talking about years later. So it's really true. A lot of people make the best memories of their lives at Disney World. And we were talking to Fox 35, Orlando's David Martin a little bit earlier.
Looks like such a fun time.
It looks like such a fun time, and he was explaining how people have been lined up since early this morning, the wee hours, just so they can be a part of this magical day, celebrating 50 years to the day. Oh my goodness.
I know. What was it, 1971?
1971, October 1st. That's right.
Wow, yes. And you know what? It's just amazing to think of looking back how much it's evolved. Every time I go there, I feel like a new ride is opening. Speaking of Magic Kingdom, have you been on the Avatar ride?
Avatar, you know, I have not yet to ride the Avatar
line
ride.
Sometimes is maybe 4 hours long.
But you see, that's how you know it's worth it. When people are willing to wait 4 to 6 hours just to ride a ride, just to have an experience, that's how you know it's something that's worthwhile.
Exactly. I caught it on a day. We were lucky. We only waited about 2 hours, only 2 hours, but it's a whole experience. It is absolutely amazing what they can do. I don't know if you've ever watched the Imagineering series. It basically takes you through, it takes you through all of the making and the ideas behind the rides and the people that are behind creating them. It's so amazing to see what they can do. They're truly magic.
Absolutely. And we're going to show you all a little bit later. Like I said, we have some pretty exclusive footage of Walt Disney himself before Magic Kingdom actually opened. He and his brother Roy O. Disney talking about the technology behind the rides, the goals, the vision that they have. So just to kind of relive those moments and bring you all some nostalgia here on Live Now from Fox as we celebrate these 50 years, we will revisit the moments that went into creating what ended up being such an iconic theme park 50 years later.
Yeah, it's so crazy to think about the past and now the future. What's in store for the next 50 years? That's going to be coming up here on Live Now from Fox as well.
You have to be adaptable.
I know.
Disney is always reinventing itself, always catering to a new audience.
And the characters look exactly the same. Minnie hasn't aged a bit. Look at I've aged a bit since
what's
that
her
picture.
Minnie? Tweet us, Minnie, and let us know what's your skincare routine. We'd love to know. And speaking of social media, guys, if you're watching this right now and you have some magical moments that that you would like to share with us, be sure to tweet us at LiveNowFox, and we'll be sure to get that on the air so you can relive the moments with us right here with Regina and I. So let's go to a quick commercial break.
Absolutely.
And we'll have more magical moments celebrating Disney World 50 years later right after this. In the meantime, take a look at this shot of Orlando, Florida. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a live now look over the gorgeous city of Orlando, Florida, just ahead of 8:30 a.m. And we are celebrating the magic today, 50 years of Walt Disney World. So I definitely wanted to bring you all this live shot of the city that helped Disney become exactly what it is. We are bringing you all stories, magical memories, and talking about the history of Disney World as we celebrate 50 years of magic. Now, can you imagine growing up being absolutely obsessed with all things Walt Disney World and dreaming of one day being a Walt Disney World performer? Well, you know what they say, dreams do come true. So let's check in with Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato. He's going to help us tell this next story.
She grew up dreaming of Disney. Gracie Chastain wanted to be a performer at the most magical place on earth since she was a little girl. The reminders are all in a time capsule her mother kept and gave her as an 18th birthday gift.
I just knew no matter what we did at her party, she wasn't going to remember it.
Her mother, Kim, started collecting items at Gracie's first birthday and then locked them away. During her recent 18th, she finally opened it up.
Also enclosed is a book of Shirley Temple.
Magazines, articles, and letters from family members all inside.
The letters really got to me because there were letters from grandmas, grandpas, aunts, and uncles that, have passed away in the last 18 years.
Also inside, beads from her first trip to Disney and Epcot. Gracie planned to move from Indiana to Orlando after graduation, but after COVID shut down the park, her plans have changed.
We took her about a month ago to Paris. She auditioned there and she passed her audition, and she is slated to work at Disneyland Paris as a performer in the next 3 to 6 months.
Dreams come true. Gracie will now be the Disney parade dancer she always wanted, but won't forget where it all began.
Her long-term plan is still to come back and settle at Disney World, but she's not going to pass up this opportunity.
Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
What a beautiful story. Her mother actually saved all of her Walt Disney World memories to remind her of just how much she wanted to be a Disney World performer. And now, flash forward a few later, as an adult, she gets to perform at Walt Disney World Paris. What an iconic story, a dream come true. So we took you inside of a time capsule by one person from Disney. But let's go ahead and take a look inside of the Disney vaults. We're going to see all kinds of nostalgia in this 30-minute special.
Walt Disney World is a tribute to the philosophy and the life of Walter Elias Disney.
It's a tale as old as time, Walt Disney's dream and the opening of the Magic Kingdom.
May Walt Disney World bring joy and inspiration and new knowledge to all who come to this happy place.
Now the most magical place on earth, celebrating 5 decades of making dreams come true. Fox 35 takes a look back at 50 years of Disney magic.
A magic kingdom where the young at heart of all ages can laugh and play and learn together.
The Magic Kingdom opened 50 years ago on October 1st, 1971, and this park has gone through a lot of changes over the years. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Brown.
And I'm Amy Caulfield. I mean, just take a look at Cinderella's castle. This looks nothing like it did a half century ago. Really impressive what the Disney of today looks like. The idea for Disney World actually came back in November of 1965 when Walt Disney and his brother publicly announced their plans. It wasn't until October of 1966 that we actually saw blueprints of what they were talking about.
But just 2 months later, Walt Disney passed away. Crews then broke ground in 1967 and worked tirelessly to build Phase 1, which was the Magic Kingdom and 2 resorts. We are talking 50 years of Disney magic. We have a cool treat for you. Look at this, Main Street, USA, before the park opens up. And we have Emily with us. Emily, good to see you. Let's talk a little history here. Even when you come into the parks, there's a reason why it's set up the way it is. Explain this area that maybe people don't understand.
Yeah, well, the company was an entertainment company before we delved into theme parks, and so we did what we knew how to do best, which was make a movie set. And so Main Street, USA is set just like that. It's meant to draw your eye to the castle. The street itself is up on an incline so that this part of the street is down lower than where the castle sits, so it looks higher.
So it's lower here than it is down there.
Yeah, see how it kind of inclines if you look really closely? This helps the castle seem bigger and draws you in, and then at the end of the night when you're leaving and you're tired, it helps you push your stroller on the way out.
Right, the little decline on the way out. Now you said this is set up like a movie would start. Explain that a little bit deeper for us.
Well, we've got forced perspective in action here. If you look at the buildings, they are meant to look like 3-story buildings, but in fact, if you look a little closer, you'll notice that the first story is normal first-story size, second story is going to be a little bit smaller, and the third story is even smaller than that.
Under this second awning, there are some names that are up on this one that you may not even look at.
If you say it a little quickly, empty lot, it becomes...
Empty lot.
Empty lot. An empty, swampy lot. California, the park was so tiny. It was right in the middle of the city, and he didn't want to encroach too much on the city. Here, we had a little more space, so we could make that castle a little bit bigger.
Now, just out of curiosity, in all the parks, there's a castle. Why did Walt want to put a castle in the middle of every one of his parks?
The castle stands for the happily ever after. It's the magic. It's truly the fairy tale. Right? And so when you come into the Magic Kingdom, they want you to step out of your reality and into the fairy tale, into the magic. And that's why we have our castle.
So we're going to finish with this one because Roy Disney doesn't get a lot of attention, but yet there's a bit of an homage to him when you first come in the park, and it's right up there. Explain what that is there.
So without Roy Disney, we would never even have created this theme park. Walt and Roy, the brothers, really did create everything because one was the creative mind, Walt Disney, but Roy Disney was the businessman. So we created this window here to pay tribute to him, and it says Dreamers and Doers Association because Walt was the dreamer and Roy the doer.
That's cool that he gets honored as well because so many times he gets overlooked even though he was vital to the success of
and
this
he
park.
liked it that way. He was a kind of behind the scenes sort of man, and Walt, the showman, liked to be front and center.
All right, I guess we got to go.
It's
Good to see you,
pleasure,
Emily.
Have a good
All right,
day.
I'm going to go play. It really does have an amazing history here. Now, the other part of Walt Disney's vision was the experimental prototype community of tomorrow, which we call Epcot. It became Disney's second park and opened about a decade after the Magic Kingdom. In fact, Epcot opened exactly 11 years to the day after the Magic Kingdom opened. At the time, it had just 5 Future World pavilions and 9 World Showcase pavilions.
Well, 17 years later came Hollywood Studios, which actually used to be called Disney MGM Studios. It looked nothing like the park we know today. There was just one ride. It was the Great Movie Ride, and there was a 2-hour guided backstage tour. Now the park is home to Toy Story Land and the Star Wars Galaxy's Edge.
Next came Disney's 2 water parks. Typhoon Lagoon opened 1 month after Hollywood Studios in 1989. It had a 95-foot high mountain and 8 water slides. Blizzard Beach came along about 6 years later in 1995 with a 12-story water slide. To this day, Blizzard Beach is the only one that's open. Typhoon Lagoon has not reopened since the pandemic began.
Disney World didn't have the 4 parks it does today until 1998. That's when Animal Kingdom opened on Earth Day that year. It is the biggest park too, and it's home to about 1,800 animals. At the center of it all is the iconic Tree of Life.
As the parks have grown, so has the staff. There have been a lot of people who've worked here over the years, but some of them, they just can't get enough of the magic.
Can you imagine there is actually a couple here who has worked here for 50 years? 50
Amazing.
years! Fox 35's David Martin got a chance to sit down with them and talk about how the magic has changed over the last half century.
Tony, Pam, and Forrest have one big thing in common. They were cast members on day 1 of Walt Disney World opening. Different roles, of course.
Choreographer. Oh, recreation host.
Costuming tent.
A half-century later, they still have the pixie dust.
Today, my title is a show director. Worldwide safety.
And I buy or rent whatever Walt Disney World does not own for conventions and weddings.
These 3 are part of a small group of truly dedicated Disney fans, ones who have devoted a 50-year career to the theme park.
You're streaming live now from Fox, bringing you all an inside look as we celebrate 50 years of magic, 50 years of Walt Disney World. We'll be right back after this 2-minute commercial break.
members on day one of Walt Disney World opening. Different roles, of course.
Choreographer.
Oh, recreation host.
Costuming tent.
A half-century later, they still have the pixie dust.
Today my title is a show director.
Worldwide safety.
And I buy or rent whatever Walt Disney World does not own for conventions and weddings.
These three are part of a small group of truly dedicated Disney fans, ones who have devoted a 50-year career to the theme park spawned by a mouse. They believe so much of the property's rich history epitomizes Walt Disney's vision.
When I can sit in the audience with our guests without a name tag on and see their reaction, one person is laughing and just carrying, just loving every minute of it. The other one is got tears streaming down their face because it's hit an emotional chord. That's what our creativity does, and I think that's just phenomenal.
Having the 4 parks, I think that was brilliant. And they're all different. They all have something different to offer the guests, and we can't possibly get all the guests into the Magic Kingdom, so I think it's fabulous that they have other options.
What I see is a tremendous influx of technology. I think Walt would love it.
But for millions of other Disney fans around the world,
and Walt said that we will always be in a process of change.
Change isn't always easy, and there are attractions, shows, even policies no longer at the parks that are missed by traditionalists. For Pam, it's
the Diamond Horseshoe, and that attraction has now gone dark.
Today it's a restaurant at Magic Kingdom, but in 1971 on opening day, the Diamond Horseshoe was a very popular and elaborate stage show. For Tony?
Lights, Motors, Action, Extreme Stunt Show. We brought that one to life, and that was an interesting show from a safety perspective, but was executed beautifully.
That's why this photo of him testing the fire stunt might be his personal favorite. And for Forrest?
If I thought back about something I might miss, it would be the original electrical parade, Main Street Electrical Parade.
But for these elite cast members, going with the flow has been the successful route, and making that Disney magic pop up at any time, anywhere in the park.
All of the joy and fun and the memories that we create, that's the biggest surprise. Always has been, always will.
David Martin, Fox 35 News.
Amy, that's amazing. 50 years in one place. Imagine everything they've seen.
Oh, it's incredible. It's truly a legacy they were leaving behind.
Yeah, and they'll continue to see quite a few changes. All right, let's get to a little bit more fun Disney history for you.
Here we go. When Disney World first opened in 1971, tickets were just $3.50. Can you imagine? $3.50. Today, an adult ticket will run you at least $109, and then add about $85 if you want to do park hopping. And parking, that's extra too, of course. And the price of admission is a little less if you are a Florida resident.
Well, it's a good thing that we are residents, I guess. Save us a little money anyway. All right, well, did you know that Orlando wasn't the only place on the list for Walt Disney when he was looking to build a new theme park?
That's right. There was definitely something that made him write X marks the spot. We're talking to the family whose land became the Magic Kingdom.
Plus, it doesn't look like anything special, but this building is full of costumes. We're talking row after row after row as far as the eye can see. We'll show you how cast members get ready for the job each and every day.
And as we go to break, a look at the role Disney World has played in television. Several shows shot episodes here at the park, and this is a tweet from Disney's archives. Step by Step did 2 shows from the park in 1996.
We'll be right back, guys.
We have a perfect location in Florida, almost in the very center of the state.
Even 50 years ago, it was all about location, location, location.
In fact, we selected this site because it's so easy for tourists and Florida residents to get here by automobile.
Walt Disney put a lot of thought into where the theme park should go, ultimately settling on
Partly in Orange County and Osceola County, between the cities of Orlando and Kissimmee.
Welcome back. There is a very cool Disney story. It's known as the X marks the spot story.
Walt Disney actually flew over this area, and it was X marks the spot, but he had to get the land first.
You see, the Dimitri family owned all of this land, about 13,000 acres that Walt Disney wanted. I had a chance to sit down with Mary Dimitri recently, and I got the behind-the-scenes story of how the family actually sold the land to Walt.
We know what we hope to accomplish.
Of course, that's the magic of Walt Disney himself, right? He was a visionary that saw things that other people didn't see.
Mary Dimitri's family owned a huge swath of Florida swampland in the early 1960s, but they didn't know what to do with it.
12,500 acres. And my father, with a group of businessmen, decided they would spec some land. And after they spent a year making mortgage payments on it, they said, what the hell did we buy this land for?
Walt Disney saw things that others couldn't, so this was the first piece that he needed to buy.
The reason he was one of the first ones is because Walt Disney literally was flying over the land, looking at Ocala, and when he came over to Orlando, he saw the wetlands on our property and said, that's Tom Sawyer's Island. So what was lemons for us was lemonade for Walt Disney.
How does that go down to where somebody calls to say, we might be interested in this 12,000 acres?
And they were like, hell yes. We can get out from under these mortgage payments, and there's a big wetland in the middle.
The family had no idea who was buying because everything was hush-hush, with attorneys handling the land deals.
He started wondering, well, what's going on here? Like, who is this? They're starting to, more land's going under contract and more land's going under contract. So it was a mystery for a little bit.
The family finally learned who the buyer was thanks to an intrepid reporter from the Orlando Sentinel.
The newspaper sent a reporter out to Anaheim and said, don't leave Anaheim till you crack this story. We think it might be Disney. I didn't even realize the depth of what was happening until the morning of opening up the newspaper and Dad going, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. It's Disney World. And then I remember he ran into the kitchen. I can remember. I say to my mother, it's Disney. It's Disney.
The Dimitri family is certainly a part of Disney lore, but to Mary, what has transpired is so much bigger than just a piece of land.
There was a quote that my dad said that I'd love to share. God made a lot of it, so don't get too attached to land. Wish we had gotten a little more attached to this piece. because if that was truly Tom Sawyer's Island, we would have been the holdout. But there is a lot of land out there, and luckily Walt Disney chose this tract.
Well, much of Central Florida used to be those wetlands.
It's hard to believe there could be a park here with how it used to look, right? Well, when Disney did that back in 1965, that's when this area started to transform and the city's landscape started to grow. You see, before that big announcement, this is what downtown Orlando looked like. Not a whole lot of high-rises. Matter of fact, not a whole lot of buildings at all. This is the view above Magnolia Avenue back in 1960. In 1960, the Orlando metro area was about 200,000. That's the entire metro area.
Well, since then, as you know, it has grown more than 10 times that amount. The population for the metro is now about 2.5 million people. And the city, well, it definitely has a lot more high-rises than it did before Disney. Still ahead, it's not often that Disney actually lets anybody to go backstage to see the inner workings of the park.
But of course, our own David Martin, he gets to see everything and do all these cool things. He got a behind-the-scenes look. He's going to take you to the vault full of costumes for cast members where they stop before it's time to work.
So this is from the Barbie show at Epcot.
Maggie Muller is a costumer at Walt Disney World.
Dresses from the Easter Parade at Magic Kingdom.
She's part of the magic.
That is from the Rivers of Light at Animal Kingdom.
The clothing magic for dancers, singers, and actors.
This is Tiana's Showboat Jubilee. That was at Magic Kingdom as well.
Her creations are seen in shows and parades all around the parks.
This pink one is from Cinderellabration at Magic Kingdom.
Maggie helps to produce, source, and maintain the elaborate garments.
And then we fit the performers and make sure everything fits and functions properly.
It's a 50-year-old Disney detailed process that in part happens inside this unassuming, enormous building at an industrial park in East Orlando.
Here we house our excess inventory, as well as fabrics, notions, some things that we need to build the costumes. And then we also have old costumes that we use for special events.
Aisle after aisle of cast member costumes. Just how many?
A lot. A whole lot. I don't think anybody's ever really taken count, but it's quite a bit.
And to think every single piece of clothing in here belongs to what Walt Disney may have treasured the most in his life, the story.
We try to find that perfect middle ground before between making something really authentic and bringing a really innovative design to life, but also maintaining durability and sustainability. So we work really hard to make sure that the performers are comfortable, that they're safe. We work with a lot of heat mitigation techniques using breathable fabric, moisture wicking properties, things like that.
All of it backstage, if you will, in what insiders call the vault. Pure pixie dust that park guests will just have to believe in.
This is part of our magic. We will never open this up for people to come see it.
David Martin, Fox 35 News.
A little more Disney history for you. Even back in 1971 when the park opened up and you came here and you parked in the parking lot, you didn't even have to walk into the park.
Believe it or not, the monorail did exist back then. How cool is that? You could travel by water back then too, but not on the ferries because those didn't come along until July of 1972. Now, at first, the park used sidewheeler steamships, but they moved a little slow and Disney wanted something a little faster. Then in 2019, a third option was added, the Disney gondolas. That connects to Epcot, Hollywood Studios, and some of the resorts.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, Amy, we've met a lot of people over the years who this isn't just some place to get away. This is actually a part of their life, a big part of their life now.
Truly incredible. We're actually going to talk to a local man who quit his job as an attorney up in New Jersey, picked up all his belongings and his family, and he moved to Florida. We're going to sit down with the man behind WDW Radio and talk about his passion for Disney.
So I was practicing for about 10 years.
Lou Mongello was a successful lawyer working in New Jersey when he got the itch to do something different. A huge Disney fan his whole life, he was shocked to learn there wasn't a Disney trivia book. So he set out to write one on the side, just for fun.
I was flying back and forth to Walt Disney World a couple of times a month to do research.
Lou and his family started visiting the Magic Kingdom the year it opened, 1971, with snapshot after snapshot of picture-perfect memories year after year.
I remember, for some reason, vividly being in Tomorrowland with my father in 1976. There was something about when you cross that threshold into Magic Kingdom, it just felt like everything gets washed away. And I still feel that. I mean, I tripped up. I still feel that, 50 years later.
For Lou, the magic was real. But he knew leaving his law practice to pursue a career as a Disney expert and enthusiast wouldn't be easy.
The thing that made me make the move was fear. And when I say fear, it wasn't a fear of failure, it was a fear of regret. I was afraid that 5, 10, 20 years from now, I'd look back and go, I wonder what would have happened if I would have given this thing a shot.
He didn't make the jump right away. In 2003, he wrote his first trivia book. And in 2004, he launched an online Disney discussion forum.
I really didn't know that there were other people, adult-ish like me, that love Disney as much as I do. So when I launched the site in January 2004 and 29 people signed up that first night, I'm like, this is amazing. There's 29 other nerds in their basement that love Disney as much as I do.
Pretty soon, those numbers grew by the thousands. In 2005, he started a hugely popular podcast called WDW Radio.
How are you, my friend? I am Lou Mongello. Thank you for being here for WDW Radio Live. If you're watching...
In 2009, he and his family finally moved to Orlando, a move he has never regretted.
Coming here as a kid and over the years, year after year, watching it grow and evolve and change and seeing what's worked and some things that haven't, to quote Mr. Toad, it's been a very wild ride.
And he doesn't see himself heading for the exit anytime soon.
It's not really about the attractions for me. There's something about being in this place that still makes my heart beat a little faster. It still puts a smile on my face. And the day that it doesn't, the day that this isn't fun anymore, is the day that I move on to something else.
And that does it for our 50 Years of Magic Disney special.
Yeah, the Barbershop Quartet's bidding us adieu, but that's not it for us. We have a look tomorrow at Disney the next 50 years. We're going to take a look ahead right here on Fox 35, 7:30 tomorrow night. We'll see you then.
And that concludes the very first part of our very special tribute to Disney World as we are celebrating 50 years of magic. But I want to bring you all the real magic and bring you to Magic Kingdom. Joining us live is Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin. And it looks like you have another special guest for us, another crowd that's really excited about 50 years of Walt Disney World. So talk to us, David. What's going on?
Rain, good morning to you once again. It's my honor and my pleasure to introduce you to Katrina Rick, who just happens to be celebrating 10 years herself today with the Walt Disney World Company. Congratulations on that.
Thank you so much.
So tell our national and international audience what you do for Walt Disney World.
I have the honor and privilege to be one of the video producers and part of Disney Live Entertainment.
Okay, so last night you you probably stood here on the hub and you watched the show Enchantment over the castle, over Cinderella's castle. Did you cry?
I definitely cried. It was definitely an experience that I will never forget.
You weren't alone. I heard there were tears streaming down a lot of people's faces.
Yeah, I think we had about 1,000 people here, and then I think countless people watching online on our live stream.
You mentioned 1,000. Back in the year 1971, about 10,000 came for the whole day. I think at 6 a.m. when you all opened the gates, 10,000 walked inside in the first minute.
That's what it felt like, definitely. Lots of excitement here for the most magical celebration on Earth.
It is indeed. So the Enchantment Fireworks Show, which you had a hand in over the castle, is a musical and fireworks and video projection spectacular, but not just on the castle.
That's right. So I had the privilege of leading a team of over 60 digital artists and animators to create the custom video projection that you see on the castle. And for the first time ever, you'll feel and see that experience all the way down Main Street, USA.
So if I'm eating a hot dog in front of Casey's and I can't see the castle all that great, I'll have a show anyways on Main Street, USA.
I actually suggest that you watch the show multiple times in different spots because there's an experience each and every single time.
You're also in charge of something called the Beacons of Magic. And every night, the 4 icons at all 4 parks, the castle, the Animal Kingdom Tree of Life, the Epcot Spaceship Earth, and of course the Hollywood Studios Tower of Terror, the Hollywood Hotel as you call it. What happens on all 4 of those?
They all transform into their very own special custom iridescent look. Absolutely magical. You have to check it out every single night at sundown.
Not easy to make those things come to life with iridescent because iridescent isn't really a color.
Absolutely. It's the color of magic, and it took over 2 years to really customize and perfect each individual park's personality interpreted with that iridescent look.
Katrina, Rick, Disney is lucky to have you. You've got a lot of energy and ebullience about what you do, and that's what they're looking for, aren't they? And they have that with the guests, too, today as they walk in. What are you hoping to see over the next, 12 plus hours at the Magic Kingdom today as we celebrate 50?
We bring so much passion and joy and hard work to what we do here, and it's for our guests. And we hope that you all enjoy this celebration for the next 18 months and beyond, and carry that tradition for the next 50 years.
Well said. We'll stop it there because I can't top it. Nice job, Katrina, Rick. Rain, we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin joining us from Main Street, USA, the world's happiest, most magical place. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. On the other side of this break, we'll have more celebrations of Walt Disney World.
around you. There's a special magic that flows through this place. The magic of imagination. Brimming with glimmer, made more brilliant by the light that lives within you. It inspires us to embark on heroic journeys, explore legendary worlds, and live our adventure. Tonight, as we gather together in the spotlight of the Hollywood Tower Hotel, our starlight ignites the magic to create a beacon, shining out and celebrating 50 years of the most magical place on earth.
The most magical place on earth.
And that was a special look at the Hollywood Tower Hotel, also known as the Hollywood Tower of Terror. I'm sure if you've been to Disney World, this is absolutely a fan favorite, one of my favorites, I have to say. Now, let's have a little fun fact segment here on Live Now from Fox. This attraction right here is actually based on the popular television series, which aired from 1959 to 1964. Hosted and written by Rod Serling, the award-winning show with its imaginative storylines and unexpected twist endings was wildly successful.
It inspires us to embark on heroic journeys, explore legendary worlds, and live our adventure.
Can you guess what show it is? The Twilight Zone. One of my favorite television shows to watch. You can actually catch a marathon of the Twilight Zone every holiday, I believe, on certain channels, including New Year's, which is just a few months away. It's my mother and I's favorite show to watch. So the next time you visit the Tower of Terror, remember that's actually an episode from the award-winning show, The Twilight Zone. And since we're talking about family, I do want to take a little trip down memory lane. This is about 10 years ago, my cousins and I visiting Walt Disney World. You can see myself with the backpack on, young me. I think I was about 16 years old here. My cousin Jordan, Kendriel, whose birthday was just yesterday. So a happy birthday to Kendriel, Naya, sitting down with the yellow sneakers on, and Jasmine. It's definitely a family affair at Disney. It's a place for families, and that's why the legacy is so strong, because it doesn't matter where you're from, what walks of life you're from. Everyone can go to Disney World and find a little magic there. Now, Disney is not just made up of one park. The Tower of Terror that we just showed you all is in Hollywood Studios, which is in Disney, but there are 4 parks, and we're getting some pictures here to Live Now from Fox that I would love to show you all. Some aerials of the 4 parks. In the upper left-hand corner of your screen, we have the world-known Magic Kingdom. You see that icon there, the castle. We have Epcot. We also have Hollywood Studios and Animal Kingdom. Now, of course, if you ask any Disney fan to choose their favorite park, it may be a little hard to choose, but let's talk about Epcot right now, because there's something that I did not know about Epcot that I'm learning right now, and that is what it stands for. Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. Did you know that's what Epcot stood for? Give us a tweet if you are a Disney fanatic, or if you just know and love the history of Disney. Tweet us at LiveNow from Fox and let us know some special Disney facts, some fun facts about Disney that we can share with our not only national but international audience. So let's stay on the topic of Epcot, because there are several new attractions slated to come to Epcot this year. Disney announced August 2019 that the park will undergo the biggest transformation of any Disney park in history over several years, bringing in new attractions, restaurants, and of course experiences. Starting today, October 1st, Epcot will be unified by not one but 4 neighborhoods: the World Showcase, World Nature, World Discovery, and the World Celebration. These neighborhoods are going to be filled with new experiences that are rooted in authenticity and innovation that takes guests to new destinations where the real is made fantastic in celebration of curiosity, discovery, and the magic of possibility. Disney has also outlined some of the new experiences coming to each neighborhood. You can find that on fox35.com. They're helping us out a lot with this special celebrating Disney World 50 years of magic. A little bit earlier in the show, we had a live conversation with Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin. He had a Disney World ambassador joining us there from Magic Kingdom, and she talked about one of her favorite segments when it comes to Disney. Now, she said that it's hard to choose, but Disney has a new fireworks show called Harmonious. And if you haven't seen it, I do want to give you all a sneak peek right here on Live Now from Fox. Beautiful fireworks show. Now, Harmonious at Epcot is one of Disney's largest nighttime spectaculars ever created for a Disney park. The show pays tribute to a Disney classic, Disney stories and songs, and will feature new effects that include special proto techniques, moving mountains, special lightings, and media. Disney says that the songs are reimagined in more than a dozen languages by a diverse group of 240 artists around the world. And you know what else you can find around the world? Disney fans. So let's check in with one Disney superfan. Her name is Alicia Stellar, and this story is courtesy of Fox 35 Orlando.
Alicia Stella breaks a lot of exclusive theme park news.
I've been right more than I've been wrong.
The owner of YouTube's Theme Park Stop is obsessed with change at Walt Disney World. Her specialty? Research.
Dig into permits, patents sometimes for ride technologies, even trademarks for names.
So we pressed her to focus on the future of Disney, starting with Magic Kingdom.
We have the new Tron roller coaster, originally opened in Shanghai, and everyone was like, I wish we'd get that here, and now we're getting that here. I am excited to see the return of the railroad, the Walt Disney World Railroad. When they're done with Tron, we'll get our train back.
No dates have been announced for either. New fireworks debut October 1st over the castle. However,
they announced the Main Street Theater and then just quietly tucked that away.
What about the classic indoor theater beneath the People Mover in Tomorrowland?
But we still have that spot that Stitch's Great Escape was in. So I'm curious to see if we get a new attraction there. There were rumors for some kind of Wreck-It Ralph attraction, but I'm not so sure. The longer we get further away from those movies, the more in question that becomes. Is it weird to want Mission to Mars to come back?
That was in the theater from 1975 to 1993. Over at Epcot, Remy's Ratatouille Adventure at the France Pavilion is opening October 1st. So is the new nighttime fireworks spectacular called Harmonious. Mission Space has a new fine dining restaurant called Space 220.
And then we have Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, which should be opening within the 18-month celebration period for the 50th anniversary. It'll be the biggest indoor coaster probably in the world, definitely in Orlando. You could fit like 4 Spaceship Earths inside that building. They did tear out the whole center of Epcot, and they were going to build a festival center, and they are building some kind of Moana Journey of Water walkthrough attraction.
At Animal Kingdom, the recently shut down Finding Nemo the musical is returning with an update in 2022. On October 1st, look for a new daytime performance above the Discovery River Amphitheater called Disney Kite Tales. But Stella still considers Animal Kingdom a half-day park and wants more rides.
They have permanently closed Primeval Whirl, which is part of the Dino-Rama section of Dino Land. if you were to redo just that, you could probably squeeze in a mini land while keeping the dinosaur ride. But also, there is a huge, like, multi-acre property behind Asia, right next to the train. So they have this huge space. They could actually put a whole nother land.
And over at Hollywood Studios?
There's been rumors forever on a door coaster, which is like from the end of Monsters, Inc. Monsters, Inc. has a new TV show now.
And what about our favorite archaeologist?
There's a new Indiana Jones movie coming out, so I think there's a reinvigoration of the franchise, or at least they want there to be. And we do have, the theater hasn't even reopened yet. The Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular is still closed.
Alicia says the spot is perfect for a Lucasfilm-based attraction. After all, Disney has another 50 years to remain on top of the theme park industry. David Martin, Fox 35 News.
Disney is definitely on top of the theme park industry. Honestly, I don't even think of Disney World as a theme park. It truly is more of an experience with a lot of history, a lot of motivation, a lot of innovation and technology that goes into it. And we're going to dive a lot deeper into the history of Walt Disney World as we celebrate 50 years of it today here on Live Now from Fox. But first, I will have to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. Also here at Live Now from Fox, we're kind of giving you all a sneak peek into our personal lives by sharing some pictures of ourselves with our family at Disney World. So if you would like to do so as well, our audience, make sure that you tweet us your pictures and your videos and your memories, most importantly, to Live Now Fox, and we will try our best to get it on the show. In the meantime, I do want to bring you all this adorable family photo from our very own Tania Sims. Tania is our research and planning coordinator, and she was nice enough to share this picture of her mother, her father, and I believe those are her 2 siblings at Magic Kingdom. So again, tweet us your family photos, friends. We also have had quite a few proposals at Disney World, so if you maybe have a picture of that special experience yourself, again, tweet us at LiveNow Fox, and we'll be right back.
We are celebrating 50 more years of Disney magic. Walt Disney World will never truly be done. A rare masterpiece that always has room to change and grow. From new shows that are the first of their kind, to exciting attractions on the cutting edge, even taking guests on an out-of-this-world journey into a galaxy far, far away. The future, just getting started at Walt Disney World. Welcome to our Fox 35 special report, 50 more years of Disney magic. I'm John Brown.
And I'm Amy Caulfield. And what better place to do it than the park where it all started, Magic Kingdom, right in front of Cinderella's castle.
It's truly magical for so many reasons, and you know what? Every single ride or attraction here at the park tells a special story, whether it's from a Disney movie or it's a story all its own.
Several new rides and attractions are in the works. Remy's Ratatouille Adventure is officially opening for the 50th anniversary. Guests are shrunk down to the size of a mouse for a 4D culinary adventure based on the hit movie. And just like Remy, you'll dash and you'll scurry through the kitchen, the dining room, and even the walls of Gusteau's restaurant in Paris.
You don't know where you're going to go next, and that's so incredible to be able to have the story unfold without you knowing what's going to happen next.
That's just the tip of the iceberg. Buckle up, thrill seekers. The Tron Light Cycle Run will open soon at the Magic Kingdom. You can see the massive structure being built right now, right next to Space Mountain in Tomorrowland. There's already a version of that ride at Shanghai Disneyland, so we have a pretty good idea of what to expect. You're strapped into a vehicle that looks like a light cycle from the Tron movie. And if riding the grid is not your thing, the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind is under construction at Epcot as well. Your adventure will start in the Galaxarium, where you can explore the similarities and mysteries of Earth's galaxy and Xandar. But then the Guardians of the Galaxy show up and take you on a wild ride. But this is not your typical roller coaster. The cars can rotate 360 degrees. It's also the first ever reverse launch for a Disney coaster. And last, but certainly not least, if the line where the sky and the sea meets, there's a new attraction coming just for you from Moana. It's going to be called Journey of Water. It's the first experience that was inspired by the hit movie. The walk-through exploration trail will invite you to meet and play with magical, living waters just like in the movie. You'll also learn the importance of the natural water cycle. No opening date has yet been announced, though.
While new rides and attractions are going up, some are going through some changes. Splash Mountain is getting rethemed after the movie Princess and the Frog. Disney says the ride will pick up after the final kiss of the movie, and it will be a Mardi Gras celebration. The company is not saying yet when Splash Mountain will change over.
As we usher in a new era of Walt Disney World, the entrance to Epcot is going to look a lot different going forward. It is being completely redone. Club Cool and the Creation Shop have already reopened. At the Creation Shop, there will be some new futuristic gear inspired by the transformation of Epcot. And at Club Cool, you'll be able to sample Coke products from around the world once again.
From rides to theme parks to one of the most immersive resort stays on the planet. You're going to love this one. The Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser will open next year. It puts guests right in the middle of their very own Star Wars story. You'll board a Star Cruiser for a 2-night voyage in a galaxy far, far away. This one's scheduled to open next spring. And if you can't wait that long to stay in a new Walt Disney World resort, the Swan Reserve is getting ready to open. The 14-story hotel is run by Marriott and offers 150 suites, a Mediterranean restaurant, and some special Disney perks. Annual passes for Walt Disney World are now back on sale, but there are some changes that you need to know about.
And that's not all. The way you experience the parks will also be changing. The Platinum Gold and all the other tiers are no more. There's 4 The Platinum Gold and all the other tiers are no more. There's 4 new tiers to choose from, and they range from the Pixie Dust Pass at $19 a month all the way up to the Incredipass, which will cost Florida residents about $100 a month. Everyone will get parking included and discounts on dining and merchandise. But that's not where the new changes end. You can customize your pass with different options like PhotoPass downloads and water parks. Getting into the parks is one thing, but once you're in, there is a new service to help guide your Disney World visit.
We call it Disney Genie.
The app is free and will give you the ability to create your own personal tip board, which will display current and forecasted future wait times so you can spend less time in line. It will also have all the functions that My Disney Experience app already has, like mobile food ordering and the ability to join a virtual queue.
And those are available at no additional cost beyond the park admission. And don't forget what we were just looking at too, is that the complimentary Disney Genie service is designed to help you better navigate the theme park so you can reduce the time in lines that way as well.
But for $15 per ticket per day, you can get the Genie Plus service. That will let you choose the next available time to arrive at several attractions and use the Lightning Lane. The Lightning Lane is replacing the FastPass service. Selections will need to be made on the same day of your visit and can be used across all parks. For example, you can be in the Magic Kingdom and book a time for Smuggler's Run at Hollywood Studios. Rumors are once again swirling about the possibility of a 5th park. Walt Disney World is already about the size of the city of San Francisco. When you factor in all the parks and the parking lots, it's about 25,000 acres or 40 square miles, so they have plenty of room, but nothing has been confirmed or denied.
Some employees of Walt Disney World are actually changing coasts. They're going from California to right here in Lake Nona. The company is moving 2,000 employees to a new regional campus in the Lake Nona area. Most of those jobs are in Disney's Parks and Experiences and Products division. Disney says the new campus here in Central Florida will help the company consolidate some teams so they can be more collaborative. The move will be wrapping up over the next year or so.
Our Fox 35 special report, 50 more years of Disney magic is just getting started.
Amy, how can you come here and not sample some of the food? How can you come here and not sample all the food? It's always changing, it's always amazing, and so today we're going to take you inside the Disney Test Kitchen.
And there's a lot to look forward to as we celebrate the future of Walt Disney World. We're hearing from some of you about what you're most excited to see.
And if you want to check out any of our production, once again, we're posting the entire thing on our website, fox35orlando.com, and you can also follow along with the Fox 35 News app.
look who joined us. It's Tinkerbell back there. You know, it's not just the classic attractions that bring people back to Disney. For a lot of people, it's the food.
For a lot of people, that's the only reason they come here for an hour. Yeah, I'm talking about my kids, right? We eat everything here. We're talking the Dole Whip, right? Love it.
So good.
Turkey legs, gotta have them. Today, Fox 35 anchor Ryan Elijah takes us into the Disney Test Kitchen.
You would never know that inside this discrete building on Disney property is where some of their most popular food creations were developed, and there's a good reason for that.
It's confidential information, and we're going to work on projects that may not even be announced for another 2 or 3 years yet. So we do a lot of confidentiality training.
So top secret that vendors have to sign non-disclosure agreements. Even most Disney cast members can't get into the Flavor Lab. The research and development facility is truly a fascinating part of Disney. It is where food and beverages are created for all of Disney parks and resorts, including Disneyland. Think of these chefs as Disney's culinary Imagineers.
People always ask me, do you start with the food first or the kitchen design first? And I always say, we don't start with either one first. We start with the story first. So we partner really closely with Walt Disney Imagineering, and as they share that story with us, we take that story and then we kind of blue sky blow it up.
That kind of creative thinking leads to creations like the Blue Milk at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. And Disney's guests probably have no idea the years of planning that went into that drink.
Blue Milk took 4 years. They probably did 20 different iterations of what that formula is, back and forth and back and forth. And then once we get it right, then we have to start testing it.
One of the special projects they've been working on here in the Flavor Lab is taking Walt Disney's own recipes, handwritten, things like chilies, and getting them ready for guests to try throughout the 50th celebration.
We actually took some of his handwritten recipes. We have some of that information, and that's where we took it and we created it based off of that. So guests, when they see Walt's chili on a menu, it's actually Walt's recipe.
Casey's Corner over the Magic Kingdom will have that chili available for all of their hot dogs for the entire 18 months, and maybe even beyond the 18 months.
The chefs say Walt Disney had a simple palate. He loved things like prime rib, hash, chocolate, and bread pudding, and they will honor him and his taste throughout the 18-month celebration, something they do not take lightly.
I can tell my kids or my grandkids, I remember working on that project 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So it's really, really special to be able to bring all that magic to life.
From an undisclosed location on Disney property, I'm Ryan Elijah, Fox 35 News.
As we usher in this new era of Walt Disney World, there are some dining experiences that are getting a makeover, a redo. We're talking about the Wave specifically. That is inside the Contemporary Resort. That'll be all redone. And there's an out-of-this-world restaurant at Epcot. It's called Space 220, and it's right next to the Mission Space attraction. Disney says the immersive experience transports guests 220 miles above the Earth to the Centauri space station. Fox 35's Stephanie Belmonte takes us inside.
We are here outside of Space 220, Epcot's newest restaurant. Follow me. We're going to take you on this journey to space. The first step, walk into the Space 220 lobby and get ready for a blast off. So I have my boarding pass. We're about to go into the space elevator and we're going to go 220 miles above Earth.
In just a few moments, you'll be on your way up to Space 220 aboard the Centauri space station.
Aboard the space elevator, we blasted off from Epcot all the way to the Centauri space station for an out-of-this-world experience. So we just got off the space elevator behind me here and take a look at this gorgeous view inside the restaurant. From your table, there's a view of what seems like 220 miles above Earth. There are even some astronauts out in space floating by.
And now, it is time to officially open Space 220 Restaurant.
This marks the start of a new era of space exploration at Disney.
11 beautiful bay windows looking out into space with lots of things going on, and it's really space tourism. It's just an out-of-this-world experience.
And Space 220 seriously takes fine dining to a whole new level. The menu features contemporary dishes inspired by ideas far beyond Earth. The chefs have reached for the stars. I tried the salmon, Neptune tartare, and carrot cake, all delicious. For the adults, check out this smoking drink and this cotton candy turned space drink.
I hope the guests walk out and just say, that was just a fantastic experience from the senses as well as the taste.
Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
The shows here at Walt Disney World are one of a kind. They're amazing. We all know this, right? And there is a lot to look forward to.
We're talking to some of you about the things you're most excited to see as we enter another 50 years of Walt Disney World.
And now, it is time to officially open Space 220 Restaurant.
This marks the start of a new era of space exploration at Disney.
11 beautiful bay windows looking out into space with lots of things going on, and it's really space tourism. It's just an out-of-this-world experience.
And Space 220 seriously takes fine dining to a whole new level. The menu features contemporary dishes inspired by ideas far beyond Earth. The chefs have reached for the stars. I tried the salmon, Neptune tartare, and carrot cake, all delicious. For the adults, check out this smoking drink and this cotton candy turned space drink.
I hope the guests walk out and just say, that was just a fantastic experience from the senses as well as the taste.
Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
The shows here at Walt Disney World are one of a kind. They're amazing. We all know this, right? And there is a lot to look forward to.
We're talking to some of you about the things you're most excited to see as we enter another 50 years of Walt Disney World.
Out with the old, in with the new. Disney closing the book on Happily Ever After and Epcot Forever to make way for the future. Harmonious and Disney Enchantment are getting ready to take center stage with even more Disney magic. Launching Walt Disney World into 50 more years of magic with some of the most high-tech shows that Disney has ever created. But there's a lot to be excited about at Disney World. Fox 35's David Martin asked some of you what you're looking forward to the most.
The massive success of Walt Disney World is due in part to the raving fans. So we thought we'd ask some of them, what are you most excited about in the next 18 months? And what is your dream attraction? What are you most excited about that's coming to Disney World?
The Tron roller coaster.
Why?
Because I love Tron.
You do?
I like the music, I like the lights, I like the pizzazz.
What are you most excited about coming to Disney?
The Magic Kingdom fireworks show.
Probably the new Guardians of the Galaxy ride. I'm a big Marvel fan.
I am so excited for Ratatouille. It's my favorite.
The Tron roller coaster. I heard it's supposed to be amazing.
Most of the rides at Magic Kingdom and the Halloween events seem pretty fun.
The new fireworks show at Epcot Center would be exciting. I can't wait. I love the fireworks in the skies. Love it. The Magic Kingdom is like magic when the fireworks go off.
All right, so you're a fireworks gal. Now, if you could tell Disney your dream attraction, your dream ride or theater experience, what would you tell the Imagineers?
Probably something more Disney classic, like back when it first started, like a more calming, take me back to the years ride.
I really want them to bring the Nightmare Before Christmas to Disney World from Disneyland. At Haunted Mansion, when they redo everything with Jack Skellington. That's what I want.
More Star Wars. Love it.
There's not enough for you?
No, I need more.
What specifically would you imagine in the Star Wars area?
That's a great question. I honestly don't know. More rides.
Some more drinking events. 'Cause I'm 21 finally, so I'm looking forward to something like that.
More roller coasters, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less people. More.
Less people, too crowded for you.
Too crowded, yes. But, I love Disney, so it's worth it. You just got to find the right time to go.
I am a big Marvel fan, so probably I know Disney California has the new Avengers campus, so the shawarma stand and all that. I would love to see that come to Florida.
A Little Mermaid water coaster. Everything they add is great. So whoever is creative, keep going.
Well, you never know, Disney might be watching tonight. In Orlando, David Martin, Fox 35 News.
Disney's Animal Kingdom doesn't have fireworks planned. Instead, they are launching a cool show that you can see several times a day. It is called Disney Kite Tales. It will feature animals from several Disney classics, including The Little Mermaid, Finding Nemo, and A Bug's Life. Well, still ahead on Disney's 50 more years of magic. You can't come to Disney without finding a million things to do.
Right, like with Mickey coming right behind us, right on cue. He's so good at this. Mickey making an appearance. All right, there are events going on all the time. And there's a bright future for the seasonal events that bring in people from all over the world.
Good evening, friends. Look around you. There is a special magic that flows through this place. The magic of possibilities. Expanding with stardust made more brilliant by the light that lives within you. It inspires us to lead with curiosity, unlock our imagination, and explore new horizons. Tonight, as we gather together under the glow of Spaceship Earth, our sparks ignite the magic to create a beacon, shining out and celebrating 50 years of the most magical place on Earth.
The most magical place on earth. Answer the
Good evening, friends. Look around you. There is a special magic that flows through this place. The magic of possibilities. Expanding with stardust made more brilliant by the light that lives within you. it inspires us to lead with curiosity, unlock our imagination, and explore new horizons. Tonight, as we gather together under the glow of Spaceship Earth, our sparks ignite the magic to create a beacon, shining out and celebrating 50 years of the most magical place on Earth.
The most magical place on earth. Answer the
Tonight in Orlando, David Martin, Fox 35 News.
Disney's Animal Kingdom doesn't have fireworks planned. Instead, they are launching a cool show that you can see several times a day. It is called Disney Kite Tales. It will feature animals from several Disney classics, including The Little Mermaid, Finding Nemo, and A Bug's Life. Well, still ahead on Disney's 50 more years of magic. You know, you can't come to Disney without finding a million things to do.
Right, like with Mickey coming right behind us, right on cue. He's so good at this. Mickey making an appearance. All right, there are events going on all the time. And there's a bright future for the seasonal events that bring in people from all over the world.
There is always something going on at Disney, whether it's the Food and Wine Festival or the After Hours Boo Bash or Mickey's very merriest Christmas party. There's so much, John.
Yeah, what's your favorite, very quickly?
Oh gosh, I love Christmas at the park. Absolutely love it.
I do like that. Not so scary, although it's not called Not So Scary anymore.
Boo Bash. They're called Boo Bash
I
now.
love that, all the candy there. Okay, but doesn't matter what time of year you come out here, there are always new festivals, there's always new stuff going on, like this. We have made our way to Epcot. Of course, you see the ball right behind us. One of my favorite parks. Why? All the festivals. Dave Castine's right over here. He's an expert on all things with the festivals. All right, so we're in a wonderful festival right now. How did Food and Wine all get started anyway?
Well, Food and Wine started in 1996, looking for some way, how do we bring guests to Epcot, during the time in the fall where we had a gap in some of our, attendance, which is a good problem to solve for.
Right.
Who doesn't like food? We have the great chefs from all around the world, international cuisine. Epcot's known as the foodie park, so food was the natural.
Well, I find that interesting because they tried to find a festival to fill in a gap. Now it's a destination time. People come just for that. Not a gap anymore because of this.
Correct. And in most occasions, you find that summer is the busiest time, in all our parks around Central Florida. Food and Wine is our busiest time here at Epcot. Summer's actually slower.
Right.
It's a slower time for us here.
Christmas is right around the corner. Candlelight Processional's coming back. That's great to have that one back.
It is. We're super excited. That's a crowd favorite. That festival started out in 1958, actually in Disneyland with the Candlelight Processional. Then came over to the Magic Kingdom and said, you know what? Let's bring it over to Epcot. And it started with holidays around the world and evolved into what's now known as the Epcot International Festival of Holidays. And that is candlelight, food, as well as entertainment and great merchandise.
All right, what other festivals catch your attention that maybe started in a unique way and now they progressed to something different?
Sure, Flower and Garden Festival is another one of our popular festivals. That started as a 30-day showcase of just showing out great gardens and topiaries for our professionals in horticulture. Said, you know what, let's add a little entertainment. And it was only 8 years ago that we actually added the food component. And that's all about Mother Earth and the gardens and the fresh vegetables and what Mother Earth provides. And it's a big hit as well.
Really, what better place? I mean, with Epcot, the way it was designed initially, and they have their own gardens here. I mean, that's a perfect fit for this park.
Correct, and it's never more beautiful. That's probably when Epcot is the most beautiful any time during the year. We have over 1 million blooms, topiaries, spice gardens, herb gardens. And what happened is we found that by adding the food component, it exposed so many people that never thought about having their own home garden or their own backyard experience to the world of horticulture.
This place is so beautiful all the time. One of the most beautiful ones is Festival of the Arts. How did that all get started?
That all started, another thing, what did we do in between our holidays and our Flower and Garden Festival? Well, we knew we had a missing gap. People love Disney art, Disney artists. They get to meet their favorites artists. We added our Disney on Broadway partners, which has been a huge hit for our guests. And you combine that with some of the most stunning food and beverage presentations, it's a perfect trio.
Okay, I think you might have the perfect job, right? You are designed to be an expert in all these wonderful festivals. How cool is it doing what you do?
It is. We get to plan over a year out. We have so many talented both folks in our Imagineers, in our food and beverage world, and our entertainment partners. They really do a great job. It's a perfect trifecta of food, entertainment, and merchandise.
If a leisurely stroll through the parks is not your thing, well, how about a nice run? And there are a lot of options for runners. Run Disney is bringing back in-person races this year. The Disney Wine and Dine Marathon is scheduled for November 4th through the 7th. If princesses are more your speed, there is the Disney Princess Half Marathon. That race is set for February 24th through the 27th, so you have plenty of time to train. Are you going to be running this year?
I've done Dopey 5 times.
Wow.
I'm hoping to do it again this year. I'm a little bit older this year than I was last time. I'm going to do it. I'll be there in January.
Well, thanks so much for joining. All right, guys, that concludes our celebration of Disney World 50 years of magic. Again, my name is Rain Augustine signing off. Regina Gonzalez will have more raw and unfiltered nonstop news for you all right after this break.
Ethiopia's unprecedented action to expel the leadership of all of the United Nations organizations involved in ongoing humanitarian operations. We agree with UN leaders. This is a stain on our collective conscience, and it must stop. The action follows the release of reports warning that hundreds of thousands of people are starving to death in northern Ethiopia. We're deeply concerned that this action continues a pattern by the Ethiopian government of obstructing the delivery of food, medicine, and other life-saving supplies to those most in need. We call on the UN Security Council and members of the international community to take urgent action to make clear to the government of Ethiopia that impeding humanitarian operations and depriving your own citizens of the basic means of survival is unacceptable. President Biden signed an executive order earlier this month enabling the U.S. government to impose financial sanctions on those prolonging the conflict in northern Ethiopia. We will not hesitate to use this or any other tool at our disposal to respond quickly and decisively to those who obstruct humanitarian assistance to the people of Ethiopia. One more item, some news from out of the First Lady's office. Today, joining forces, the White House initiative led by the First Lady to support military families and the National Security Council released a White House report signed by the President and secretaries of 15 executive departments, which outlines the first round of administration-wide commitments and proposals to supporting military and veteran families, caregivers, and survivors. In May of 2021, the Office of the First Lady and the National Security Council launched a Joining Forces Interagency Policy Committee with representatives from across the executive agencies to work collaboratively on priorities related to the families of service members and veterans, caregivers, and survivors. This report details more than 80 specific commitments and proposals from across the administration and is the product of the Interagency's Policy Committee's months of work. Going forward, this committee will continue to advance these priorities, including those outlined in the report, through cross-agency working groups, and will report results and updated plans annually. Jonathan, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Jen. A few all on the feelings of Capitol Hill right now. Senator Manchin told reporters a short time ago that he told President Biden that $1.5 trillion would be as high as he was willing to go for the reconciliation package. What was the president's reaction to that? Is that an acceptable number?
Well, first I would say, as we've said many times, we're not going to outline private negotiations or private discussions, and we'll let the senators speak for that, as Senator Manchin did earlier today. The way the president sees it is that this is an ongoing discussion, an ongoing negotiation. Here's what we know. We know that timelines help make progress. We've seen that play out over the course of the last couple of days. We know that compromise is inevitable. We've also seen that play out over the last couple of days. And right now, we're clearly in the thick of it. I'd also note that during Senator Manchin's, and obviously I'm not his spokesperson, he can certainly speak for himself, but during his Q&A he did on the Hill today, he also referenced the fact that that there was a document from a couple of months ago, and I'll let him and Senator Leader Schumer speak to that. And he was repeatedly pushed and asked, would you go higher than 1.5? Would you go higher than 1.5? I will leave it to all of you to determine if he answered that question. But this is an ongoing discussion, an ongoing negotiation. And as I said yesterday, that's going to require all sides giving a little. And we're in the midst of that right now.
So on that, key Democratic House leaders have said they will, quote, stay here all weekend to work to get a deal. Does the president plan to do the same? Will he be at the White House working this weekend, having visitors, calling and hosting congressional lawmakers?
Well, as Speaker Pelosi said earlier, and we're following the same motto, we're taking it hour by hour here and making a decision and determination about what's most needed. So as it relates to what's even going to happen this afternoon, we're open. He's available. He's been making calls this morning. He's open to having visitors. He's open to going places. But we're going to make those decisions hour by hour. So the weekend's a little bit away. But I will tell you that this is the president's top priority right now, getting relief to the American people, making sure we're lowering costs for the American people. We're addressing the climate crisis. We're rebuilding our roads, rails, and bridges. We've made progress, and we're still at work at it.
Last one for me. One of the president's central promises when he was elected was to restore Americans' ability to be confident in their government again, to believe in institutions again. What is the White House's message to the Americans right now who look at this and see a mess? Nearly a government shutdown, the debt ceiling is unclear, legislation not being passed, at least not yet, even though Democrats control the bodies of government, and those Americans don't feel that they can be confident in the government. What's the White House's response?
Well, first I would say the president, the Speaker of the House, and the leader have more experience getting legislation across the finish line than any group of Democratic leaders in history. We're in the middle of it right now. It's messy, this sausage making on Capitol Hill. Policy making is messy. There's negotiations. They all have representatives who are advocating for their points of view. That's democracy in action. What I can tell them is that we're on the path to keep the government open. You just saw that pass the Senate. It was going over to the House. That's not just keeping the government open. That's getting relief to make sure we can take care of refugees, people who fought by our side in Afghanistan. That's to make sure we get relief to the Gulf Coast, additional relief to the Gulf Coast. All important priorities. And we would also tell them that the president is going to stop it. He's going to use every lever at his disposal to fight to get this legislation passed. These two pieces of legislation that will have make historic investments, and he's doing it because he wants to have an impact on their lives. But these type of packages, not a lot of precedent for them, but he's going to work at it. He's going to get it done. That's what he would tell them. Go ahead.
Does the president see any strategic value in a vote failing on the House floor?
Well, as Speaker Pelosi said earlier today, we're on a path to win. I don't want to even consider any other options than that. We're in it to win it. The president's also in it to win it. That's what we're working toward. It's only 2:40 right now. Lots of time left in the day, and he's going to continue to stay closely engaged with her about the path forward.
You've repeatedly referred this week to this moment as an inflection point. How is the president viewing this moment, given where his caucuses are, where his numbers are?
This moment, as in this moment, 2:40 p.m. this afternoon, or just today?
As in, it's deadline day for an infrastructure bill. He doesn't have the votes. One member of the United States Senate is about $2 trillion below his top line number, and there's no clear way to bridge those gaps.
Well, I think the president...
All right, everybody, we have a news alert to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. So we are going to listen in to this ceremony. It is being held by the, this is being held out there in Las Vegas, Nevada. It has crazily been 4 years already since a man opened fire on the crowd attending the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival on the Las Vegas Strip today. It was 4 years ago today. This event is honoring the victims, so I do want to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Sheriff. It is humbling to be here on this day. Today is not the only day that we remember the lives that were lost in 1 October. I know I remember them every day. I know you remember them every day. The pain that is felt by the families, the friends, the community as an after effect of what happened on 1 October doesn't get any easier. It doesn't get any softer. Unfortunately, this tragedy will live on in our lives and in our memories forever. And the lives that were lost and the families and the people that were affected will never be forgotten. And I just want you to know, on behalf of the great state of Nevada and the over 3 million people that call Nevada home, you are constantly in our hearts and in our prayers. God bless you all. Have a best of the celebration you can make of the lives that were lost on that day.
Thank you for your words, Governor. So, Good morning. For those you may not know, I'm Sheriff Joe Lombardo. And as we again gather to remember the events of 1 October, let's remember back to the days after 1 October when we all became Vegas strong. Those words were not just part of a slogan. In those days and weeks following the shooting, we became one as a community. We focused on helping each other through a tragedy that at that time, seemed almost unbelievable. Thousands of people came together to help care for survivors, to provide comfort for the families of the victims, to thank first responders for rushing in to help. We now have a chance to stand together again. We can take this opportunity to reach out to those who are still struggling, who are still mourning. We can offer comfort to those who even now may not realize how that traumatic event 4 years ago has changed their lives. Just recently, we gathered to remember the 20th anniversary of 9/11. As a nation, we united against a common enemy after that terrorist attack. We united to help each other through. Here in Las Vegas, we again faced the tragedy of a domestic terror attack. And it forever changed us as a community and LVMPD as a law enforcement agency. Let's not forget one of the most important lessons learned, that we are always stronger together. It's time for all of us to reclaim the spirit that made us Vegas strong. God bless you, and thank you for your participation here today. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming. It is really our pleasure to continue to host this at Clark County, along with our friends at Metro, our fire department, and the Resiliency Center. It's just 4 years ago that separated us from this very day. And what I would tell you, it doesn't make it any easier, but as a community, we continue to process it and move forward. As time marches on, it won't be any less important. It will be part of our history, part of what we can learn from, and we will constantly be continuing to heal those folks that were impacted on that day. Our entire community and across the country, so many people were impacted. What I can tell you is Clark County is very proud to be working through the memorial, because we want to make it extremely special for all of those. There were people from across the country that participated in the process. As we walk through it, it's been done very methodically, very timely, so that we could actually hear, dig deep, and figure out what people really want to see and know for the future generations, so they could understand that. So we've already had, we have a 7 committee member that we put in place just last year. They, even in these times of COVID, they've been able to still make progress, to talk to families, to talk to survivors, to talk to community members that stepped up on that very day. We sent out a survey. The first survey, we had about 6,000 people participate. That also led us to a second survey, which we had about 5,000 people. The one thing that I remember, so many of my friends out there, we talked about what does this look like. We didn't want to hurry it because we wanted to really take our time. We watched around the country how people quickly did something, but we in Clark County knew that it was such a tragic impact to us that we wanted to make sure that it had an everlasting meaning. And one of the things that came out of the first survey, and I remember the conversations, people going back and forth on where would be the right place. But what we did find out of the survey from many of the family members, many of the survivors, and the community, that they really wanted it to be at the Route 91 Festival Plaza that was happened that night. So we are so thankful that MGM donated that land. So that will be the home of our memorial. And that'll be one piece of it, right? Because it's in our hearts and it circulates throughout the valley all the time. So as we move through to the next process, we encourage everybody to be part of it because we want you to stay engaged with us. We want you to know, how are you feeling today as opposed to 2 years ago, 1 year ago. So encourage all of you to continue to stay with us at Clark County because it will be something that we can all be proud of. Today I have most of my committee members here that are part of the 1 October. They want to raise their hands. Would they like to stand? I feel like this flag is in my way, so. Well, I'll be here, so I'll send you to them in the rotunda. I know most of them will be in the rotunda at the end. So I encourage you to be part of it. Thank you so much for coming out to showcase the community that we are, how we can come together when times are tough, how we can move forward and really remember who we are and what we stand for. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, we'll have Ms. Hyatt come to the dais. And Ms. Hyatt is this Kurt Von Tillo. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here to honor our angels. It's really heartwarming to see everyone. My name is Hyatt. My brother is Kurt Bontillo, one of our 58 angels. Our family story is a little bit unique in that we had 6 family members night at the concert. That fateful night, my brother Kurt was killed. My daughter was wounded pretty significantly. I was wounded. Those physical wounds have healed, but the lasting scars for our family remain and go on, like all of our families and all of our angels' families. Coming to Las Vegas had been kind of a reunion for our family. We had so much fun. We had people that had moved to different places, and it was like a reunion of family and friends, partying, dancing, enjoying the music, enjoying football on Sunday, and we really had an amazing time for the last 4 years prior to that night, or the last 3 years prior to that. And that came to a tragic and unimaginable ending. We continue to live the impact of all that happened that night 4 years later, as we all do. The trickle-down effect of this tragedy could not be anticipated, but is so significant. Relationships built and relationships torn down. People thrive and people struggle. We live with the physical and mental pain, and our lives are forever changed. It is such a helpless feeling. For me, I've always been a fixer by nature and in my career, but I learned that some things can't be fixed. All you can do is be there for each other, listen, cry, hug, love, and support one another. It's hard to understand what any person, no matter how close they are to you, it's hard to understand what they go through. And it reminds you that you just need to be patient and loving and caring to everyone you meet, because you don't know what they're going through. The amazing realization for me in this past 4 years is that there are those people in this world who are here to help, provide hope, lend support, and be the good. As I prepared what I was going to say, I watched the speeches by Minda, Joe, and Albert. I had a feeling of joy as all of their messages over these past 3 years have been about hope and about love, and despite the heaviest of hearts and the hugest loss you can imagine, they stood up here and just shared a message of hope. How does this amazing spirit rise from the depths of despair? We are resilient. As human beings, our ability to choose the good, I believe, can be life-saving for us. As we continue through this journey, our empathy for others who suffer tragedy like we've gone through has increased because of our understanding of what they go through. When you see things on the news, and your heart goes out because you know and you understand that their lives are going to be forever changed. The outpouring of love and support that has lifted up our family over these years began immediately with text messages the next day, with text messages from our family, our friends, and strangers all over the country and Canada, can I say that? Who have reached out to us. When we returned home, for me, my family, there were flowers, messages, flags on our doorsteps. The outpouring of love continued. Because of the good that is Minda Smith and her beautiful family at the first anniversary, and Melissa Williams coordinating the Angels games for the 58 and survivors, a new bond was formed that will never be broken. Because of the love and goodness of our friend Tommy Marr, and more families and survivors came together to be the good. We met people all over the country and Canada that reached out to us just wanting to honor my brother. We met a beautiful woman named Lindsay Lawler in Tennessee who wanted to honor him. He was a trucker and a truck owner, and they wanted to honor him at a convention as a driver. And they had us come to Nashville, and they honored him, and it was the beginning of some really, really deep healing for our family. We have met so many beautiful, resilient people who have gone through the most terrible and unimaginable thing, but still stand tall, lift others up despite their own grieving. Their empathy and their strength remind us of the power of human spirit and the spirit that lives in all of us. In closing, I want to share a message that I received within the first week after October 1st. It touched me so much and is a great example of how we might touch people in our day-to-day lives with kindness, outreach, listening, and acknowledging them no matter what the circumstances. This is from a gentleman that my brother met as he was traveling across the country in his truck, and this gentleman sold him tires occasionally. He said, and I'm quoting his message to me on Facebook Messenger. He said, "I wanted to send someone who was close to Kurt a message because I just need to express how deep my hurt is after learning of this timeless tragedy. I wanted to let you know that I'm praying for you and your family. Even though you don't know me, and I knew and loved Kurt for the person that he was. I worked for GCR Tire in Colorado. I sold tires to Kurt occasionally, and I got to know him over the years. Last night when I learned of his death, I was heartbroken and didn't sleep a wink. I can only imagine what you guys are going through. I've been praying ever since to try and understand this. I know I never will. Please give Mary Jo and all the family my deepest condolences, and know that there is a church here in Colorado praying for you and lifting you up before our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ." This morning I called his cell phone just because I wanted to hear his voice. We still do that. He was my friend, and we used to have some pretty serious discussions to solve all the world's problems. Of course, we never did, but it was always good. He was more to me than just another customer. Please know that I will continue to pray for all of your recovery from this tragedy. I will forever hold Kurt in my heart and will always remember him. God bless all of you in this time of remembering Kurt. His name is Michael Wold, and he's in Colorado. That is who my brother Kurt was. I'm blessed to have had him as my brother. I'm blessed to be here. I'm blessed to have my daughter, to have my niece, to have my husband and my sister-in-law, who I love so much, on this journey with me. To plagiarize a little bit of my friend Albert's message from last year, I would like to quote another group of philosophers, Old Dominion. Life is short, make it sweet. In closing, I just want to also thank all the first responders and everywhere. My community has tragedy with fires, and there was an amazing first responder that helped us that night, and I just want to say thank you so much. You have no idea what your love and your kindness and your sacrifice means to all of us. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Deanne. At this point, Mr. Sky, can you come forward and...
Hi everybody, my name is Matt Sky, and I'm going to be singing a song that my good friend Mark Johnson wrote, just to represent everybody and whoever lost someone or was affected by that tragic day. So the song's called 4 Years After.
Desert heat, autumn nights, busy sidewalks, Vegas lights. 91 is heating signs, lambs in order, fortune lines. Country sounds are in the queue, the lambs compress but they get through. Telling of a coming room, a brooding culture no one knew. Here we are, 4 years after, trailing tears and no more laughter. Cradle lives that ache repair, still 4 years after in the air. Here we are, so much gone, searching for breaking dawn. Poorest hearts lost in vain, scars are healing but not the pain. Evening crack, torrential shower, letting rain from on the tower. The unseen eyes of heinous cloud stole the stage with the thunderous power. Splinter noise across the grounds, the voices of 1,000 rounds overwhelmed the country's sound. The playpens now, the battlegrounds. And here we are, 4 years after, trailing tears and no more laughter. Cradle lives that ache repair, reverberations in the air. Here we are, so much gone, searching for a breaking dawn. Poorest hearts lost in vain, the scars of healing but not the everlasting light on every band. Lift the lamps from where they pen, and sweep the blood from where it stemmed. Here we are, 4 years after, painful tears to search for laughter. Tally's only just begun. There's so much more for 91. Those survivors ain't prepared, but many lambs of solitaire. Reverberations through the land, still 4 years after in the air. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. And we've been there 10,000 bright shining as the sun, with no less days to sing God's praise than when we first began. Through many dangers, toils and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace that brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Was blind, but now I see.
All right, everybody, a very touching tribute out there in Las Vegas, Nevada this morning. It is actually only 7:35 in the morning out there. This specifically is a sunrise ceremony honoring all of the victims that tragically and suddenly lost their life when a gunman opened fire at a country music festival on October 1st, 2017. Hard to believe that was already 4 years ago. So you saw them paying tribute, showing pictures of the victims. Again, we do know that when that situation unfolded, the shooter was later found dead in his hotel room. So wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are going to head on with some top stories that we are following this morning. I do want to start off and let you know that we have recently got a live picture, a live video feed outside of the family, the home of the family of Brian Laundrie. 23 years old. He is the fiance of now deceased Gabby Petito. He has been missing, or he has not been seen or heard from since about 2 weeks ago, more than 2 weeks at this point. Now, we did get several new developments in the investigation yesterday. We had the FBI back at this exact location, going inside of the home and retrieving more of Brian Laundrie's belongings to give to their canines as the search for him continues. I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox's Jonathan Sari. He's been following this investigation from the very beginning.
FBI agents arrived at Brian Laundrie's home this afternoon, briefly looking inside a camper parked in the family's driveway. The Laundrie family's attorney says the agents were collecting personal items belonging to Brian to assist canines in their search. This coming as a timeline of Brian's movements after returning to Florida becomes clearer. Today, the family's attorney confirmed Brian purchased a new cell phone on September 4th. He says Brian left it at home before going missing. The FBI is reportedly looking at surveillance video from the store where the device was purchased.
The FBI is going to be really interested in what he looks like right now. Has he shaved his facial hair? Is he wearing a hat?
The FBI remains in charge of the search for Brian, but volunteers have joined the hunt. Dwayne Dog Chapman has been searching barrier islands near Fort DeSoto Park, where the Laundrie family went camping earlier this month. Yesterday, his team located an energy drink and an empty campsite, but no conclusive evidence Brian was there. Meanwhile, Brian's parents, Chris and Roberta, were again met by protesters upon returning to their house this morning. Records obtained by Fox News show police answered dozens of 911 calls or response requests related to the Laundrie's Northport home. The 911 calls occurred between September 10 and the 27th. The names of the callers have been redacted. In Northport, Florida, Jonathan Sari, Fox News.
Did you get hit in the face? Kind of looks like something like hit you in the face. And then over on your arm, shoulder, right here. That's new, huh? It's kind of a new mark.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Can I see the other side of your face? So, what happened here and here?
I'm not sure. It was a. I was just trying to get in the back of the car and his backpack was on the back and got me.
So the backpack got you? So there's two people that came to us and told us that they saw him hit you. There's two people saying that they saw him punch you. We're just independent witnesses by Moonflower.
Well, to be honest, I definitely hit him first.
Where'd you hit him?
I slapped him.
You slapped him first? And then just on his face?
You get to kind of just shut up.
How many times did you slap him?
Just a couple.
And then what? And his reaction was to do what?
Grab my arm so I wouldn't slap him.
He just grabbed you?
Yeah.
Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, and then I understand if he hit you, but we want to know the truth if he actually hit you. Because
I guess, yeah, but I hit him first.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be honest.
He grabbed my face, I guess. He didn't hit me in the face, he didn't punch me in the face or anything.
Did he slap your face or what?
Well, he grabbed me with his nail, and I guess that's why it looked I definitely have a cut right here because I can feel it.
Yeah.
When I touch it, it burns.
All right, everybody. So we wanted to bring you this video here on Live Now from Fox. It was breaking news that our team brought to you yesterday. Gabby Petito telling Utah police that her fiance, Brian Laundrie, hit her on August 12th. That is according to this newly released body cam video from a second Moab officer who arrived at the scene. Meanwhile, Laundrie said he didn't have time to defend himself from allegations that he'd struck Gabby. He said, quote, "I pushed her away. She gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings, and she had her cell phone in her hand, so I was just trying to push her away." The August 12th 911 call, first reported by Fox News Digital earlier this month, illustrated what experts have flagged as a potentially abusive relationship between Petito and Laundrie. Fox News previously obtained a different officer's body cam video, but it appears that the police did separate interviews. So again, some new developments in this investigation that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. However, I do want to switch gears here entirely, bring you out to a Live Now look we have of the nation's capital. Another busy morning out there, everybody. President Biden's agenda did suffer a major setback last night, but Democrats in Congress will be back at it this morning. They're trying to reach a deal on trillions of dollars in new spending and taxes. Fox's Doug Luzader has more on the dramatic infighting from Capitol Hill this morning.
This week, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had to delay a vote over this infighting, and she finds herself in a strange situation, unable to control her members.
How disappointed are you that there's no vote tonight, Madam Speaker?
There will be a vote today, Speaker Pelosi said after she left the Capitol just after midnight. And one Democrat summed it all up.
If you kill my bill, I'll kill yours. That's kind of the situation we're in.
No mention is a traitor. Build back better, now not later.
Many on the left, including these protesters, are furious at West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin. He wants huge cuts in the president's social spending agenda, dropping it from $3.5 trillion over 10 years to $1.5 trillion. And he makes no apologies.
I've never been a liberal in any way, shape, or the form.
And that means far-left Democrats are delaying support for a bipartisan infrastructure deal, and they laugh at Manchin's demands.
Is that sufficient for the both of you? For 1 year?
And the president has been lobbying too, but the White House says this is all par for the course.
This is how democracy works. I know it feels foreign because there wasn't much that happened over the last couple of years.
And Republicans are happy to watch the Democrats' drama from the sidelines as progressives go after moderates.
They will come after you, they will steamroll you, they will try and destroy you, and they're willing to do that even if you've got the word Democrat after your name.
Now, one thing members of Congress did get done, though. They passed a temporary spending bill to avert a government shutdown today. Everything else, though, is unresolved. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Okay, some more news to bring you, everybody, from Capitol Hill this morning. We are learning that Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh tested positive for COVID-19. The Supreme Court released a statement this morning saying, in part, quote, "On a Thursday evening, Justice Kavanaugh was informed that he had tested positive for COVID-19. He has no symptoms and has been fully vaccinated since January." Now, I actually do have that full statement to show you here on Live Now from Fox and can read you the whole thing. Now, it says on Thursday, per the court's regular testing protocols, Justice Kavanaugh had a routine COVID test ahead of Justice Barrett's investiture on Friday. On Thursday evening, Justice Kavanaugh was informed that he had tested positive for COVID-19. He has no symptoms and has been fully vaccinated since January. Per current court testing protocols, all of the justices were tested Monday morning prior to conference, and all tested negative, including Justice Kavanaugh. Justice Kavanaugh's wife and daughters are also fully vaccinated, and they tested negative on Thursday as a precaution. Justice and Mrs. Kavanaugh will not attend Justice Barrett's investiture this morning. So some more news to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a look over the Capitol building in our nation's capital, but I do want to head out to Austin, Texas for this next top story and a segment from our Fox 4 Dallas station. Federal judges will hear Texas's arguments against temporarily blocking abortion bans before ruling on a DOJ request. Instead of immediately acting on the request, U.S. District Judge Robert
Robert L. Pittman set an October 1st hearing to consider arguments before ruling. So let's get the latest here on what we can expect today from our Fox 4 Dallas team.
In 2 hours, it's Texas versus the U.S. and the Department of Justice in court in Austin. It's a battle over our state's new near ban on abortions, and we say good morning to constitutional law attorney David Cole. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so for now, abortions are constitutional across the U.S., but attorneys for the state of Texas want to keep that point out of this case.
Yes, the Department of Justice, on behalf of the United States, brought suit against the state of Texas. The only defendant is just the state to get an injunction against the law going any further. It's taken effect, but they want an order saying that no cases can actually be brought under the law by private parties. There's been a ton of briefing about the legal issues. The last one was just filed shortly before we got on the air here, and the court's going to take all that up with the lawyers starting at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and of course, on the flip side, the DOJ brief says that the new law is already putting women at risk and it, quote, violates the Constitution. Can they win that argument?
Well, they're making some unusual arguments against a statute that is very unusual. The designers of this statute deliberately wrote it in a way to get around a lot of the restrictions that we've traditionally had in place on what the federal courts can do. So the United States here is taking some positions that would seem a little unusual in basically any other case. Applied to this statute, they say, look, it's an unusual statute. We've got to think outside the box a little bit.
Right, and to let folks know, this case is on a path from district court, one judge, then perhaps to the very conservative Fifth Circuit, then possibly to the Supreme Court. What do you predict as it makes this pathway?
Yeah, so I've long ago quit trying to place odds on court cases. I'm going to stick with something easier like horses. But if I was going to place a few odds here, it's going to go to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, one of the most conservative courts of appeals in the country. Three-judge panel will pass on that. How quickly is a matter of court procedure, but probably pretty fast. And then it's up to the Supreme Court if they want to be involved. Tough question for the Supreme Court because there are already statutes in front of them now from other states about more traditional types of restrictions on abortion that could affect how this case goes forward. So they'll have to decide where they want to jump into this more unusual lawsuit.
Yeah, and I believe the Alabama one, I think, it goes toward viability. The Supreme Court then would have to also, I guess, talk about the constitutionality of these. So that's a tall order.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now, and this statute in Texas, of course, adds a number of procedural issues on top of issues that are already pretty complicated and have gotten a lot of thought since Roe versus Wade was decided. Tellingly, the state's brief filed a few days ago in the front, where they have a list of all the cases they cite, Roe versus Wade isn't cited in there, and that's deliberate. They're trying to show this case has nothing to do with the underlying abortion issues. This is all about procedure and jurisdiction.
And will the Supreme Court address this, or could they decline the case?
The Supreme Court could easily be given something like they ruled on about a month ago, an emergency request to weigh in on a procedural aspect of it before the merits got to them. You often hear that called the shadow docket of the Supreme Court. I doubt they would take an opinion on the merits of this. This is all about a quick injunction to stop this before it goes any further into effect. Whether they decide to get involved in that procedural posture or not, they've already turned it down once. They might do it again.
All right, today's hearing starts at 9 a.m. in Austin before U.S. District Judge Robert Pittman, an appointee of former President Barack Obama. Of course, we're going to follow developments here on Fox 4 and on our website. Constitutional law attorney David Cole, thank you.
Thank you very much.
In less than 2 hours, it's...
Meanwhile, happening in Austin as well, everybody. A little local news that is making national headlines this morning. Starting today, Austin police will ask people to use 311 instead of 911 when it comes to reporting crimes that are no longer in process when the suspect is not on scene or when there's no immediate threat to life or property. Police Chief Joseph Chacon says if any call does not meet that criteria, it will be routed to 911 and an officer will respond. All reports gathered by 311 or online will still be given to investigators and followed up when detectives are available. According to Austin PD, this new policy is a result of a recent review of their COVID mitigation protocol, the current staffing shortage, as well as aligning with the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. recommendations coming from that group. So there's some news out of Texas as well. I also do want to bring you the latest on how communities are feeling as influx of migrants are still being seen at the U.S.-Mexico border. Let's listen in.
Doug Baxter has known the waters of the Rio Grande nearly his entire life.
I've run this river all the way, miles and miles and miles and miles of it, and I've never had one instance of problems.
But Baxter has noticed a changing tide when it comes to the river that separates Texas and Mexico.
It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
But nothing prepared him for the thousands upon thousands of migrants who poured across recently, seeking the American dream.
Don't get me wrong, I feel bad for these folks, but how do you handle a migration like that?
With such a steady stream of migrants, folks out here on the Rio Grande who boat or fish say you really have to slow down and pay attention with so many people out here trying to cross the river. For several days, the spike of mostly Haitian nationals led to the closure of the international bridge that connects Del Rio, Texas, and Ciudad Acuña.
Well, it's had a big impact, mainly because, these two cities, Del Rio and Acuña, are cities that depend one from the other. Sergio Garza owns a gas station near the bridge. He says he went from selling 2,000 gallons a day to barely 100. We know the U.S., it welcomes all citizens in the world, but I mean, it has to be done the right way. But with politics dividing how to fix the immigration system, the border crossings are showing no signs of slowing down.
It hurts my belly. It makes me sick to my stomach to watch this. I mean, what are we going to do?
Another massive migrant caravan with anywhere from 20 to 60,000 people could be heading to the U.S.-Mexico border. Sources say that group has the possibility to arrive here within weeks. In Del Rio, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jeff Paul for that report. Well, guys, it is October 1st. It's been fall for about a week now, but I wanted to bring you this next story because one of my most favorite things about fall is the fact that the leaves are changing colors up north. I am from New York, so this time of year is just so exciting to me. We don't really get change of leaves in Florida. Sometimes palm tree leaves fall on our head, but I do want to bring you this latest story from Fox News' Kevin Cork. He is talking about whether or not the fall foliage is actually going to be dwindling down this year, which would make me very upset. So let's take a listen.
Bright colors.
They're gorgeous. Prettier than we've remembered them in years past.
And dramatic, vibrant hues.
It's like the mountain is on fire. It's really cool.
The changing of the leaves during autumn is loved and admired by many. But according to research collected by the Associated Press, this sea of striking shades could soon become a thing of the past, as increasing wildfires, droughts, hurricanes, and global warming brought on by climate change are attacking our forests. Because these extreme temperatures and natural disasters are happening more frequently, scientists say they're damaging the leaves before they even have a chance to change their colors. Climate activists say enough is enough.
We're behind, and we have to stop the BS.
Speaking at this week's Youth for Climate conference in Italy, U.S. officials say the world needs to implement cleaner energy solutions at a more rapid pace to combat climate change.
We have to build forests 5 times faster than we are today. We have to stop coal 5 times faster than we are today. We have to deploy electric vehicles 22 times faster than we are today.
However, environmentalists say their fears are already becoming a reality. In Maine, for example, the state's peak foliage season actually begins at the end of September, but this week officials there say fewer leaves are changing colors compared to this time last year. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And benchmark repeats your pizza table. And benchmark repeats
Good morning. We've been taking a look here at the Dow as we are seeing just a little bit bouncing back and forth. We've had some stock market jitters here this week, so the Dow will be something we'll pop up here, the big board, a few times throughout the day to see if we can't end our week up in the green. You can see it's on the rise here, but as we've known before, it can always bounce back and forth within a moment's notice. So do want to just continue to keep an eye on this as, again, our stock's going to be wrapping up for the week here today on this Friday. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do want to show you just some breaking news coming to us out of Texas. After an all-night search, there were 3 missing kids who were found safely in a wooded area. So you can see we do have a microphone stand ready for some our microphones to be added to it. But thankfully, these children were found safely. They were reported missing on Thursday night. They were looking for a 6-year-old girl, 6-year-old boy, and a 7-year-old boy. This is all according to the sheriff's office. Now, deputies had been dispatched around 8 p.m. for report of a lost person. The caller had reported 3 children were missing. They were believed to be lost in the Sam Houston National Forest, which surrounds the Flamingo Lake subdivision. Now, when deputies arrived, they had learned that 3 children took a commonly used trail that connects to the children's homes, and authorities say the trail is used by the neighborhood so kids can stay off the main road. And so law enforcement agencies from several jurisdictions, including fire department personnel, the Montgomery County Search and Rescue, they all responded to conduct this search. So again, the officials do say that they had numerous calls from people asking if they could help with the search. And again, the terrain that they were searching through was a wooded area. You can see here a very stormy morning, but thankfully these children were found safe after an all-night search. So as soon as we do get another update from those officers, maybe giving us a little bit more details on to a little bit more on their location where they were found, what the kids may have told to them, of course, we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But do want to say thank you to all of our viewers here with us. We appreciate each and every single one of you. We always try to work hard to bring you the latest breaking news and stories that are happening here across the country. So Christy Larson here at the desk with you this morning, and I did want to also show you another live picture that we have coming in here to our desk that is outside of the Laundrie family home. You can see there at the bottom of your screen that one of those protesters who has been outside of the Laundrie family home multiple days ever since Brian Laundrie had been reported missing is back at it again, using a megaphone to share some of their own opinions to the Laundrie family. Now, the parents, again, Chris and Roberta, inside of their home here on yet another day where the search for their 23-year-old son continues, especially when it comes to the case of Gabby Petito. Newest information coming out of this story. We've all seen the Moab police video. And of course, now we do know that Brian Laundrie did, according to Gabby, during this newly released video, did hit Gabby. When an officer had asked if he had hit her, she said, "I guess." So we'll continue to follow any more developments out of the Northport area, out of Florida, as the search for Brian Laundrie enters yet another day. So a look on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers yesterday did avoid that government shutdown, and we'll be hearing maybe some reaction from some of our members today, but also we do have a White House briefing that will take place a little later here this morning, and we'll get the latest with our White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, not only on that, the agenda from the Biden administration moving forward, but also hearing about our border crisis as it continues. We continue to hear of more people who want to show up at our border each and every single day. So a lot coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Going to be stepping away for a quick commercial break, and when we come back, bacon prices at an all-time high. Why? Well, we'll be looking into that, talking with a economic specialist here in just a few moments. So again, more to come here on Live Now from Fox after a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here out of Chandler Airport. Crews did respond to a mid-air collision between a helicopter and a fixed-wing plane, and the plane was able to land, but we are hearing that the helicopter crash caught on fire. It was reported that there were 2 people on board the helicopter, but we have not been able to confirm that information as of yet. So we did want to give you this live look there. You can see that plane again that had landed, and as we do know, it had came into contact with also a helicopter up in the air. Going to take a look here at trying to get more information. Again, this is in Chandler, Arizona, where this incident did take place. All right, so we are getting a look here at the area. You can see firefighters have responded here to this brushy area. It looks like a lot of burnt surface there. Again, this is the area where you can see them placing a tarp over the parts of the helicopter. It does look like they were able to get all of that fire out after this helicopter did crash. Again, this is a live look coming to you out of Chandler. This, again, is the Chandler Airport, where a helicopter and a fixed-wing plane did have a mid-air collision. So again, we were hearing that there was possibly 2 people on board this helicopter, and not been able to confirm, but we're working to get that confirmed, as well as a little bit more information here. But you can see just that area where water has been doused onto the brush that had obviously caught fire, where that helicopter had crashed. And again, we do know that the plane landed safely. Unfortunately, though, the helicopter did land and catch fire. So once more here on Live Now from Fox, we're always bringing you out to the latest breaking news, events happening across the country. Here in Chandler, Arizona, we're taking a look at this breaking news. If we do get more updates from our officials there down on the ground, including how many people were on that helicopter, maybe what happened. Of course, we're going to be staying on top of this story here for you. But again, this is just a live look as we do have fire crews out here. You can see just some of those parts of that helicopter that is here down on the ground. Again, they just placed that tarp over part of the helicopter there. So unfortunately, this could also mean that there was a loss of life. But again, we don't know how many people were on board that helicopter, or if they were able to make it out safely or not. But it has been reported that the helicopter crashed and caught fire. So we are always on top of live breaking news as it happens here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, as we work to get more information, we'll be bringing that to you here as soon as we can. So once more, we do also have some breaking news coming to us out of the Texas area. This is showing you just some of the area where 2 children were, or 3 children had been reported missing and found safely in this wooded area. It looks like a very stormy, rainy day. And again, we do have this picture coming to us as there is supposed to be a update coming from our officials very shortly.
Next week.
So once again, you can see here just this area. Let's listen into what this person's saying.
Oh, guys, I had to open Jim's Hardware.
All right, so just a person driving by here quickly. So again, we do know at this time the 3 children who had been missing have been found safely. Again, this coming to us from Montgomery, Texas, but I want to take us back out to that breaking news that was coming to us from Chandler, as we do now have some information from the FAA registries. So we do know that there was two aircrafts that were involved in this crash. Our camera's zooming back over to where this plane did land safely. Now, it was the manufacturer of the plane was a Piper. Again, the type of aircraft is a fixed wing, single engine plane. And again, this is a area where the airport is near, and you can see that airplane did land safely. This is again in Chandler, Arizona, as we are trying to get more information on exactly who may have been on board, how many people at the time of this mid-air crash. So again, some new information coming in from FAA registry. The other aircraft that we're hearing is a 415C model, and that manufacturer name is Engineering and Research. Again, these are all just being here registered with the FAA. So we've been trying to work to get a little bit more information. You can see some of the runways there, some of this area surrounding Chandler, and then of course a lot of those fire engines and first responders in the area where this helicopter did crash. And again, we do know at this time that the manufacturer of that fixed wing single engine plane is Piper. And again, we've been taking a look here as firefighters are examining this area where it does look like some of that brush had caught fire after the helicopter crashed. It was said to have caught fire. You can also see that blue tarp down over just some of the some of what's left of that helicopter there too. So an investigation obviously is going to have to take place here today, as again, this was a mid-air collision that happened in Chandler, Arizona. And as we're trying to learn more information, also according to the FAA registry, this registered owner of this fixed wing single engine is Flight Operations Academy, LLC. So when we're talking about these incidents, of course, all of these aircrafts have to be registered, and so this is some of the information we're getting from the registry on these 2 that are involved in this incident. Again, a fixed wing single engine was said to have had a mid-air collision with a helicopter, and once more we do know at this time that the first aircraft was a fixed wing single engine made by Piper. Its registered owner name is Flight Operations Academy, LLC. And again, this is all a live picture coming to you from Chandler, Arizona, as we do know also the second aircraft involved in this was a helicopter. The model was a 415C, manufacturer's Engineering and Research. And the owner of the registered owner of that aircraft prior to deregistration was a person out of Spring Hill, Alabama. So going to continue to work on getting more information at this breaking news scene for you right here on Live Now from Fox. As we are continuing to take this live look, we are going to be stepping away for a quick commercial break. More right here when we all return. So for all of our viewers not in that 2-minute commercial break, once again, we've been taking a look at this breaking news scene out of Chandler, Arizona. If we do get information regarding how many people were on that helicopter that crashed and caught fire, we have heard reports that there was 2 people on board. Have not been able to confirm it, so we will be working on that for you. Also, that plane, how many people were on that when it was able to land safely? Again, they're going to be conducting an investigation, looking into what the cause was of this mid-air collision, and we'll be on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. Also, on top of the other breaking news we've been following out of Montgomery, Texas, you can see we have a live picture coming in from this wooded area where 3 missing children were found safely after an all-night search. So we do have some of our officials getting prepared to help make a statement here today, but 3 children had been reported missing on Thursday night, and thankfully there was search rescue teams were able to locate these children. They were believed to be lost in the Sam Houston National Forest, which surrounds the Flamingo Lake subdivision, and law enforcement agencies say that these kids do use this trail to stay off of the main road, and this trail does connect to these children's homes. So again, there's been a lot of search and rescue personnel who were out all night. They were able to find these children safely, and again, they had been reported missing on Thursday night, and thankfully they have been found safe. So as soon as we do see more coming, and it does look like we're going to be getting that press conference. Let's listen in live.
Everybody's ready, right? Just to make sure. I'll wait.
Tell us what's going on.
Okay. So, good morning. We're here to provide you an update with reference to the 3 missing children from in the Sam Houston National Forest. My name is Lieutenant Scott Spencer. I'm with the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. So just to reiterate some of the details from last night, about 8 p.m., the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office received a call reference to 3 lost children here in the Flamingo Lake subdivision off of Julie Lane. When deputies arrived, they discovered that the 3 children were going from one residence to another using a trail that they've commonly used before to go to the residences and had not showed up at either house. The children use this trail all the time, so do other kids in the neighborhood, to avoid the main road, which doesn't have a lot of lighting and is very narrow. When the deputies arrived, they searched the area, were unable to locate the children. Search residences, were unable to locate the children. At that time, we activated additional resources, including the Montgomery County Search and Rescue. Into the early morning hours, we continued search efforts. We placed personnel into the woods. We had dogs, we had helicopters, drones, all the type of technology, night vision equipment we needed to continue the search. But just after 3 a.m., the search was called off, actively inside the woods, but first responders remained on scene. This morning, the first responders, along with the Montgomery County Search and Rescue, the Forestry Service, have entered the woods again and are actively looking for the children. We have no new information other than we are in the woods. We have all the resources on hand that we possibly need. We have all the supplies on hand that we need. The Sheriff's Office, as well as you guys, have been inundated with requests from help from the community, and we are so grateful and blessed to have a community that is so supportive and want to help and get involved. But at this time, we don't need any additional resources or help. In fact, if personnel come down, they could actually cause a hindrance to the search efforts by contaminating the scene or getting in the way, or we have to actually respond and help them. The personnel that are out here are highly trained and skilled in searching and rescue efforts, so we're going to continue to rely on that at this time. If that changes, we will obviously reach out through our media partners and through our social media and asking for additional.
All right, guys, so we had been listening in. I believe that was an old press conference that our team was playing back for us because we have heard reports that those 3 young children have been found safe after authorities did spend the whole night searching that area. Again, it was the Sam Houston National Forest. So again, those children have been reported found safe at this time. So I believe our team was just feeding back that morning press conference when they still had not yet been located. So going to just go ahead and confirm confirm that information for us as we continue to bring you a lot of these news updates happening across the country. Going to take us back out to the big board here as we are seeing our green rising once again here as again we are headed into this Friday, hoping that we can stay up. Right now, up more than 220 points. We'll pop up the big board throughout the day, but a lot of people wondering what's going to happen here with the stocks as we did have Congress members pass that debt limit so that we can avoid a government shutdown. Will there be fallout today? Of course, we'll keep our eyes here on the stocks. When it comes to the pandemic, it has definitely taken a toll on our economy, especially when it comes to one of America's favorite breakfast foods. And bacon prices are now said to be at the highest price that we've seen in the past 40 years. So we, of course, wanted to talk about this with our senior economist, Veronica Nye, who is joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Veronica, let's just start with why we are seeing such high prices when it comes to pork, especially with a slab of bacon.
Certainly. Well, you know, we've talked about the pandemic and its effect on the supply chain, and that's certainly coming to light in a lot of different ways in the last 6 months. But for agriculture, that supply shock really started last spring. So we had a lot of packing plants that were unable to operate at full capacity because of the spread of COVID-19. And so we had a lot of pigs that weren't getting slaughtered at the time that they normally would. So that meant some farmers had to euthanize pigs that they were just unable to find availability of slaughter capacity. And then some farmers had to hold on to their pigs longer. They got a little bigger. And then they had to contend with the thought and wonder whether or not they should breed back pigs. So we've had all of these disruptions in the pork sector. And we have to remember that pigs and this ultimately the production of bacon is a biological supply chain. And so when we start thinking about disruptions, we have to trace it all the way back to last year. So we've seen all this fluctuation in the supply of pigs and ultimately pork, which is playing out now as consumers are going to the grocery store looking for their favorite bacon products, favorite pork products, and they're seeing higher prices because of those impacts on supply much earlier on.
And we know that this just means pork is up 7% in the past 12 months. Bacon said to be up 28% in the past 12 months. When is the end of these high prices going to be coming? Because obviously a lot of people have been looking at their budgets and probably been holding off on buying some of these products too.
Well, certainly that's something that producers would also like to know because these fluctuations are incredibly difficult to plan around. So when we look at USDA Economic Research Service data, for 2020, they're looking at the price of pork products going back to more of the 20-year average. So if folks can hold out until 2022, the hope is that, that all of these supply differences will have resolved themselves, and we'll start to see some normalcy in the meat case.
And I know you mentioned, obviously, that some of our farmers, ranchers have had to deal with this change in the supply demand, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. So just talk again how they've been really impacted throughout this time.
It's a good question, and the answer, unfortunately, is long because it touches almost all of the elements of the supply chain. So, early on there were problems at the at slaughter facilities, and so you had folks having to euthanize pigs that would have otherwise gone into the supply chain. But then beyond that, we started seeing these huge increases in demand for meat, which a lot of folks, if you think about the underlying concerns that we had at the beginning of the pandemic, that we all thought that meat demand would fall because consumers' income was going to fall. But is that a lot of folks ended up being able to work from home, and their incomes didn't vary nearly as much as maybe we initially thought they would. So what we saw is that pork demand actually escalated, meat demand escalated during the pandemic. That leads to higher feed costs for producers because they're now saying, oh, we have to catch up. Now we're increasing the hog herd. That means increased demand for feed. And that wasn't happening just in the US, that was happening all around the world. So you see increased feed costs to produce the pigs that are ultimately the pork products that we eat. We've also seen huge disruptions in transportation, in energy costs, and of course, we can't forget labor at the packing facilities, labor lacking in all of the elements between the time the animal leaves the farm to the time that it actually gets to the grocery store. So all of these things certainly add up and add to the inflationary pressure that we've been seeing in the grocery store and everywhere else. So it's certainly been a challenge for producers who are dealing with those increased prices, if they can get their hands on supplies at all. So, certainly that rationing is occurring in the marketplace where we're seeing those increased prices and lower availability, meaning that certain producers aren't able to get the inputs that they need in order to run their farms.
And so, as you mentioned, we might not see these prices go back to, normal anytime soon, but what will it take for us to maybe see a little bit of a drop in those prices? Is there anything we as consumers could be doing to help with these supply-demand issues that have been going on?
Well, I think one thing that we can all keep in mind is that while there were disruptions initially in the ag supply chain, I think what we've all witnessed is that there's a lot of resiliency in U.S. agriculture. We didn't see runs on supply. We didn't see the grocery store shelves empty. Farmers and ranchers continued to farm. They continued to produce the food that we all depend on. And so we really would like to caution folks against some of those panic buying situations that we saw last year. I think we've clearly demonstrated that the supply chain, while it might be a little more expensive than we want, and sometimes there's not as much as we want, it never failed us, and we continue to see product in the grocery stores. So avoiding those panic buying situations, which really sends mixed signals to the producers and the rest of the supply chain, and makes it difficult to keep up. So some measured activity, both in the supply chain and from the consumer standpoint, I think will really help get things back to normal, where we're looking at 2% growth in production, 2% growth in prices, back to the more normal situation that we've all grown accustomed to.
Right, because of course a lot of Americans at home want to bring home the bacon, so we do appreciate you breaking it all down when it comes to those prices we're seeing in our grocery stores. Again, Veronica Nye, senior economist, joining us here on LiveNOW from Fox. Thanks again for your time explaining it all to us. And we'll be right back after a quick 2-minute commercial break. Going to be jumping into our White House COVID-19 response team briefing. Again, don't go anywhere. More to come here on LiveNOW from Fox when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to be going into the White House COVID-19 response team's briefing as they are talking about everything you need to know with the latest updates from booster shots to case numbers.
Accelerate the end of the epidemic in our country and the pandemic globally with vaccinations. First, COVID-19 vaccines are safe, effective, convenient, and free. They protect you, your loved ones, and your community. Next slide. This is just one bit of data among many from a variety of local locations throughout the country. In this case, it's from Public Health Seattle and King County. This is COVID-19 data over the past 30 days, essentially Delta data. People who are not fully vaccinated are 8 times more likely to test positive, 41 times more likely to be hospitalized, and 57 times more likely to die compared to people who are vaccinated. Next slide. Next message. Booster shots provide further protection against SARS-CoV-2 infection and symptomatic COVID-19 disease for people at increased risk of severe COVID-19 disease. Next slide. This is the slide I showed at a prior press briefing. 12 days or more after the booster dose, the rate of confirmed infection was lower in the booster group than in the non-booster group by a factor of 11.3, and the rate of severe illness lower by a factor of 19.5. Next slide. This is active severe COVID-19 cases by vaccination status in individuals over 60 years old in the Israeli study. And the numbers you see are numbers per 100,000 population as of a couple of days ago. 174.2 in the unvaccinated, 33.7 in those who have 2 doses of an mRNA, and 3.4 in those who had 2 doses of the mRNA, in this case Pfizer, plus a booster. Next slide. Third point, vaccines for children aged 5 to 11, pending FDA authorization and CDC recommendation, may soon be available to help protect our children and those around them. Next slide. As you know, a few days ago, Pfizer and BioNTech submitted their data to the FDA from their phase 2-3 trials of their vaccine in children 5 to 11. The N was over 2,000. The companies report that the vaccine demonstrated a favorable safety profile and elicited robust neutralizing antibody using a 2-dose regimen of 10 microgram doses. Again, the FDA will make a regulatory determination, and the CDC with their ACIP will make a recommendation. Last slide. So therefore, the conclusion from the 3 concise messages are, as Dr. Walensky said so cogently, get vaccinated. Hear how you can find it, vaccines.gov, text your zip code, call the telephone number on the slide. Back to you, Jeff.
Thank you, doctors. As both Dr. Walensky and Dr. Fauci noted, vaccines are the best tool we have against the virus, and getting more shots in arms is the path out of this pandemic. Right now, more than 3 out of 4 eligible Americans have at least their first shot. So that's significant progress, but there's more work to be done. And that's why the president is implementing bold vaccination requirements, including requirements for 17 million healthcare workers to be fully vaccinated, and for all employers with 100 or more employees to ensure their workforce is fully vaccinated or tested at minimum 1 time per week. All told, the president's vaccination requirements will apply to about 100 million workers. That's 2/3 of all workers across the country. And as the president has said, employers should act now to protect their workforce and communities. and employers are doing just that by enacting vaccination requirements. This week, Procter & Gamble and AT&T, two of the very largest companies in the country, adopted vaccination requirements. Delaware announced public and private K through 12 school teachers and staff need to be vaccinated or undergo weekly testing. In Pennsylvania, Allegheny County is now requiring vaccination for its government employees. And if you plan to visit Universal Studios in California or go to a Grizzlies basketball game in Memphis, you'll have to be fully vaccinated or provide proof of a negative test. Each day this week, as organizations hit their vaccination deadlines, we got new data showing that vaccination requirements work. Let's start on Monday. On Monday, Novant Health System in North Carolina hit its deadline and announced that day 99% of its 35,000 employees are vaccinated. On Tuesday, United Airlines announced that 99% of its 60,000 employees were vaccinated and in compliance by its deadline. That's up from 59% just 2 months ago. Then on Wednesday, Vanderbilt University Medical Center said 95% of its 28,000 employees were fully vaccinated. And just yesterday, Virginia Tech reported that 95% of its students were vaccinated by the school's deadline. The data is clear. When organizations implement vaccine requirements, vaccination rates soar to 90% or greater. More and more companies are stepping up to make vaccine requirements the standard across all sectors. Look at job postings. The number of job postings that list COVID vaccination as a requirement jumped 20 times in the past 2 months, according to LinkedIn data. Bottom line, vaccination requirements work. And driven by the president's requirements, vaccination rates at businesses, healthcare systems, universities and colleges, and other institutions across the country will continue to increase. As we vaccinate the unvaccinated, we're also enhancing protection for vaccinated Americans through booster shots. We estimate that by day's end, almost 2 million Americans will have rolled up their sleeves and gotten a booster shot. Nearly 2 million booster shots in the first week. That's a very strong start. And states and pharmacies are reaching out to millions of eligible individuals with text messages, emails, and calls. Maryland alone has made more than 250,000 calls to eligible individuals since last Friday. Pharmacies across the country have scheduled more than 1 million individuals to get their booster shot across the next couple of weeks. And pharmacies are also scheduling over 8,000 on-site clinics to bring booster and flu shots to the most vulnerable, including nursing home and assisted living facility residents and staff. So the boosters program is off to a running start, and we're working with states, tribes, and territories, pharmacies, community health centers, doctors, and other providers to get millions of eligible Americans their booster. Let me close by reiterating, we are laser focused on getting more shots in arms, particularly to vaccinate the unvaccinated. That's our path out of this pandemic. So if you're unvaccinated, please go get a shot. It's free, it's safe, it's easy, and it'll help make all of us safer. With that, let me turn it over to Dr. Murthy for an update on the potential for vaccinations for younger children. Dr. Murthy.
Well, thanks so much, Jeff, and it's good to be with everyone again today. One of the many reasons that I'm hopeful about the future of our pandemic response is that vaccines for children under 12 are now on the horizon. I want to start by sharing why I'm personally invested in this process. My wife and I have 2 children under 12, and like all parents, we want them to be healthy and safe. We've spent a lot of time during the pandemic considering how best to protect them. Now, they recently started school, and we are so grateful that they have the chance to learn in person and enjoy social time with their peers. We are especially grateful to their school for following the CDC guidelines for schools and for using universal masking, regular testing, and improved ventilation to reduce the risk to our kids and all children in the school. But knowing that our kids are unvaccinated, their safety is still always on our mind. And more broadly, I know that COVID has been a source of stress and worry for all those with children in their lives because we want them to be protected from COVID. A vaccine could make a big difference for the health of our kids and for the peace of mind of parents everywhere. So let's talk about our path forward when it comes to vaccinating our children, from the dosage selection to the clinical trials to the rigorous review process. I want to note that the foundation of this entire process is safety. The safety of our nation's children is our highest value and our greatest responsibility. It dictates everything else in the process, and that starts with the dosage. Now, vaccines for children come at different dosages because children aren't just tiny adults. They're growing and developing in countless ways. So the dosage is carefully considered and selected for its optimal safety and immune response in children. Our guiding principle of safety also warrants conducting separate clinical trials for children. We want to be sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the evidence indicates a strong safety profile and strong immune response in children. That's why it matters that thousands of kids are enrolled in each trial and that they are carefully monitored for at least 2 full months after they receive their second dose. When there are sufficient data from those clinical trials, the vaccine developers submit their data and a formal request to the FDA, which then conducts a thorough independent evaluation. If the FDA grants the vaccine an emergency use authorization, or EUA, then the vaccine can be administered. But we have one more important layer of review. If the FDA grants the authorization, the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices then meets to conduct their own review on specific clinical recommendations for healthcare providers. As you can see, this is an involved process. It's conducted by some of the most distinguished experts on vaccines, and the data and advisory committee proceedings are public for maximum transparency. So where are we right now? Well, at the moment, the vaccine furthest along in this process for children is the Pfizer vaccine. They have more than 2,000 children enrolled in their clinical trial, and the company has reported that they have seen promising results. Now, the FDA has released a statement saying that once they receive a formal request for authorization from Pfizer, they are prepared to complete a thorough independent review as quickly as possible, likely in a matter of weeks rather than months. The COVID-19 vaccines are FDA's top priority, and they know the urgency with which our children need a vaccine. They will be guided by science and safety as they evaluate vaccine data for children. That's what's reassuring to me as a parent. And that is why when a vaccine is available for kids 5 through 11, I will look forward to taking my son to get vaccinated. Until then, my family will be taking every step possible to protect our unvaccinated children from the virus. We will adhere to our school's masking policy because we know universal masking in schools reduces our children's risk of getting COVID. In Arizona's Maricopa and Pima counties, schools that started the year without mask requirements were 3.5 times more likely to have COVID-19 outbreaks in schools with early mask requirements. Our children will also participate in the regular testing program their school has set up to catch potential infection early and prevent outbreaks. Additionally, every member of our family will wear masks in indoor public spaces. And when we take our kids to see other people, we will try to do so in spaces with good ventilation, like outdoor settings. Finally, even though our youngest kids
All right, guys, going to interrupt our White House briefing because we still do have this live shot coming to us out of Chandler, Arizona. Have learned some new information that unfortunately 2 people did die after this collision took place. Again, this was happening in Chandler. We were bringing you this live picture from the Chandler airport. And let me just bring in some of that video from earlier here today when we first had brought you this breaking news. So here's just a little bit of playback from that scene out of Chandler, Arizona, again, where we did have this plane collision with a helicopter happen. Again, it was a wing plane, single engine. You can see there that's the area where the helicopter had crashed and then caught fire. So police and firefighters out here responding. This is near McQueen and Queen Creek Roads in Chandler. And according again to the Chandler Fire Department, a mid-air collision happened between a helicopter and a fixed-wing plane, and this plane landed safely. Everyone inside is okay, but unfortunately the helicopter crashed and caught fire, and the department says Again, there's 2 people on board. And so we have been following this breaking news. The National Transportation Safety Board has been notified of the crash, and of course, a investigation is now going to have to take place. So as you know, here on Live Now from Fox, we always bring you out to these breaking news events as they happen across our country. And again, this was some breaking news we went out to right away, learned more information, kept keeping you up to date. And that's what we do here for you, is always give you these developments as they happen. So thanks again to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. Going to be stepping away for a quick 2-minute break. More to come here when we return again after a quick 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We were listening in ahead of that breaking news of that plane crash in Chandler. We were listening in to our White House COVID team. Let's go back out to that here on Live Now from Fox.
In Arizona's Maricopa and Pima counties, schools that started the year without mask requirements were 3.5 times more likely to have COVID-19 outbreaks in schools with early mask requirements. Our children will also participate in the regular testing program their school has set up to catch potential infection early and prevent outbreaks. Additionally, every member of our family will wear masks in indoor public spaces. And when we take our kids to see other people, we will try to do so in spaces with good ventilation, like outdoor settings. Finally, even though our youngest kids can't get vaccinated yet, the rest of us can. And when we are vaccinated, we act as barriers between our kids and the virus. So if you are eligible to get vaccinated, please do so, if not for your own safety, then for the safety of unvaccinated children in your community. And as challenging as this pandemic has been, we must never lose sight of the fact that we have made progress in combating COVID-19. We've learned how to slow the spread of the virus, and we have powerful tools, including vaccines, that we didn't have before. Now we also have the promise of a vaccine for children under 12. We will continue to press forward with our efforts to protect people from COVID with vaccines and other tools that science tells us work to save lives and keep people out of the hospital. Thanks so much, and I look forward to taking some of your questions. I'll turn it back to Jeff.
Thanks, Dr. Murthy. Let's open it up for questions. Kevin?
Thanks, Jeff. First question, let's go to Sabrina Siddiqui at the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you so much, as always, for doing the briefing. I have
Two questions. First, can you talk more about what steps you're taking to lower the costs of rapid at-home tests and to expand testing capacity more broadly, given the higher demand at schools and other congregate settings? And then separately, the White House has repeatedly said the CDC is responsible for the continued use of Title 42 with respect to immigration. What is the CDC's criteria for lifting Title 42? Is there a case count or vaccination threshold? And are you considering lifting it in the near future?
Good. Why don't I take the first question on testing and over to Dr. Walensky. So testing capacity has increased significantly, and it's available testing at many locations, pharmacies, community health centers, states and local sites. And we're going to continue to increase the number of sites, as the president laid out in his 6-point plan, by thousands. And to be clear, these tests come at no cost. What you brought up was at-home testing, which came to market earlier this year. These are clearly convenient and have become very popular and are in very high demand. So as the president announced a few weeks ago, we made a significant investment last month to further scale rapid test. We are investing $2 billion to produce hundreds of millions of additional tests. This gives the manufacturers the confidence to increase their capacity. And we're actually on track now to double the number of rapid tests in the market over the next 60 days. We've also worked with top retailers, Walmart, Amazon, and Kroger, who have all agreed to sell these at-home tests at their costs, which will make them more affordable. Overall, we'll continue to pull every lever we can to further expand the manufacturing and the production of these tests in order to make them more widely available and to drive down the cost per test. And we certainly encourage all Americans to get vaccinated, and when they need to get tested, Dr. Walensky?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Sabrina. So right now, all but a handful of states in this country remain in the red area, high levels of transmission, over 100 per 100,000 cases over 7 days. The Title 42 is a public health order. Decreasing the amount of crowding certainly will be one strategy to decrease the amount of transmission related to COVID-19. We are reevaluating the Title 42 order as a public health order. We do so every 60 days, and we will continue to reevaluate that. And in the meantime, CDC is providing technical assistance at border areas to ensure and work towards decreasing public health and COVID transmission in these areas. Thank you.
Next question.
Zeke Miller, AP.
Thanks for doing this again. I was hoping you might explain a little bit why you think cases and hospitalizations right now are coming down. Does it say something about, what does that say about the rest of the fall and the winter? And then more broadly, there's been a number of surveys that have come out of showing that fully vaccinated people are still significantly altering their lives, fearing that they may get the virus. Maybe for all the doctors, should people who are fully vaccinated continue to harbor doubts about the efficacy of the vaccines, change their lives? Should they cancel? Should they continue to postpone travel and stop and not dining indoors and things like that? Or should they start getting back to normal?
Okay, so let's go to the first question over to you, Dr. Walensky, and then if you have anything to add, Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen this with all of our surges as they peak and then they come down. I think we're watching this very carefully, and we really understand that the impact of Delta might be a little bit different. But one of the things I think that's critically important now is as these cases come down, the most important thing that we can do is to continue to practice the mitigation strategies that we know work. Of course, that's masking, hand washing, distancing, ventilation, but critically important, it's vaccination. So I think the future of where we go with this pandemic with Delta and other potential variants really lies within our ability to get this country vaccinated and in the meantime to double down on the prevention strategies that work.
Dr. Fauci, anything to add there?
Yeah, one point that I think is important to make is I think that the people who are unvaccinated, when they see the curves starting to come down, that is not a reason to remain unvaccinated, because if you want to ensure that we get down to a very low level and that we don't resurge again, we still got to get a very large proportion of those 70 million people who are eligible to be vaccinated who have not been vaccinated. We've got to get them vaccinated. So it's good news that we're starting to see a turning around of the curve and coming down. That is not an excuse to walk away from the issue of needing to get vaccinated.
Second question on fully vaccinated people. Dr. Murphy, do you want to respond there?
Sure. Thanks, Jeff. And Hazy, thanks for the question. So I think a couple of important points to make here. Number one is, if people are fully vaccinated, it's really important they know that they have a high degree of protection against the worst outcomes of COVID, against hospitalization, severe disease, and death. The bottom line is the vaccine saves lives and keeps people out of the hospital. And that's actually one of the reasons why many people who are fully vaccinated feel more comfortable actually going and visiting relatives and getting back to some of their day-to-day activities that they enjoyed pre-pandemic. There are some people, though, especially in the face of the Delta variant, who recognize that even though they may be okay, they want to take extra precautions to avoid transmitting to people at home who may be unvaccinated. Maybe they've got elderly relatives at home who are immunocompromised. Maybe they've got kids who are under 12 who are unvaccinated. And some of them are taking some extra precautions, which is reasonable. But in no way, shape, or form should this take away from the fact that the vaccines are highly effective and they do dramatically reduce your risk. One last thing I'll just mention here is around boosters. Given how effective vaccines have been, we want to extend that protection that people have enjoyed from the vaccines. And so the booster program is actually going to help us do that, particularly with our higher risk population. That's why the FDA and CDC made their recommendations last week on boosters for those above 65 with other illnesses and who are at higher risk of exposure to the virus. But make no mistake, our lives are fundamentally better because of the vaccines. The more people who get vaccinated, the quicker we'll be able to return back to normal.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Let's go to Arlette at CNN.
Hi there. I wanted to see if you could react to this news from Merck about their antiviral pill that cuts the risk of death and hospitalization by COVID in half. I know that this will have to go through the FDA process, but do you guys have an estimated timeline for when you hope this will be approved? And then I know that you've also already reached an agreement for 1.7 million courses of this medicine, but are there plans to buy more, and how exactly would these be distributed out to the states?
Dr. Fauci, for the first part of the question.
Yeah, for the first part of the question, the news of the efficacy of this particular antiviral is obviously very good news. The company, when they briefed us last night, had mentioned that they will be submitting their data to the FDA imminently. The data are impressive. There was a 50% diminution. Of importance is that in the placebo group, there were 8 deaths, and in the treatment group, there were no deaths. That's also very important and very good news. We always hesitate to make any timelines. The FDA will look at the data, and in their usual very efficient and effective way, will examine the data as quickly as they possibly can, and then it will be taken from there. Because once a recommendation is made, then we go through the same process of getting the recommendation for its usage through the CDC. Thank you.
So as the second part of the question, if indeed it is authorized, as Dr. Fauci just described the process, the federal government has contracted to purchase 1.7 million doses to make this therapy available. The government also has an option for some additional doses. If approved, I think the right way to think about this is a potential additional tool in our toolbox to protect people from the worst outcomes of COVID. But I think it's really important to remember that vaccination, as we've talked about today, remains far and away our best tool against COVID-19. It can prevent you from getting COVID in the first place. And we want to prevent infections, not just wait to treat them once they happen. Why don't we take one more question?
Last question. Let's go to Sasha Pezenik at ABC News.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my question. On testing, The administration has pledged millions towards billions, frankly, towards shoring up our testing infrastructure. It's been a core part of pulling us out of the pandemic.
All right, so those were the COVID-19 remarks there from the White House response team. You're watching right here live on Live Now from Fox as we take a look at the Capitol Hill here. Democrats' infighting is risking tanking Biden's costly agenda plan there with the infrastructure. Let's hear from Democrats this morning on how they think it is all going.
So I'm not concerned that we can get an extension done so that we take care of that.
And do you remain where you are on the infrastructure bill if they bring it to the floor today? Does your caucus
Yes.
remain where they are?
Yes.
There's been a couple who have said they will vote for it.
No, I'm very confident of our numbers. And the reality is, look, we're going to do both of these things. They're both part of the president's agenda. We are making sure we're holding up the women who need childcare, the families who need childcare and paid leave, the folks who need climate change addressed, housing, immigration. These are all the things that are 85% of the president's agenda, and they're contained in the Build Back Better Act. So we are at the table to try to deliver both things, and I believe we will.
Is there frustration in there between members?
Well, you know, people are here because they believe in what they're doing, and they want to get this done. And so, you know, there's sometimes frustration, but we're all part of the Democratic Party. This is the Democratic agenda. It's the president's agenda, and we're excited to be fighting for the same thing.
How do you feel Speaker Pelosi has handled this?
Good. She's been great. She's been a great ally. I think she's, you know, she wants to get both of these things done as well. She's a master vote counter. So the thing I've always appreciated about the Speaker is you let her know early what you want. You work on getting those things in with her, and then you make sure she understands exactly where the votes are, and that's what we've done.
Has she been pushing you to accept a framework
No.
if they come up with one?
No.
She understands it needs to be a Senate vote?
I mean, she's working on something to give us, as is the president, as is, you know, as our Manchin and Sinema, as are we. I mean, we're all working to get to something that we can agree on.
How much do you feel needed in a framework to be able to accept
Well, let's see. I've already said that I need a vote, and I've also said that if there's some other, the reason I want to vote is because I want to be assured that there is no delay and that there's no misunderstandings about what we agreed to. And so if there's something else that's short of a vote that somebody can offer me that gives me those same assurances, I want to listen to that. But right now, I'm still saying, you know, we need a vote.
Does half your caucus?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm here, baby. I'm here.
How long do you anticipate it's going to take?
I'll be here as long as I need to.
So what's next?
With the negotiations are continuing, the discussions are continuing. I'm in very close touch with the White House. They are obviously really working hard with the senators, and I'm keeping in touch with my caucus, obviously, to make sure I know what the temperature is of everybody, and we're doing everything we can to get quickly to an agreement. And listen, we are going to pass these two things. You all know Capitol Hill. It is a strange place. Things. I've only been here 4.5 years. I still find it strange, but things only happen here when there is urgency and you know, some reason for people to be at the table. We've seen more progress in the last 48 hours than we have seen in a long time on reconciliation, on the Build Back Better Act.
What about Manchin and Sinema? Are you talking to them?
I'm not talking to them. I mean, I'd be happy to, but right now those negotiations are with the White House.
One more.
One more.
To be into those
Sorry.
conversations?
Give me for a second. You said that things only get done on Capitol Hill when there's a sense of urgency, that there's a deadline, that there's something like that. And we all know that that's how it happens. But when it comes to this, there actually really isn't one. There's no deadline. This can get pushed and pushed.
Well,
and
that's
pushed.
right. But I think the only thing we have here is that there are some people who really want to pass the infrastructure bill right now. And so that includes, you know, the two senators. And so I think that is allowing us to have people at the table once they realize that infrastructure bill wasn't going to pass in the House. And look, we tried to tell people this. That bill was crafted just with a small group of senators. We have a very small margin here in the House. And we have said over and over again that in the House, everybody is Joe Manchin. And we have also a very strong progressive caucus. And I'm just so proud of our caucus because they are standing up for people who feel like they have not been heard in this country for a very long time. People who came out and voted for the president because of this agenda. People who came out and delivered us the House, the White House, and the Senate because of this agenda. And they want to see us fighting for this agenda, and that's what we're doing. And at the end of the day, we'll deliver both. Thanks, you guys.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Yeah, all eyes right now on Congress there, especially the Democrats. Can they get it done for President Biden and his infrastructure bill there and his agenda? So we'll keep an eye on that, of course, right for you, right here on the Live Now from Fox. Always here with you, bringing you the updates from across the country and around the world. Looks like we just popped up. It looks like we will be getting a Chicago police news conference pretty soon. That one just popped up on us, and we'll bring it to you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We're back out live here for you. I'm live now from Fox. Happy Friday to everyone. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to roll on right here. Let's take a look at the Dow right now. You can see much different ball game than it was yesterday. So it's up 270 points there in the green. We saw it down more than 500 points yesterday. So a comeback is happening right there. We are keeping an eye out on Chicago. Looks like there is going to be a Chicago police update coming up in just a little bit, but we have another live feed to go. Let's go out to the Senate floor right now, where we have Senator Lisa Murkowski talking about COVID-19 responses. Let's listen.
The top of the fold in the Anchorage paper is about an assembly meeting where individuals wore yellow stars of David to protest the mask ordinance that the Anchorage Assembly was taking up, comparing a mask mandate to the Holocaust. It's shocking. And at some of the Assembly meetings, and it's not just in Anchorage, we're seeing it in other communities as well. It is neighbor against neighbor. We have had providers go to provide testimony before in these public meetings, and not only have they been ridiculed and mocked, but we hear the stories, we read the stories that they've been spit upon. This is not how we show appreciation for those who are trying their absolute best to be there for us. And they will literally turn the other cheek and make sure that the care that they are providing in that ICU, in that ER, is without discrimination as to whether or not you've been vaccinated or not. They're going to be there to take care of you. So please, can we please show some kindness to one another at these times of stress and of anxiety to families? We in Alaska are pretty hardy. We're independent. We can handle things on our own. But we're better because we're also good neighbors to one another more often than not. When somebody's car breaks down by the side of the road and it's cold and it's dark, we stop. We help them. We're there for them. When somebody's sick, we deliver the food. We're good neighbors. And so we in Alaska need to remember to be that good neighbor to one another. We can have disagreements. We can have differing points of view. We can express them without degrading one another, without denigrating one another, without humiliating and mocking one another. So I know that we will be beyond COVID. It's not coming soon enough for any of us. But I just ask that as we go through this, in this state and around this country and around this world, that we remember that we are all better when we care for one another and we show a little kindness. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk. And those were the remarks there from Senator Lisa Murkowski right there on the Senate floor as we bring in things to you live, raw, and always unfiltered as they're happening in real time, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here as always, bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. While we do wait for some other live events here to pop up, everyone, let's go out to the Health and Human Services. They were talking about mental health amid the pandemic. Let's listen.
Hello, Adrienne. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm just really excited that we're having this conversation.
Yes, me too. I have this like uncontrollable smile and it feels really good. So thank you so much. It is, of course, an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here with you. And I know you're a very beautiful and busy person. So thank you so much for sharing your valuable time and energy with me in conversation today.
Oh, well, that's very kind. This is therapeutic for me, so I should thank you for that.
Yes, these types of conversations are really important because if we're not having them, they can kind of get lost, right? It's like we're focusing on on the things in our lane. And I think it's really beautiful that we're having this conversation today because the more comfortable that we get having conversations about our health, not just physically, but emotionally and mentally. And so this is really great that we get to kind of span generations and talk about the things that help keep us strong and well so that we can show up to perform in our lane. But yes, this is just a really cool thing. And I agree, it makes me feel good too. I'm lucky that I get to work in this field, but it is definitely a gift for me as well. So I think
there's something in what you just said, which I think is so wise and so valuable. I just want to underscore it, which is that there's so much that happens, it feels like, within us, in our minds, in our bodies that we don't talk about, that we don't express. And sometimes it's because we want to keep it private. Sometimes it's because we're not sure how it'll be received, or we may feel a sense of shame around admitting that we're struggling with something. And chances like this to just have a conversation openly, honestly, about what we're seeing and feeling and experiencing can be helpful, because I do think that living out loud, being open with who we are, being able to share without a sense of shame or just a sense that we're going to be judged somehow by someone, those are really valuable moments. And one of my hopes is that through this pandemic, more people will find opportunities to be able to be open with one another, recognizing this is one of those really unusual, tough times for everyone, where we're all struggling with something, even if that something is different for each person.
Absolutely. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing. I think that that's a perfect kind of entry point for this conversation formally. Dr. Murthy, it's of course been an interesting time. So we'll just dive right into something similar to how we've already begun naturally, which is awesome. And that is, we have collectively gone through this experience, of course, missing the connection, that real life connection with one another. But one of the things I think that a lot of us are circling back to, all ages, and that's why I, again, am just really humbled to be here, and I admire you for taking the time to be a good role model, and I want to do that as well, and lead with an honest, kind of open heart about inner connection. So we've been really focused on that loss of like outer connection and missing our families and our friends, and that's all very real and valid. But I feel like right now, at the point in which this conversation is happening, there is kind of this feeling, and let me know how you feel or if you agree or disagree, but it feels to me like in conversation with my colleagues, my communities, I'm very blessed and lucky to be a part of a big international, like global community through Yoga with Adrienne YouTube channel, which I've been sharing practices for mindfulness now for, we just turned 9, actually, the YouTube channel just turned 9, so for quite a while now. But I think that, and I've seen this actually in the engagement of the channel too, when we first started the channel, it was all about like physical exercise, which is great. And now through the pandemic, it's like that loss of connection externally. And now we're kind of dialing back in. And for us adults, there are kind of sirens, little things going off that are telling us, oh, we need to find more time for interconnection. But I think that's applicable for all ages. So do you agree? Do you feel like we're kind of coming to this point? And we're not ignoring the importance of physical exercise or that outer connection, with our friends and family, but it feels like we're all starting to pay attention and go, oh, maybe this inner connection is important or as important as all of those other things. What do you think?
Adrienne, I that's a beautiful thought, and I really hope that more and more people are experiencing that through the pandemic, because I do think that moments of crisis, like what we're going through now, what we've been through for the last 18 months, they push us to really ask deeper questions in our life about what matters, what is going to give us happiness, what's going to leave us truly fulfilled. In some cases, we may already know the answer or some of the answers to that. And maybe a crisis underscores it. Yeah, that's really important. But I suspect that for many people, and I've talked to a number of folks about their experiences of the pandemic, there's something in the experience of the last 18 months that's led people to also perhaps see something they didn't see before as being more important than they had otherwise imagined it might be. And I do think that for many people, their relationships fall into that category. I was talking to a friend the other day who decided to leave her job and move back to New Jersey, where her family lives, where she grew up, because she said, even though I have an amazing job, I just feel that in this point in my life, I want to be close to the people I love.
Those were just some of the remarks there from the Health and Human Services doing that roundtable on trying to maintain positive mental health during a crisis like the pandemic and so much more that we face on a daily basis. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. back out with you live here on Live Now from Fox, taking a stakeout cam at inside the Capitol, where we continue to wait for congressmen or women that want to comment here as negotiations continue for Biden's agenda infrastructure bill. We'll be keeping an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, everyone, live look here in Chicago as we wait for the police to give an update. Looks like maybe a member there giving a timeline of when we can expect this to happen here. It should be happening pretty soon, everybody, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. As soon as it happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you always the live events that are happening in real time, top stories and breaking news, all in the mix right here, live, raw, and unfiltered. Remember, we are the anti-soundbite show, trying to show you more than just a soundbite. We cut through it all, give it to you straight, just like if you were at a news conference and seeing it all live, raw, and unfiltered right there in the flesh, everyone. Let's continue to bring you the top stories and headlines. Looking like Dow is going to crack that 300 points up in the green pretty soon. We'll keep an eye on that. While we do wait for Chicago police to talk about crime in their city, let's go out to D.C. as they talk about what they are hoping to try to see come this fall with the crime numbers.
In overall homicides for the District of Columbia, we're specifically talking about in the areas that we identified as the summer crime initiative areas. And, you know, part of what the mayor mentioned and what I'm mentioning is what we know is that this effort, it works. When we dedicate the resources, we are able to focus in on specific areas. What we have seen year after year, this is not our first year doing these crime prevention initiatives. We see decreases in crime, and we want to do that in these communities.
Okay, can you repeat the question? Let's
Hello.
All right, there we go. And can you introduce yourself?
Test. I got another one for you.
Never mind. Go ahead. Stand up, please. And then I'll repeat your question. I was waiting because people at home like to hear the questions too. I absolutely am not supportive of any legislation that's going to disrupt in-person learning. And there are parents who are thrilled that their children are in school learning in person. And our responsibility as the government is to set up a system that is going to allow children to be able to get what they have been missing for a year and a half. And that's access to buildings that are set up for learning, to adults who are teaching them well, to their colleagues and extracurricular activities.
All right, everybody, we'll get back to that in full in just a little bit, but we are all about live events as they're happening. And like we were mentioning, the Chicago Police Crime Update is happening. Let's bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Homicide tip line. I want to update you on some events that just occurred at the 1200 block of North Mason. There was an exchange of gunfire. We have 2 victims in unknown condition at this time. Our SWAT team responded to this location, and we have 2 people in custody, is what we have now. We'll update you on these events as they evolve. But this morning we want to discuss. I'm sorry. They're civilians, but we have a lot of, obviously, investigative work to do to be able to tell a full story of what transpired. Thank you so much. All right, no worries. So we're going to go right into our pressure on the gun trafficking and homicide tip line. Every day, the men and women of the Chicago Police Department, at great personal risk, take illegal guns off the streets of Chicago. Each illegal firearm recovered, each gun taken out of the hands of a gang member or drug dealer is a potential life saved. Chicago Police Department is on pace this year to recover more than 12,000 guns this year, which is an all-time record, the most guns recovered in the Chicago Police Department's history. We are working tirelessly to stop the pipeline of illegal guns that fuel so much of this senseless violence. Now we have a new tool at our disposal to help us do that. The gun trafficking and homicide tip line. The gun trafficking and homicide tip line. We know that there are barriers when it comes to the public providing tips to police about crimes. Maybe a person does not want his or her identity to be disclosed. Our tip line will lead to cash rewards for anonymous callers. Cash rewards for anonymous callers whose tips lead to charges or convictions of people involved in both the illegal gun sale and people who commit murder. Gun trafficking tips that lead to charges and or convictions involving 10 or more guns will earn up to $3,000. If that tip leads to a conviction, so charges $3,000. If it leads to a conviction, there will be an additional $2,000 in rewards for that conviction. So if a tip's about a gun trafficking person who is involved in gun trafficking leads to charges, that's $3,000. If it leads to a conviction, that's $2,000, for a total of $5,000 for gun trafficking tips for 10 or more guns. Homicide tips that lead to charges being filed will pay up to $10,000 if charges are filed. If that information from that tip leads to a conviction for homicide, that tipster will get an additional $5,000 if it leads to conviction, for a total of $15,000 for tips that lead to charges and convictions for homicide. The tip line also gives us a real chance to solve older murders, those cold cases. No victim is ever forgotten. Often, older homicides are solved in the present when someone finally comes forward with information that we're too afraid to share in the past. The goal of this tip line is to get justice for victims of violent crime and prevent more lives from being taken away from us by senseless gun violence. We are here for 4-year-old Mikhail Moultrie, who was killed by gunfire while getting his hair cut in his family's living room. We are here for 70-year-old Yvonne Ruzic, that's spelled R-U-Z-I-C-H, who was killed by a carjacking suspect who shot into her car while she was waiting to go to work early one morning. We are here for Officer Ella French, who was killed by a gun bought in a straw purchase. We are here for other victims as well, for the parents who must now plan a funeral for their son or daughter, for the spouses left behind, the children who lost parents. They deserve justice. This is our city, and together we will make it safer. It is time to put an end to the pain and loss and fear caused by gun violence. If you have any information that can help us stop gun trafficking and murderers, you can call our toll-free number. As you see here, the information, 833-408-0069, or you can call 312-746-7330. Before I take questions, we're going to have an investigative update on some crimes, and it is applicable now to receive the rewards if you have information for what we're about to update you on by Deputy Chief Muhammad. Deputy Chief. Oh, I'm sorry, we're skipping ahead. We want to translate what we just said about the tip line in Spanish. So Deputy Chief Angel Navarez will come up and translate, and then we'll have Deputy Chief Muhammad come up with an investigative update. Thanks.
All right, so some of you will see a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us, so we'll be getting some more updates from the Chicago police on other investigations that they are looking for, and they are pleading to the public that has information with gun-related crimes, felonies, and of course murders to come forward, and the Chicago police will put out cash up to $15,000 for the conviction in a murder. You're watching Live Now from Fox, taking a quick 2-minute break.
Histórico. Trabajamos sin descanso para detener el movimiento de armas ilegales que alimentan tanta violencia sin sentido. Ahora tenemos una herramienta para ayudar a hacer esto. La línea de información sobre tráficos de armas y homicidios. Sabemos que existen barreras cuando se trata del público brindar consejos a la policía sobre delitos. Quizás una persona no quiere que se revele su identidad. Nuestra línea de información dará recompensas en efectivo para las personas que llamen anónima, que los den pistas, que den cargos o condenas de personas involucradas en la venta de armas y personas que cometen asesinatos. Las denuncias de tráfico de armas que den lugar a cargos que involucren 10 armas o más pagamos más de $3,000 o $3,000. Habrán $2,000 adicionales si la pista conduce una condena. La pista por homicidio que dé lugar a cargos pagarán hasta $10,000.
We appreciate all our viewers here around the world and around the country right now that continue to watch here with us. We'll take you back out to that Chicago police update after they are wrapped up with the Spanish portion, talking about gun violence in that city, trying to get tips for people that want to come forward and help them out in investigations. Live look right now at the Senate floor, and we are taking multiple angles. Capitol Hill, you can see the reporters doing a stakeout right here, trying to get any congressman or woman that wants to come forward and speak about how the negotiations are going on Biden's economic agenda, infrastructure, all that in the mix. His agenda really in the balance right now for his Build Back Better. You figure we've been hearing this Build Back Better slogan since the very beginning of his presidency, and this is going to be one of the hallmark legislative achievements if passed for President Biden. We're talking about a $3.5 trillion plan that's on the books right now. Obviously, that is being negotiated right now. We heard yesterday Senator Manchin doesn't want that $3.5 trillion. He wants more like $1.5. So they continue to go back and forth in those negotiations, and we'll continue to follow it for you every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox. As we take a look here at the Dow, almost up 300 points in the green. We will continue to monitor that here for you. Also, we're keeping an eye out in California. Coming up at the top of the hour, Governor Gavin Newsom is going to be commenting on school safety. He's expected to make a major announcement and highlight the state's ongoing work to protect students and school employees across the state who have returned to full in-person instruction this school year. California continues to have have the lowest COVID case rate in the country. Right now, the state leads national trends when it comes to keeping schools open, and the vast majority of school districts are reporting that 95 to 100% of the students are in person per data released this month. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. A lot in the mix right here as we continue to bring you all the top stories and headlines from across the country. We'll take another quick 2-minute break, take you back out to Chicago there for that gun violence update.
Good morning. I'm Deputy Chief Muhammad with the Bureau of Detectives. I'm here to give a couple of updates on two shootings that occurred Wednesday afternoon into the evening. In both incidents, we had multiple victims. The first incident that happened was in the Market Street area, which occurred at 815 North Milwaukee Avenue in the parking lot of the Dunkin' Donuts. A private camera captured a gold Nissan pulling into the lot, followed closely by a black SUV and a gray SUV. Almost immediately, two occupants of the black SUV exited and began to fire upon the occupant inside of the gold Nissan. The Nissan then fled southbound on Milwaukee Avenue with the black and gray SUVs in pursuit. Approximately 30 shell casings were recovered from that location. All three vehicles then traveled eastbound down Milwaukee to approximately Halsted Street. At this location, both occupants of the gray vehicle and the black vehicle were firing in the direction of the gold Nissan, which had slowed down to go through the intersection. At this point, we believe that the occupant of a lift car was struck by the gunfire that was meant for the occupant of the gold Nissan. There was also bullet damage to a delivery truck and a second floor condominium unit. There were no injuries recorded or reported during that at those locations. The pursuit of the gold Nissan continued eastbound on the Milwaukee to the train viaduct. The gunfire continued under the bridge, striking a pedestrian on the south sidewalk. The vehicles proceeded through the viaduct at approximately 409 North Milwaukee, where a bicyclist was then struck in the left ankle, but by a fired round meant for the occupant of the gold Nissan. At the intersection of Kinsey and Milwaukee, the occupants of the gray SUV fired numerous rounds again at the gold Nissan. At this location, another pedestrian suffered a bullet wound to her thigh. During the pursuit of the gold Nissan, it continued into the 1st District, where at approximately 600 West Randolph, the pursuing vehicles again fired upon the gold Nissan. At this time, they struck the rear window of a truck and the 9th floor window of a condominium. Again, during this incident, there were no reported injuries. We shortly learned after this that a 5th victim, who we believe was the driver of the gold Nissan, called 911, claiming he had been shot, and gave a location of 1015 West Monroe in the alley. Responding units discovered the gold Nissan with numerous bullet holes and at least one fired bullet inside of the vehicle. We were able to obtain the license plates of both the gray and the black SUV. Both vehicles were reported stolen. The gray Audi bearing fleet plate number 115696 was reported stolen out of Texas. The black Nissan bearing license plate CQ93968 was reported stolen on the 27th of September here in the city of Chicago. At this point, This is still an active investigation, and we would urge that if anyone has any information or can provide any further details to this investigation, we urge you to please contact Area 3 Detective Division. The next incident that I'll talk about was the shooting that happened the same night, the 110 block of South Bishop. During this incident, we had 3 juvenile victims that were struck by gunfire. A male, 14 years old, was struck in the head, and he later expired from his injuries. We have a 15-year-old male was struck in his left calf, and we also have a 14-year-old female that was struck by gunfire in her right foot. During this incident, the victims were all walking with a group of friends, and the offender approached the group. At that point, there were verbal exchanges that resulted in a physical encounter. At that point, the offender produced a handgun and began firing at the group. The offender then fled the scene on foot. We, in this instance, recovered multiple videos, and we are confident that an arrest will be made in this incident, thereby hopefully bringing a degree of solace to each victim, and in particular the victim who lost his life. Thank you.
What we like to do is obviously take any and all questions about the investigative update, if you have them, and then I'll come back and take questions for the gun trafficking and homicide tip line. If you have questions on the investigations, go with that now, please. Thanks.
Yes. No, by all accounts, the teens that were involved were great kids, according to family members, neighbors, as well as investigating detectives that related that information to me. So they were not known to us in that respect. It's still ongoing, so I can't get into that information. No, a round went through the 9th floor window. A shell casing was recovered from the gold vehicle. Yes. At this point, I can't get into the details of the conversation, so I'll just have to, leave it at that point. I have a question over here. I'm sorry.
I think we're on the same track.
Okay. At this point, because it's still active, because it's still fresh, I want to leave that aspect out of it.
Yes, the brazenness of violent crime, not just here in Chicago, but everywhere in the country. As we are talking about this, you're seeing this happen in New York, LA, every large city, Houston, Philadelphia, are seeing the brazenness and broad daylight type of violence, shootings on the streets, what normally would be very safe, quiet streets across this country have seen this level of brazenness and violence. So it's not unique to Chicago, but it did bring us to this point to offer cash rewards because someone knows who these people are. And they likely are either afraid or concerned that, and you asked the question, and this speaks to the concern maybe witnesses have that can solve these cases, that now I'll be targeted by these people and pursued and shot and killed. So this tip line, one of the most important aspects is not the money. It is the anonymity, that you can call this tip line and you will remain anonymous. We want the information to be able to bring these people to justice. And we want to encourage any and all to come forward with information. There's a cash reward for gun trafficking tips up to $5,000. There's a cash reward for tips that solve homicide, to include cold cases, up to $15,000. Yes. This will apply.
But this wasn't.
No, it's the idea of there's too much violence in our city, and it's unacceptable. And we're going to use any and all tools we can to bring these offenders to justice. Yes.
Where is the money?
Tip lines in the past in law enforcement, I've been in law enforcement most of my adult life, over 30 plus years. Tip lines work. Tip lines work. There is no honor amongst thieves and murderers. None. And this incentive will not only bring honest people forward because of the anonymity, but it likely will bring, people who may be involved, who have a conscience, likely. Think about 4-year-old, 7-year-old, become victims of violence, senseless violence, and we just need to encourage you to come forward and emphasize you will remain anonymous. Yes. Well, again, better late than never. We're always looking for new ways to do our jobs. We have pled with the public to come forward. Each and every time we've had a press conference or had an opportunity to speak to community groups to come forward, we've encouraged them to come forward. We've emphasized their anonymity, that they can remain anonymous. This is another tool. Hindsight, well, why didn't you do it a year ago? Or why didn't you do it in 2016? Or why didn't you do it in the 1990s? There's been various iterations of tip lines. Crime Stoppers offers tips. They offer the level of reward. This is much higher than what's been offered in the past. So this is not a brand new tool that hadn't been used in our area. It's been used. Crime Stoppers pays rewards. I think the emphasis here is both gun trafficking and homicide. And you can remain anonymous like you are with Crime Stoppers. But in addition, this level of reward is, in my opinion, a high mark in the amounts and the emphasis on being anonymous. Last question. Thank you. So Crime Stoppers is, obviously regional, so it pays what is outside the purview of City of Chicago. This is specifically for the City of Chicago. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Last question. I think we got two last. So, well, if you promise me two last questions. Charlie goes first. Go ahead.
How does this impact the existing tip line?
It only improves because of the amounts. In addition, we have all receiver tips before we announce the reward, so people want to come forward. By the way, just a segue to, we have more and more people helping us solve murders. We are on track currently. Over 270 of our murders have been cleared. That's the highest number in over a decade. So we have a level of cooperation likely built on the hard work we're doing to build trust, that we have our clearances, number of clearances being over 270, more than we had in a decade. Okay. All right, good. Right. How we're paying for it is through city dollars. This was the mayor's idea, and I love it. It hits all the right notes. You can remain anonymous. It's a significant amount of money. It's building on the number of clearances that we've had that's more than a decade. Glenn and I have been out in the community, particularly with the faith leadership, before we announced this, and there's this level of cooperation that is encouraging with the community, and we believe that this will significantly help us solve even more murders, given the level of violence we're seeing. I think you had a question about for Commander, Deputy Chief Muhammad. Oh, I can get that one. Okay. So we don't have separate clearance rates for cold cases. We clear a murder. It's a murder cleared, no matter how long ago it happened. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so those were the updates from the Chicago Police as they announce a new program to try to get felons off of the streets and try to provide cash for tips here as they continue to deal with problems dealing with gun violence and crime in Chicago. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. So when we come back here in the next hour, we'll be featuring this one-on-one exclusive interview with Governor Gavin Newsom. Find out what he really thought about his conversations with then President Donald Trump and what his family thought as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for that quick 2-minute break. Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. It is now 1 o'clock out on the East Coast, 10 o'clock on the West Coast as we bring you these breaking news and top headlines from across the country. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We always appreciate it. Here's what we got coming up this hour. We take a live look at the podium here in California, where we are expecting Governor Gavin Newsom to make some remarks on in-person learning and safety protocols coming back to in-class learning coming from this pandemic. So we'll be featuring that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news, though, we want to get to right now. We have House Democrats talking about where they are in the negotiations with Biden's economic agenda and infrastructure bills. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Is something that is shared by the entirety of the House Democratic Caucus. And we just need to understand that there's a commitment on the Senate side to do both in a meaningful and authentic way.
Have you gotten that?
And I hope that that's something that we will receive in the next hour or so. I know the negotiations have intensified, as has been pointed out over the last few days, and they continue. And you know, this has been it's September 30th in this place, so this is probably one of the longest days that I've ever had, because it's still September 30th, I think. And everyone is working incredibly hard.
Mr. The White House confirmed that Mr. Biden will come up and talk to you. What are you expected to hear from him? Why is this meeting necessary?
Well, I think, you know, when and if the president comes to the Hill, we look forward to hearing from him. He's the leader of the Democratic Party, the leader of the country, the leader of the free world.
Do you think he can help close the deal?
So I just want to make sure I get other people
Who
in
are you
here.
waiting for a green light from in the Senate? Did that come from Leader Schumer or, you know, since Senator Sinema's gone, we know that a lot of the negotiations have been between Sinema Manchin and then Leader Schumer's been involved. Who exactly is telling you guys that we're good to
Well,
go?
that's probably you know, a question better directed at Speaker Pelosi.
Do you expect him to come with a deal in hand to sell to you guys?
No, I have no expectations in terms of, I think everybody, when and if the president comes to the Hill, every single person is looking forward to hearing from President Joe Biden.
Are you guys
Thanks.
willing to bring the infrastructure bill to the floor even if it might fail? Like, or are you only going to bring it, maybe continue the legislative day, I don't know, whatever, till tomorrow? Are you only going to bring it if you have the votes?
When has Speaker Pelosi ever failed on a legislative initiative that she and the Democratic president strongly support? She didn't even fail when she had Republican presidents, including George Bush and most recently Donald Trump, with respect to the negotiations around NAFTA 2.0 or the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, which everybody speculated we were not going to land the plane. That was with a Republican president. And active discussions between progressives and moderates about the best way to arrive at an agreement with the Trump administration. And so if folks think we're not going to arrive at an agreement with President Joe Biden and Senate Democrats, that speculation that is not going to end in a good place.
But do you think by him being on the Hill, do you think he can close the deal?
I think we are going to close the deal, and we've maintained from the very beginning that we were going to close the deal. And looking forward to getting both the infrastructure agreement done as well as the Build Back Better Act done. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, House Democrats continue to press forward here, trying to get President Biden's spending bill worked out together in the negotiations, even within their own party there. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye out on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, everyone, Dow up almost 300 points there in the green. We'll continue to take a look at that right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Another event that we are monitoring coming out of California pretty soon. We got Governor Gavin Newsom talking about in-person learning out in the state of California amid the pandemic and safety protocols that will be addressed there. So we'll bring that to you right here in the mix on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But when we come back, everyone, we will keep you with Governor Gavin Newsom and show you this exclusive interview one-on-one with Governor Gavin Newsom. Find out what he really thought about his conversations with then President Trump and what his family thought there as well. We'll bring it to you coming up in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to roll on, giving you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Hi, everyone, as we roll on right here. I'm your host, Mike Page, giving you these updates here. Looking forward to Governor Gavin Newsom in California in just a bit. But recently, Fox 11 in Los Angeles went one-on-one with Governor Gavin Newsom, talking with a wide range of issues, including police accountability and what he thought about President Trump when he was president. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Newsom, welcome back to The Issue Is. Great to see you.
Good to be back with you.
So we are here in Gardena. You just signed legislation in terms of police decertification, an emotional event when we saw some of the victims' families here. What is the bottom line message you're trying to send to police officers with these series of bills?
It's just about building trust. It's about building relationships, and it's about addressing abuses. And look, if you're a police officer, the last thing you want to do is be associated with abuses. We have over 200 licenses in the state of California, where if that license is suspended in one county, you can't then turn around and open up another practice in another county. But with police officers that may have committed some misconduct, they can go to another county, rinse and repeat. And so that's changed. And if it works for medical malpractice, it certainly should work for law enforcement as well.
You know, there was pushback along the way, which is why this was not the easiest bill to get done. What do you say to the critics who are concerned about due process, concerned about this process?
Well, they got due process. I mean, the due process is the cornerstone of this bill, and it was amended. And I'll be honest with you, folks on the other side were upset that there were so many substantive due process amendments, but we believe in due process. That said, we don't want it to be abused either. And so, look, it's all iteration. We were able to move something forward. 46 other states, 46 had already moved forward. So this is not a moment to spike the ball. The question is, what's wrong with California that it's not typically on leadership position or in a leadership position on these things? But look, progress was made, but it means nothing unless we apply it fairly and judiciously. And that's why we worked with law enforcement, worked with advocates, and as you suggest, worked with the victims, particularly Kenneth Ross' family that was right here a few years ago when they learned of their son's loss.
So a part of this is building trust in the African-American community is what they talked about today. Another thing you're doing today is about building trust in the African-American community, which is Bruce's Beach. Continuing the process of giving that back to the family. What is the message you think that California is sending by doing that?
That we may not always get it right, but we always have the opportunity every day we wake up to right wrongs, to improve, to iterate, to become better, to become more fully expressive of our proud past and our shameful past. I mean, the origins of racism that we apply so often today in our national discourse have embers all here in California, from the internment camps for the Japanese to the Chinese Exclusion Act that emanated out of the Bay Area in the 1880s. And here we are trying to right these wrongs as it relates to systemic racism. And this is a really remarkable story, Bruce's Beach, of being able to advance a cause in a substantive, not just symbolic way of doing something right to make up. You'll never make up for those wrongs, but to do it right in a meaningful way.
You know, California has begun the process of studying reparations. What do you think about that? And what does this moment say about that?
I know there's a lot of anxiety around the reparations conversation, but I was proud to be the first governor in America to sign a reparations bill. In fact, the first task force meeting was last Friday. And no one has a very specific or prescriptive answer to what reparations means. That's why we created the task force. They have a year to engage and deliberate and then make recommendations to the legislature. The legislature will make subsequent recommendations before anything is codified. But this is, I think, important because you have the task force, which people thought was symbolic, but then you have the substance of giving back to a family, at least the great-great-grand kids and their family members, something that was taken from them for only one reason: the color of their skin.
We just got through this recall process. It's the first time I've talked to you since. What is your biggest takeaway from the recall?
Look, the biggest takeaway, it was a zero-sum question. I mean, there was no transition time. You're out of there. You're packing. So it's an existential reality, and you live with that dark cloud. And at least for me, it was a dark cloud for over a year. with people with protest signs and recall signs and petitions out there in front of your house everywhere you go. And so there's a stress associated with that. But there wasn't a distraction associated with that. And I want folks to know that. We kept our eye on the ball, and I think as a consequence, we did well on Election Day because people saw we actually were moving the needle on the things that matter to them. Housing, homelessness, education, climate change, addressing these great challenges that are all pre-existing challenges. So not just the recall, but even me getting elected 2.5 years ago. So my big takeaway is there's a deeper sense of urgency today than I've ever experienced in my lifetime. That people really are frustrated and angry about Washington, D.C., about City Hall, about the state capitol, about elected officials across the spectrum around institutions, and not just governmental institutions. And people are demanding real results, and if you don't show them, you can't just assert it, you got to prove it, then we're all going to be subject to subsequent recalls in the future.
You won big, and there are two different ways you could interpret those results. One, millions of people wanted to recall me, so maybe we should be conscious of that. Or two, millions more people didn't want to recall me, and we should double down on the policies. How do you read it?
I don't like a divided state. I don't like a divided nation. I really don't. I hope people, I mean, no one pays attention to what politicians say, but on election night, I try to keep my comments relatively short. I hope people go back to that. That was my heart. There was no script there. I spoke on election night about, our kids, and they're watching all this division, this consternation, this stress, the fact that you have politicians, you're seeing on the debt ceiling in Washington, D.C. that just wake up every morning with a crowbar to put in the spokes of the wheel of the other party to trip everybody up. Enough. I have deep respect for people that supported the recall. Because I know they love their kids like I love my kids. I know they love their communities and their institutions, the places of worship, whatever it may be, that holds and binds us together as a community. And so I really want to find that. I'm in politics. I'm not naive. But at the same time, man, this doesn't persist. We can't thrive if we're not thriving together. We may survive, but at what cost? So that's for me what I hope. That's for me my personal takeaway, but it's hope. I'm hoping that I could rise to another level in terms of the work I do to try to bring us together.
Well, and to that point, I've always been curious about this. What do you tell your kids about the recall and about this moment in California
I tell
politics?
them not to hate the people. I mean, they have some of their best friends, parents, my kids' best friends, parents supported the recall. And I'm like, don't let that get in the way of your relationship with your best friend. And don't hate his parents, because they're good people. We just see the world with a different set of eyes, but at the same time, we're there together in the barbecue after the soccer game, all sharing same experiences and same expression of love and relationship. And I honestly, I tell my kids this all the time, because the worst thing could happen is being a kid of a politician, and you're just seeing this stress and consternation, the finger pointing, and I don't want them to have that, including Donald Trump. I made my kids many times come in. I'm not making this up, and it's interesting that I'm even sharing it. I had many conversations, as many folks know, with Donald Trump on a consistent basis. I didn't have a closed fist. I had an open hand. We disagreed across the spectrum, but I wanted to work with them. I had my kids come in and saying, I'm going to talk to the president, Mom. I wanted them to hear that I can talk with civility to someone I vehemently disagree on a spectrum of issues. And I wanted them to understand that. And I'll tell you, of all the things I've done the last few years since I've been governor, in terms of trying to deal with the challenges and stresses my kids have with their dad being a governor, I'm most proud of that, because it's interestingly had an impact on them. That they talk, when they see Trump, they don't say, I hate him anymore. They say, I'm glad he's gone. We love President Biden. but the temperature's taken down. And that's all we need. You don't have to hate everybody. You can disagree. You don't have to hate.
So they're literally in the room while you're on the phone with them?
Yeah.
Interesting. And speaking of kids, we see you have a new kids book coming out, talking about your dyslexia.
This is hot off the press this morning.
I know. Exclusive. That's how we like it here.
Exclusive.
I think that this is something a lot of people don't know about you, which I think actually just explains you more if people got to understand that. Something that I think is really an interesting aspect of your life. Can you talk for a moment about how dyslexia has shaped you and what you're trying to accomplish with this book?
One of the biggest frustrations people have with me is like, gee, he keeps talking and talking and he goes from one issue to, it's because I have a difficult time even to this day reading. And when I do read, even comprehend, I have to go over what I'm reading multiple times. I have pretty severe dyslexia, and it really marked a relationship with me with having to find ways to overcompensate and deal with the deep issues and stresses of self-esteem, because you don't have much when kids are laughing at other kids because they can't read. I had to go through speech therapy for years. I found all these old files that my mom kept, and after she passed away, I found them in boxes that explained and expressed years and years and years of supplemental support that she was able to provide for me. So I did a little kids book talking about, well, a young child, proxy, I guess me, that not only had a relationship to dyslexia, but to sports, because I literally, not for baseball, not for basketball, I wouldn't have had self-esteem, and I could have been in a very different place. And so how sports created a sense of confidence that I was able to translate, ultimately try to overcome the dyslexia. And so it's a little children's book, a picture book. There are not many out there for dyslexic kids. In fact, I couldn't find one. And I have 2 kids with learning differences myself. And so I decided to write one, and I'm really excited it's coming out in December.
For people that might not know, the governor was a baseball star at Santa Clara, and if he hadn't blown out his arm, maybe he would be doing that instead of
Well, I don't know of a baseball star, but it got me into college. It's interesting, more important than anything else. I was going in, and no shame in this, I was quite literally going to junior college, right out of high school, until folks came knocking, and I got a very small baseball scholarship, but it got me in a 4-year college, changed my life. But again, that's sports. That's why I'm very reverential about sports. Some people think, well, it's the big deal. To me, it's so much more than the activities on the field. It's the activities off the field, the discipline, the teamwork.
Governor, congrats on the book. Congrats on the recall win, and great to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Governor Newsom.
And when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, the latest in the investigation to find where is Brian Laundrie. We'll be bringing that to you coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news coming out of California. Governor Gavin Newsom there just announced this, that he is requiring that all eligible California school children be vaccinated in order to attend school. California becomes the first state in the country to do so. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Established legislative guidelines for vaccinations in our school system to include this 11th vaccination for purposes of in-person instruction in the state of California. With that, we are, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Hi, this is Ron Lynn with the Los Angeles Times. You just mentioned a personal belief exemption will apply because this is, and I understand that this will apply because this is being imposed by regulation instead of legislation. Are you concerned that vaccinations rates won't improve because of this? Second, if you wanted to remove the personal belief exemption, would that require an act of the state legislature, and would you want the state legislature to act? And finally, in terms of timing, with the FDA expected to provide full approval in November, does this mean that this requirement could go into effect as early as January, or more likely would it go to an effect either in the summer or the fall? Thanks.
Well, it's the term after the FDA approval, so that determination will be made once the FDA moves, and we can't predict that, so one can speculate. But again, it's the term following the FDA's approval, as early as January 1st. As it relates to the first part of your question, look, we're just putting out the guidelines, putting out the regulations. You heard from Senator Wiener, and he could speak perhaps to this more comprehensively, a willingness not just to work with the executive branch, but the legislature's been leading in this space for many, many years, well before I got into this office. And so that is certainly something that one can anticipate, but I'll work with them to strengthen it to whichever direction we need to go as we iterate and trying to figure out what's best in terms of advancing our collective goals to keep people healthy and safe and keep them in person in instruction, we will advance. But on the basis of the guidelines today, you're right that personal exemption includes religious and medical and personal beliefs.
Good morning. My name is Kate Larson. I'm with ABC7. So given that as of today, because of the healthcare worker vaccine mandate, there are healthcare workers being placed on unpaid leaves of absences. It's possible people will be terminated as soon as October 15th for certain healthcare systems. What do you anticipate being the consequences for school staff or school students who don't get vaccinated and don't have an accommodation?
Well, I mean, the same consequences are in place on the basis of all kinds of other rules and regulations that are well established as it relates to requirement for employment. So those are well established procedures and processes. But here's the good news. We have some evidence. San Francisco Unified School District overwhelmingly has succeeded in getting staff across the spectrum vaccinated. Overwhelmingly. I think, Mr. Superintendent, you said north of 96%. So I'd like to focus on the positive, not just the negative. We tend to highlight a little bit of the exceptions, and we'll work through those things. But you saw with our health care requirements that California is faring a little bit better than some of the other states. But as challenges present themselves, we'll try to meet those challenges. But I believe that on the basis of requirements that have been in place, and by the way, those includes the private sector. You saw Tyson Foods, 91+%, 99+% of folks at United Airlines. These requirements are working across the country. I think the evidence is rather overwhelming. They're getting people vaccinated. They're actually ending this pandemic. They're getting our economy moving again. They're getting our kids educated. They're making us healthier and safer. And if that's the intention, to keep us healthy and safe and get our economy moving and get our kids back with all the benefits of being in-person instruction, then all I say is let's get this done and let's get others to follow suit.
Ali Tadion with EdSource. Why is the state waiting for full FDA approval and not implementing the mandate sooner while it has emergency use authorization ahead of the flu season?
We talked to, we've got 1,050 school districts. We've got a lot of different points of views and opinions, a lot of regionality, a lot of distinctions. We thought this was the best and most appropriate next step for the state of California. Again, no one's been shy. We have been standing still on this pandemic, quite the contrary. We're continuing to be open to argument, interested in evidence. We want to see how things are manifesting in real time. We'll see how things go, but we felt on the basis of the experts that guided this decision and the advisory committees that we have formed formally and those that have been formed informally over the course of the last number of weeks as we've been adjudicating the pros and cons of many different strategies as it relates to the education efforts that we're advancing here today, that full FDA approval.
All right, so that is the big news out there from California, where if students want to do in-person learning, they will have to be vaccinated. First state in the country to do so. Well, so that is the biggest story there out of California, right there on Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back here, we will be bringing you the very latest on the investigation. Where is Brian Laundrie in the Gabby Petito case? We'll be bringing that to you in just 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. And one of the top stories that we've been covering for you for the last couple of weeks has been the Gabby Petito case. The search for Brian Laundrie does continue. So let's go out to Fox News' Jonathan Siri, who's out there live in Florida with the very latest. Jonathan, what can you tell us right now?
Hi there, Mike. Well, the big news of the day is that the Moab Police Department out in Utah released a second round of body cam footage. This is from a second officer who was on the scene, who responded to that August 12 incident in which they received a call that Brian Laundrie was physically attacking Gabby Petito. Now, in that body cam footage from the Moab Police Department, when the officer is talking with Gabby, you see her initially acknowledge that she had suffered some minor injuries at the hands of Brian, but then quickly assumes the blame for their argument, saying that she started it, that she hit him. And as the conversations go on, the two of them, in completely separate interviews, Gabby and Brian, suggest that Brian's role in the physical altercation was merely defensive, that he was trying to ward off Gabby's attack. Now, this creates a sticky situation for the officers because in Utah, there is a mandatory arrest law for domestic violence. And so the officers thought that they had no choice but to arrest the person responsible for this fight. Because Gabby was accepting the blame, the officers in their conversations felt kind of awkward about charging this very petite young woman, much smaller than her boyfriend, who's taking the blame for this altercation. And so the officers, they go on their computer, one officer in particular, he's researching the law, and in discussions with his partner and also on the phone with his supervisor, comes to the conclusion mentioned that this is not necessarily a case of domestic violence, and that if Gabby, if her intention was not to harm Brian Laundrie, then it would not meet the definition of assault. And so this would be a way that the officers would not have to arrest her for domestic violence. So they go back to the car, to the van that the couple were in. Gabby's being questioned alone in the van, and the officers ask her whether she intended to cause bodily injury to Brian. She says no, and based on that, the officers decide not to charge her, not to arrest her. They agree to let the couple go because they don't want to press any charges against one another on condition that they spend the night apart. They did separate them for the night, but then we know what happened after that. The couple got back together the following day. They continued on their trip, and then later Gabby's body was found in that park in Wyoming. Now, because of this high-profile case and because of the horrible outcome for Gabby, the Moab police chief and the city of Moab have announced that there will be an independent investigation, that there's not anything obvious that appears to them that the officers did anything wrong, but they want to thoroughly investigate it to see whether they need to make any changes at the department level on how they respond to incidents like this so they can prevent something like this from happening in the future. Mike?
Fox News' Jonathan Seri just really showcasing just how many legs to this story there really is, and how many more probably will be in the coming days, maybe even in the hours. So, Jonathan, we appreciate all of your hard work and updates.
My pleasure. Anytime, Mike.
And we continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have some other news coming out of Dog the Bounty Hunter's team right now. The team is saying that the family has added $10,000 to the reward monies for information leading to Brian's arrest. And also, as an example of Dog's cooperation with law enforcement, a plainclothes officer is embedded with the search team today, and no other details are available on that. Dog has also received a tip that placed Brian's sister, Cassie, in Fort DeSoto on September 6th, which seemingly contradicts her previous statement. The information was immediately given to law enforcement this morning. It has been corroborated, and no further details are available. But it just, once again, just shows you how many legs here to this story continues as the active search for Brian Laundrie does continue, everyone. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break.
Over in the swamp.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to follow top stories, breaking news, events from all over the country. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We're waiting for some visuals out of the Houston area where there was an incident at a school. And right now, Houston police says one person is in custody and the investigation is continuing. We'll get you more details when we get some more visuals and updates from the Houston Police Department. We appreciate you joining us here. We're going to go out to the Chicago area. Looks like we do have Senator Dick Durbin speaking right now, addressing gun violence not only in Chicago, but Illinois as well.
Dr. Collins, these great Chicago institutions are committed to tackling violence. I applaud their work and continue to bring more federal dollars every day I can to Chicago. I guess it's easy to get down after all the gun statistics that we hear and all the violence and all the killing, all the heartbreak of children who are dying, and the broken families. We hear it every day. But we cannot give up. It isn't just a matter of having the right law enforcement, and God knows we need that, but we also need to have the right investment in people. You're going to hear from some folks now, 2 researchers and 1 man who is an exceptional friend of mine, who has a great story to tell. But I want them to tell you what they're doing. Dr. Monica Bott, Senior Research Director at the University of Chicago Crime Lab. Doctor?
Thank you, Senator Durbin, and to all of you for being here. Nationwide, communities are working hard to keep people safe amidst a rising tide of violence. The FBI recently reported a 30% increase in homicides in 2020, marking the largest increase ever recorded in the United States, an increase fueled almost entirely by gun violence. And as practitioners and policymakers try to figure out how to combat this trend, they need a knowledge base that can shape their efforts. The National Institute of Health's investment in gun violence research, supported by Senator Durbin and his colleagues, is about building this foundation. Ready was born from a similar spike in gun violence. In 2016, Chicago saw an increase of almost 60% in homicides in just 1 year. Researchers, practitioners, and funders quickly came together to create the Rapid Employment and Development Initiative, an intensive violence reduction program for men at most risk for becoming involved in gun violence. We are studying this effort using a randomized control trial, just as we would in medicine with a health crisis, to understand whether this effort is effective, making it one of the most rigorously studied and evaluated violence prevention programs in the United States to date. What we know is that men in Ready are at extraordinarily high risk for gun violence involvement. Men in the control group, which is what would have happened in the absence of violence prevention programs like Ready Chicago, are at risk for being shot or killed at a rate that is 45 times that of the average Chicagoan and 11 times the rate of that of their neighbor. They have faced unimaginable levels of trauma. 35% of the men in Ready Chicago have been shot at least once, and on average they have been arrested 17 times each, even though the average age of men in the program is just 24 years old. It is incumbent on us to understand what works to reduce their gun violence involvement while also not exacerbating the harms of the criminal justice system, and that is our goal. We know a little bit about the best ways to keep people safe from gun violence, but we have a lot more to learn. And if we are serious about making progress on reducing gun violence, we must invest in systematically understanding what works. Because without science, without research, and without evidence, all we have is ideology filling the airwaves, and that is not helpful to anyone, least of all the residents and communities bearing the brunt of gun violence. Federal funding will help us to build an evidence base upon which we can draw in times of crises as we are experiencing right now. The NIH funding brings us one step closer to building that infrastructure so that we can get better faster, not only for men in the program, their families, and their communities, but also for all of us, so that we don't have to raise our children under the garish glare of gun violence. People's lives depend on getting it right, and we are so thankful to Senator Durbin for being a champion of evidence generation and gun violence research, as well as community safety initiatives. And thank you as well to the National Institutes for Health for their investment and confidence in our work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Mott. Dr. Andy Papachristos is a professor of sociology at Northwestern University and the Director of the Northwestern Neighborhood and Network Initiative. Doctor?
Good morning. There we go. Come on, my class has just started. We can't gotta start the day off. So first of all, I want to thank Senator Durbin. He's been one of the champions in this space, and I hope you take a moment to, this is a really important small step forward, a big step forward actually for the field. So thank you for your work. I also want to thank all the frontline responders that are in this room that go out there every day, shooting after shooting, event after event, to do this work. You are true heroes of this city. I'm going to come back to that in just a second, but that is an amazing effort. And both of those things bring us hope in this space. A lot is happening in Chicago right now. We are leading efforts to design and, as Monica said, rigorously evaluate these sorts of efforts. And I want to kind of give you a snapshot, a summary of some of the things we're learning about this research that has been coming from now federal funding, but also local sources of funding. Our team at Northwestern has been partnering with collaboratives across the city, Communities Partnering for Peace, Chicago Cred, and on top of that, the work that's coming out of Ready. And we're learning a bunch of really important things that are going to help drive science, but also prevention efforts across the city. I want to talk about three things. The first thing we're learning across this research is that we can find young people who have been locked up and locked out of so many of our institutions in this country without the criminal justice system. We can do this with folks like those workers I mentioned who have lived experiences, which we'll also come back to in a second. So we can find people without using the justice system. Second, we can connect them with life-saving services. Ready, Cred, CP4P. People are getting high school diplomas. They're getting jobs. They're getting therapy. They're getting the things that are going to keep them healthy and thrive and hopefully help their families survive, right? The third things we're going to do, and this is important, and Monica gave you some numbers from Ready Chicago. There are other numbers coming out from CP4P and Cred. We're keeping people alive longer. We're reducing their involvement in gun violence. Those are wins. Those are small wins. We have to unpack this and understand it. It's important to evaluate it, to treat it, as we've said, as a public health epidemic, and that requires science, that requires partnership. Creating those partnerships with partners like Ready, CP4P, and Cred. And finally, something we're also learning, and this is important that we pay attention to it, is those first responders I mentioned, those frontline workers. We're building a workforce right now around us. And we need to develop science that help make that workforce not just do a job, but do it well and thrive. And the level of traumas the staff experience, that the workers experience, are simply off the charts, right? Judith Moskowitz, my colleague at Northwestern at the Feinberg School, just received an NIH award to work with Ready Chicago to help establish some best practices in self-care to make sure that Ready workers are going to be taking care of themselves. Because if you take care of your workforce, you're going to
All right, those were the updates that are coming out of Chicago, live for you on the gun violence that they are trying to combat. Speaking of gun violence, let's go out right now to Houston, where we are getting some updates here on a breaking news situation that we first brought to you moments ago. This school shooting investigation is underway. Reportedly from Houston police, there is one person in custody. You are seeing this all play out live right now. Obviously, a huge police presence here at this school, where there were reports earlier of reports of an active shooting happening in Houston at this school. The address is the campus of Yes Prep Southwest Secondary. Call came in around 11:45 local time. Scene is still active, and you can see we have a roving camera right there. So I'm just going to step away right there as the photographer goes back to establish his shot here. But it looks like he could be getting some sound right now. They are getting some sound. Let's go to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, and tell me, how many students do you have that go here?
4.
4 students?
Yes.
Okay, and you have 3 of them right now?
I have 3, yes.
Okay, and you're waiting on the
I'm
4th?
waiting on my oldest daughter.
Okay. Have you heard from her?
She says they're still locked in the back.
How'd you find out about what was going on?
Both of my daughters text me and they're like, Mom, come and get me, please. Something's going on.
Y'all be sensitive because y'all dealing with this kids. And how relieved were you when you came out here?
Not relieved at all. We can't see them. We don't know what's going on. All we know is there's a shooter. There was a shooter or there is a shooter. So we don't know much.
What's this been like for you?
It's hell.
Four kids here.
It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
Have you gotten any information about what's going on?
No. I mean, they just said that everything's under control, but I mean, my daughter's still in there, so I mean, I don't know. I hope everything is under control.
Until you get all
Until I get all four of my kids, I mean, and hopefully everyone is safe. All the other students are safe, the staff, everyone.
Anything else that you can tell me about?
No, I mean, I just know there was or is a shooter. That's all I know. That's all I know.
You hear about this stuff all the time.
Yes, but you never think it's going to happen to you.
Yeah, in a neighborhood school.
Yes. So it's hard.
Thanks so much for talking.
Thank you.
All right, obviously some tense moments here with family and friends all coming to the scene here of the school, wanting to make sure that their loved ones are okay. If you're just joining us here, welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox, where we bring you events live, raw, and always unfiltered. Looks like we are maybe, thought we could get some sound there from the police officer, but not the case right there. But we are providing you this live roving camera right now of the scene in a breaking news situation of a school shooting investigation. Houston police say one person is in custody. That is all the information that we have for you at this moment as we continue to wait for some more updates. But you see the media there. You got a lot of members there of the police, first responders, all coming to the scene there. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on this. As soon as we get more information, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But looks like they are stepping a little bit more away from that scene. So once we do get some more updates, we'll provide that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll keep you in a double box that way so you're not missing anything. Let's go back out to Chicago, where they're talking about gun violence, trying to combat that and everything else that is in the mix. Oh yeah, we do have a White House briefing coming up at the top of the hour. A lot going on this Friday as we continue to roll on live, raw, and always unfiltered here for you, bringing you the very latest across the board.
Mental health services, family engagement, reentry services, to name a few, are extremely viable for their success. One of the best things that I love about this partnership here is that on one end, with the crime lab, with UFC, is to be able to build the field of gun violence, because it's a very stagnant field. And here we have an opportunity to bring in new evidence about what is working, what's not working, and to leverage those lessons learned so that the field across this country could also benefit, not just Chicago. Because we're seeing gun violence increase across the country, particularly in 40 major cities. Secondly, the people who are doing this work, the coaches, the outreach workers, the interrupters, and so on. It's amazing when we hire people from the community, people with lived experience, meaning people who have been victims, survivors of gun violence, or the criminal justice system. But what's overlooked, grossly overlooked, is what these individuals constantly have to wrestle with day in and day out. The trauma they're exposed to, and the lack of support that they actually have to continue to carry on this work, and yet we expect so much from them. We have an opportunity here to continue to build the field, to continue to support the men and women who are part of these initiatives, including the staff who are doing the direct service. We have to invest in capacity building, technical support, and really invest in the communities that are heavily impacted by these issues. Lastly, I would just simply say that the NIH opportunity here with our two partners and with the support of the Senator is one step forward to make.
All right, everybody, I do want to go back out live here to Houston as we are getting more angles here on this story, as this is active going on right now. Here on Live Now from Fox, you see it looks like we have now students coming out of the school right there, and they are going to be going to a holding area, just making sure that there are no other suspects associated with this investigation. That continues on. We got multiple shots here for you, and as this investigation does continue. We're bringing it to you all right here, live, raw, and unfiltered in this breaking news moment that is happening at this school right here. So Houston police put out this alert a little bit ago, responding to reports of an active shooting at a school. The address on the campus is Yes Prep Southwest Secondary. Call came in at about 11:45 local time. You can still see we have an active shooting investigation going on right now at this school. Houston police putting out that one person is in custody. We don't know if it's a student. We don't know if it's somebody from outside of the school here, but we continue to monitor it right here for you as everything continues to happen in real time. Obviously, in these situations, everything is fluid, so we ask you for your patience here as we do take these images raw. So they are coming in right now. There is no editing involved here, so you're seeing it all play out in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. We do see that White House briefing. I just put that up for you for a moment. We are being told now it's been pushed back a second time now, going to be happening at 2:30 Eastern there for the White House. So we'll be giving you those updates, but that is now a second time that has been pushed back. Still with you live here in Houston, giving you all of the updates best we can right now of what is going on as this situation continues to roll out in real time. We do have another update from Houston police saying that the staging area for parents is at a location, West Fuca and Hiram Clark. Students will be arriving at that location. Officers will be on hand to assist. And we are seeing more of a SWAT team members there as well. Any other updates from the Houston police will be provided there on Twitter. So that is the latest there. We'll keep an eye on their Twitter feed to make sure that we are not missing anything here for you. But as you can see here on Live Now from Fox, we bring you the coverage as it's happening in real time. We have multiple cameras out there. You see we have a chopper up in the air as well, possibly maybe looking for others that are associated in this situation. So we will be keeping an eye on these shots as long as we have them. That's what we'll do and provide you these updates here all in real time. You know, so many times during these situations, you get a big rush of first responders. Obviously, anytime you hear that type of call, there's a shooting, there's a school associated. That could be a lot of things and a potential lot of victims, unfortunately, that we have seen throughout the years here. But right now, the latest update from Houston police is that there is one person in custody. Officers are searching the school for any other possible suspects at this time. Scene is still active. More information will be provided as soon as it becomes available. But look at that shot right there. You're able to see some more students coming out of this school with their hands up. Obviously, you just don't know if there are any suspects that are still associated with this. We saw that really, if you remember back in Columbine times, those really vivid memories and images that you saw with students walking out, running out with their hands up, coming out of that school, because during these fluid times, you just don't know who could be a potential danger to others. Take a look at another shot that we have here available to us. A little closer shot as more students and faculty are coming out. You got SWAT team members there, Houston Police Department, all in the mix right here on this breaking news situation. Thank you so much again for joining us here live, raw, and always unfiltered. We are getting closer to the 2 o'clock hour out in the East Coast. Coming up on 11 o'clock out on the West Coast, we continue to follow this breaking news story out of Houston of a school shooting investigation. Active scene continues to play out in real time. We have multiple shots here for you, giving you, as we do have this one from a little bit farther away from the school, but it's still showing you everything that is happening around this area as police try to get a grip on what happened earlier today. Thank you again for joining us here in real time, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. And we got another roving camera here, so let me try my best to get some other shots here for you. And it looks like, let's go back right out here. Looks like, oh, we might have potential more shots here. We do have more shots here available to us. And you can see families and friends all coming to the scene to make sure that their loved ones are going to be okay. Obviously, that is the worst for a parent. That is the worst kind of text or email or phone call that you could receive, that there has been a shooting at your child's school. And your heart just has to sink, and really adrenaline has to rush at the very thought of what could be happening at that school. And you're seeing a lot of parents show up there and wanting to see if their loved one is going to be okay. Here's another shot that we have here available to you right now. It's a very active scene right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone joining us for continuous coverage of this breaking news alert that is happening and playing out in real time. We appreciate all our viewers from around the country and around the world. This is what we do here. We bring you the live images, the live feeds, and of course, news conferences that come in real time. We push it out to you, and you're getting to see it all unfolding live here, raw and direct. And we are awaiting to hear from the Houston Police Department and maybe school officials in this investigation that continues to play out. So one person is in custody. We don't know if that's a student. We don't know if that's somebody from outside of the school, or where this shooting potentially happened. Did it happen on the campus outside? Did it happen inside? So many questions right now left unanswered. That's because it is still very fluid. We're just in the initial stages here of this investigation. Police still trying to just get a grip to make sure that there are no other suspects in this area that are associated with the shooting here. But we will provide all of the updates and coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we are getting closer to a new fresh hour. We'll update you with all of the latest that is coming down the pipes right here with this story. We have multiple angles here for you, so stay right here with us as we are awaiting some updates from the Houston Police Department as in the form of maybe tweets. They've been doing a great job of doing Twitter updates, but we're hoping to get some sound on camera for you in just a little bit when that does happen. Of course, you'll have it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. The good thing about this, though, you're taking a look here just at the body language from the officers. It looks a lot better right now. Obviously, they're in a holding pattern right now. We're not seeing police running in and out of the area with guns drawn. We are not seeing those images. So just judging from the body language, that's looking very good. Plus, we already do have a suspect in custody. Another good opportunity here for possibly having this all come to a conclusion and hoping for the very best for any potential victims that are associated with this investigation. But we'll provide you all of the latest here, right here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and always direct here with you, giving you these updates in real time. My colleague Christy Larson will be with you here, providing you these updates and so much more across the country when we're regarding the White House briefing, expecting that in the next half hour. Stay right here with us, everybody. More Live Now from Fox continues in just a moment. Christy Larson will be with you.
So once again, as Mike Page was just mentioning, we are taking these live pictures
from Houston, our team's down on the ground, just giving us some of these different views of the action that is taking place. And this is something that we do here on Live Now from Fox, is always bringing you the latest breaking news, no matter where it's happening. We're on top of getting, of course, the latest developments in these situations. So yesterday we were out at a similar situation, had some breaking news out of Memphis, as we did have a 13-year-old who was shot, taken to the hospital in critical condition, and that was from another student. Another 13-year-old boy had shot him. So we once again are out at another breaking news scene, and it's just heartbreaking that we have to continue to see these situations happen. A lot of city leaders across the country using that as a big emphasis on the need for more to be done ahead of these gun violence situations. A lot more prevention needing to be done. And we had earlier this morning, D.C. even talking about that, what they're going to be doing, initiatives that they can take to try to prevent gun violence that is happening in their cities. So our camera here just giving us a little bit of almost a 360 view of where they are with all of these first responders who have come out here onto the scene. And again, we do have a couple different pictures showing you just some of these different vehicles that have come out here, and especially the area that we are seeing this breaking news happen from. We just saw also a lot of the family members, community people who have come together, stepped out here, especially those family members with students in the school, obviously concerned about the condition of the victim, but also how their loved ones are doing, because we know even if they may not be a victim of a gunshot wound, this is very traumatizing for kids to have this happen to them, to have to go into these lockdown situations, to have to hear that one of their fellow students injured another fellow student. So it can really take a toll on the mental health of these children, and it is always hard to know exactly what you can say to them during these situations. So once again, we are out here live, raw and unfiltered, giving you these looks, as again, we do know at this time that this is an investigation that is going to be taking place here today. You can see here too, looks like our crew is going to be speaking with someone. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Adiós. ¿Qué fue lo que le dijo? Nomás que vi pasar un accidente aquí en la escuela y fue todo.
¿Pudo llamarla? ¿Le mandó un mensaje?
No, le habló a mi hijo.
All right, so this interview being conducted in Spanish, but again, we do know that there is at least one victim in this situation. Police authorities updating us that they do have one person in custody at this time. So again, this is just some breaking news that we have been jumping out to here for you. Looks like we lost that shot, going to take us back to this, but again, we're not listening into the audio portion as this interview is being conducted in Spanish. But a lot of parents out here continuing to try to get in touch with their students, as again, they are trying to learn a little bit more about this situation. So police do say that they had a call come out about 11:45 at Yes Prep here in Southwest Houston. So this is at Yes Prep Southwest Secondary. This is on the 4400 block of Anderson Road. This is near Sam Houston Tollway. And again, police and authorities saying at least one person in custody, but the search continues for any other potential suspects. So that's something that they always have to be very careful about doing, is making sure even if there was a report of only one person, they want to make sure no one else is involved, especially when it comes to violence in a school. There's a building full of not only students, but a lot of faculty members as well. So as we've seen these situations happen a few other times in other cities across our country, we know that police and officials are going to have to make their way through some of these different buildings. And again, we are just out here getting this live look. You can see we do also have some first responders who have also come out here onto this scene. So looks like we're having a little bit of trouble with some of our pictures coming in. So what we're going to do is take this opportunity to take a quick 2-minute break, continue to try to collect a little bit more information on this breaking news that's coming to us out of Houston. Again, one person is in custody at this time, and police do say that they are just searching to make sure there's no other potential people, other suspects that they need to apprehend. So we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, still going to be out in that live breaking news right there in Houston when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see some visibly upset parents and families, community members out here in Houston, just outside of this breaking news scene. And once again, we are getting this in live on Unfiltered. So once more, we do know at this time that there's limited details, but Houston police do say they received a call about an active shooting around 11:45 at Yes Prep Southwest Secondary in the 4400 block of Anderson Road near the Sam Houston Tollway. Now, we are told that Houston police tweeted out that they are going to be holding a press briefing in about 20 minutes. So that is another sign that they hopefully do have this scene secured and everyone checked through thoroughly, that they do have at this time, again, the one and hopefully only suspect in custody. So again, that press briefing is supposed to take place here in about 20 minutes. Of course, we're going to be on top of that breaking news here for you on Live Now from Fox. But we do know, again, according to authorities, one person in custody, but they are searching for other potential suspects. Now, several agencies have been assisting with this investigation, including the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Ed Gonzalez did tweet out that he's been arriving on scene, and he said Houston police are the lead agency. They do have a staging area for parents, which you can see a lot of them gathered here on this street. They said the staging area for parents is going to be happening so that parents are asked not to come to the school. They're still securing the location with law enforcement. And again, they're also identifying a media staging area as well. So you can see our reporter once in a while going to be stepping into frame here, talking with the crews as they're trying to also learn about any new developments that have been happening here at this breaking news scene. And as we've mentioned time and time again, we are always live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So you're going to see the camera move around. Sometimes our signal gets interrupted at times, but we like to show you in full exactly what's unfolding moment by moment. So preliminary information that Ed Gonzalez had tweeted out was saying that there was a possible active shooter incident at a school, and we do now know there is one person in custody. Now, police also urging anyone in the public to avoid this area while the investigation remains underway. Obviously, they want to keep the area not only secure, but they also want to keep it as clear as possible for all of those emergency responders who have come out here to this area. And so they're asking the public, if you're not one of those parents trying to reach and get in touch with your child here at the school, please just stay away at this time, because they obviously have a very busy scene here today. So once again, we're out here giving you this live look as this investigation unfolds before us. You can just see how many different first responders, because we know when it comes to an active situation like this, when they first get a call coming into the police station saying there's an active shooter, you obviously have to respond with a lot of different, not only vehicles, but personnel to try to help make sure that you're going through the building, making sure it's secure, looking for that suspect. You're also going to be making sure to try to help with the cleared classrooms where those other children may have been, trying to clear them out, help usher those out into a staging area until they're able to keep them and get them off of those school grounds. You see the fire departments, because you never know what else might happen when you're out here at one of these active scenes. There's obviously ambulances that have also responded out here, because when you first get the call, you never know how many victims there might be, but we are hearing at this time, again, a report of at least one victim. So once again, we do know at this time they do have one person in custody, and police working to try to confirm that that is their only suspect with this situation that unfolded. So we've been giving you these live looks. You can just tell too that this is a concern for parents when it happens right there in their own neighborhoods, in their own schools, in their own cities, that this has definitely become a problem across our nation. As I mentioned, just yesterday, we were at a similar situation where we were in Memphis. There was a 13-year-old who was shot and rushed to the children's hospital. And unfortunately, it was another 13-year-old who had shot that fellow student. So again, this happened on Thursday in Memphis, and police say it happened in a school stairwell, and that shooter is going to be charged with attempted first-degree murder. So again, that was a situation we were out in breaking news just yesterday. Now seeing a very similar scene here today. You're seeing quite a few people starting to be ushered out and leave. Looks like a lot of those students are the ones wearing those badges. I know from even back in my school days, certain schools you had to require to wear your student ID badge wherever you went. So we're seeing a similar situation out here, where you're seeing quite a few folks in the area move throughout. So just want to bring you another live picture. Looks like one of our reporters talking with just some of those families out there. And again, they're asking anyone in the public who doesn't need to be out here at this time to make sure to please stay away. So once more, these different live pictures coming to you on LiveNOW from Fox, from our multiple sources there down on the ground as police conduct this investigation. Again, though police are not the only ones who are on scene, we do also have multiple agencies who are out here also responding to this situation. So I'm sure there's a lot of parents who are going to be on their cell phones all afternoon long as they're updating their loved ones too, because I'm sure they've had a lot of their own relatives reach out to them saying, hey, I heard something happened at your school. Is your child okay? Do you know what happened? So once again, we are expecting to hear from the Houston police. They had said they are going to be doing a press update coming up in about 15 minutes, which we will be on here for you on LiveNOW from Fox. As we always like to go out to these breaking news scenes, keep everyone as informed as possible, especially when it comes to situations like this where there was a gun involved at a school. So once more, we do know at this time one person is in custody, and we are hoping that that was the only person involved in this situation. Also hearing about one victim. So just thoughts and prayers going out to not only that student, but also the rest of the students there who now are going to have to deal with this event that happened at their own school. So we do have our reporters there down on the ground. If we do hear them speaking with anyone, they're course, we'll be listening in, but at this time, just kind of giving you some of these different looks. You can see family embracing each other, and they even have their own other kids there with them. Some of these students, I'm sure, have siblings who were also concerned when their parents all of a sudden said they had to go run and pick up their brother or sister at school. So these different live pictures coming in here to our desk as, again, this situation continues to unfold. A couple times our camera's getting frozen, but we want to stay on these shots as, again, we do know that our police and authorities are supposed to give us an update coming up here in just a little bit. So this investigation probably will take some time. Police and authorities will probably be out here for some length as they'll have to start this investigation. Now that they're going to be getting this area secure, they're going to have to then exactly try to write down a timeline of what unfolded, where this suspect was, where they were headed, and also talk with all the people that came into the path of that individual who had the weapon at this school. So you can see here we do have quite a few of our different police vehicles still outside here, flashing lights. I'm sure also for people in the community who might not have children at this school, just might have been driving around in this area, all of a sudden got flooded with lights and sirens as police were responding here. So once more, just want to reiterate that we do have a press conference that's going to be coming up here, scheduled to take place in less than 15 minutes, which we'll be on top of for you here on Live Now from Fox. So again, yesterday we did have that breaking news, similar scene coming out of Memphis. And again, communities then after scenes like this happen do come together. They seem to band together, try to support each other, especially when there are victims in situations like this as well. So you can just see some of the emotion that's still happening out here at this breaking news scene. But as I mentioned yesterday, there was a 13-year-old who shot another fellow 13-year-old. And so yesterday there was one of the school faculty members who said, "My heart aches for our SK-12 unidentified children. Gun violence has no place in our schools or communities. My thoughts are with the Cummings K-8 family and child recovering. Parent to parent, I just embraced the young man's father and we prayed for better days." So again, that was from the very kind of similar scene that we saw unfold before us just yesterday, and now just taking
But
these
one of the
live
students that we were
pictures,
able to speak to
just showing us some of these items that are going on down here at yet another call to a school for a shooting. You can see here Houston police arriving with their big SWAT vehicle, and once more, we do know, while they do have one person in custody at this time, of course, police are going to have to be very thorough, going through all of the classrooms and through the building to be sure that they do have all of the correct people in custody. Just make sure there's no one else who may have been involved in this situation. That's exactly what police said, is that they're going to be trying to make sure there's no other possible suspects at this time. And as I mentioned also that they are going to be securing the entire scene. Now you can see our crews off to the side. Again, we are told that there should be a press briefing in about 10 minutes following this, again, person in custody after there was a call for an active shooting at a Southwest Houston school. A new update from our Fox 26 team just coming in. They did say that there's actually no students injured following this active shooting. So that is some good news following this situation. So as we've mentioned, this is going to be some lengthy investigation for detectives to be working on scene here today. And it is happening here at a Yes Prep. An unidentified suspect did come and open fire inside of the school. This is according to a spokesperson with Yes Prep. And they did say, fortunately, no students were injured. So once again, this is the latest development. That's why we stay out at these scenes, is because as soon as something comes through, we like to be on top of it, reporting it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. So again, according to a spokesperson with Yes Prep, an unidentified suspect came in and opened fire inside the school, but no students were injured. So just a little light of good news coming from this scene here. And again, we do know at this time that there is one suspect in custody. Let's listen in what he's saying.
Okay, so somebody has a throwdown? Cool. Do you know since about what time, John? We said about 1:30 in the tweet. Okay. So what are we, about 10 minutes out? Yeah. The thing of it is, and here's why it's approximately 1:30, because they're still doing final sweeps in the school. Okay. We don't want them coming out here until the final sweep is done, okay? So just tell your guests we're hoping to stick to about 1:30. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Because we don't want to have them come out twice. I mean,
me or the police PIO? He said press conference will come at 1:30. Might be a little later. They're still sweeping the building, so they're not going to come out here till they're done sweeping.
All right, so you're listening to our reporter reiterating exactly what was just said here by one of our agents here on scene. So once again, they did say that they are going to be holding a press briefing, but of course that time can be a little fluid, especially as investigators still trying to work through all the details, what information they're able to share at this time, and of course still securing the scene here. So we've been taking these live, raw, unfiltered looks here on Live Now from Fox. What I'm going to do is, because we are still a few minutes away from these press conferences beginning, what we're going to do is go ahead, step into a quick break. When we come back, we'll obviously have even more new viewers joining us here, reiterate what we know at this time, and then wait for that press conference to begin. So more to come right here as we continue to follow this breaking news out of Houston, Texas, here on Live Now from Fox after we return from a 2-minute break.
They did ask us to be a bit flexible with that timing because he said there are still sweeps being conducted inside that school. They're still in the process of sweeping and cleaning it, making sure it is safe and there is no longer a threat. So as soon as they're completely done with those sweeps and they render the building secure, we will be hearing from Chief Troy Finner here at this location. Again, this is not the location where parents are being asked to be reunited with their children, but this is where we will hear from police at the command post. Anecdotally, I want to tell you, since our last interview, not every student is as open and ready to talk about what they experienced inside as Crystal, the young woman you heard from earlier today, that I interviewed moments ago. I approached two young girls in particular with tears in their eyes, visibly trembling. Asked them if they wanted to share with us what they experienced, and they are just too distraught. And I think it's worth stressing what these children, what these students have gone through inside the school. It is not an experience anyone wishes upon any child, and they've lived through this. Fortunately, it seems like it hasn't been as serious as other incidents, but to hear the gunshots, to see the blood on the ground, to have to lock down, it's a lot for students to have to talk about, especially right after leaving their campus. I approached another young man. His mother was so relieved, willing, ready to talk to us about how grateful she was her son was okay. I tried speaking to her son, and he couldn't get a word out. He could not get one single word out. You could tell he was in shock, and that's what his mother told me in Spanish, that tiene miedo. He's scared, she told me, tiene miedo. And that's once he's even been, escorted to safety. So it's a situation Sherman and families, but reunions are happening. and we should be getting an update shortly from HPD as to exactly what happened inside Yes Prep earlier today.
So we've been listening in as one of our reporters with KHOU is just reiterating what they do know at this time, saying that he's been seeing some of these families get reunited with their children. As again, we do have these live pictures coming in to our Live Now from Fox desk. So good afternoon, good morning to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. You can see crews getting set up here outside of this breaking news scene. And so let's just go back into what we do know at this time as we are waiting for police to come step up to our crews here and give us an official update. But authorities have responded here after there was a report of active shooting Friday afternoon at a school in Southwest Houston. So details limited, but we are expecting that press conference to take place here in just about 5-ish minutes. So hopefully they stay pretty close to that time. But we did hear from some of our law agents that it could be a little flexible as this investigation is obviously ongoing. So once more, we do know that there was a call for an active shooting that came in around 11:45 a.m. at Yes Prep Southwest Secondary. This is in the 4400 block of Anderson Road near Sam Houston Tollway. Now, according to a spokesperson with Yes Prep, an unidentified suspect came in and opened fire inside the school. Now, unfortunately, there were no students who were injured. They do say there is at least one person in custody. This is according to authorities, but they again have been searching for any other potential suspects. So several agencies out here reported to be assisting with the investigation. That includes not only the police, who are going to be the lead of this investigation, but also Harris County Sheriff's Office. So Sheriff's County Harris office was saying from Ed Gonzalez earlier, was saying law enforcement is on the scene. Houston Police is going to be the lead agencies. They do have a staging area for parents. One suspect's in custody, and law enforcement is still securing the location. So again, we've been getting some of these updates coming directly from our sheriffs, who's been tweeting out ever since these calls come in. He was going out to this scene, and again, they are expecting to have a media briefing here very shortly. So we do know again that there was securing of this location still being conducted, but they do thankfully have one person in custody. And again, according to a Yes Prep spokesperson, again, we do know at this time that no students were injured. Now, once more, police reiterating over and over again, if you are part of the public, don't have a student here, please do not come to this school while this investigation remains underway. So just want to let you know, obviously, we're live and raw and unfiltered. A few of our shots coming in just a little glitchy, but we do have crews set up, getting ready to hear the latest update from police. Looks like we do have a couple of squad cars even starting to leave this scene, and it's a very frantic media staging area there, it looks to be. But we do, again, have our officers who are going to be stepping up to microphones and giving us this latest update. It was supposed to be taking place here in less than a minute, but obviously, as we've heard from some of those officials, they said it's going to be kind of a little bit, they're going to try to stay as close to right now as possible to start that media briefing, but they obviously have to also make sure that their public information officers and their officers who are sharing the information have the latest up-to-date information, and also know what information they're able to share, because obviously this is now an open investigation. So here you can see some police squad cars leaving. Looks like an ambulance is going to be leaving as well. An undercover car there also going to be leaving this area. So that is some good things, because we know from times past when you're out here at these situations, when you're seeing some of these squad cars leave, it could mean that they're able to let some of the personnel who originally was there responding for the investigation are able to leave the scene. So let's listen in here, as again, it looks like we're getting ready and set up for this press conference to get started. Looks like they're going to have to place a few more microphones on that stand there. And interestingly enough, though, these ambulances leaving are going to have their lights on. So we'll just have to keep an eye on exactly again, there's been no reported injuries, but we'll just keep an eye on any new updates.
Well, all right, we're going to have
Testing
to move
1,
to the
2,
street then.
3.
All right.
Testing 1,
Tell me
2,
give us a couple
3.
minutes. Okay, thanks. All right, he doesn't
Testing.
want to be in the grass, guys. This is what I thought was going to happen. We're going to have to find some place on the street in a lane of traffic that's not going to be exiting. So the only place we may be able to do it.
You want to back it up?
Behind that white car. See that spot behind the sheriff's white car? Unless you guys see a different area that may work, but it's going to have to be in the street. Okay? Well, because we're exiting. Yeah, they're exiting.
All right, so it looks like there's a little bit of confusion when it comes to this very busy scene. You can see obviously a lot of emergency vehicles, personnel out here, a lot of media out here. Obviously, everyone's trying to get the most current, most recent, up-to-date information shared to all of the viewers who are tuning in. That's exactly what we're doing here. Going to be staying on these shots. Just a reminder, when we say we're raw and unfiltered, this is exactly a look of what we mean. It's always these camera crews, whether they're moving locations, maybe just even talking amongst themselves, or bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Looks like they're trying to get the media to move slightly so that they are able to get a few more of these first responder vehicles out of the area. And it does seem like this school right near a neighborhood, I'm sure these neighbors, if they didn't have a student in this school, may have not only heard some of the commotion going on. As we do know, there was an unidentified suspect who did open fire in the school, but again, fortunately, no children, no people were injured, but they also then saw all of the authorities who came and responded. So we're listening in here, live, run unfiltered, as again, we're waiting for police to start this briefing on exactly what unfolded here on this Friday morning and now afternoon.
So, all right, we'll start again with, everybody start getting your white balance, and I'll start doing sound.
All right, so you're hearing our camera crews and everyone say they're going to white balance that, make sure that the pictures of the clearest quality, all the colors look correct on our pictures here. And then also you heard them say they got to conduct some microphone checks as well, because obviously this is going to be a situation where they want the best sound coming from here as well. So you can see the microphones getting set up. Looks like we're almost ready to begin here, getting this latest update after there was one person who showed up to a school, opened fired, and thankfully is now in custody with no injuries coming from this incident.
I mean, I think she capitalized. They got it. Pull it up.
Is she gonna be?
Yes. Thank you.
Pull right. That's my license.
Capital M, little c, capital L, E-O-D.
EOD?
Yeah. McLeod. Michelle McLeod, acting fire chief right now. So again.
MC, capital L, EOD.
Right. So everybody got sound? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Raise it up a little bit.
But okay, you got Finner. Finner's going to be about right.
It's just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and Michelle's not much taller. Si yo puedo hablar español, pero vamos a hacer después. So, testing 1, 2, 3. We got good sound. Everybody got good white balance? All right, stand by.
Thank you.
All right, so obviously he wanted to make sure everyone was all set up with their gear as they are now going to be bringing in the officials who are going to be giving these updates. And again, this is just giving you a live look at what goes on behind the scenes here when it comes to breaking news. Again, it takes a lot of work. Sometimes when you're watching, you only see just a little snippet, a little soundbite. But here on Live Now from Fox, we give you these full press conferences, even as we're getting set up for these press conferences. We've been showing you some of these different scenes where we had all of the first responders, and now they've moved the media over here just slightly out of the way so that they're able to then bring in and out any of those first responder vehicles that need to be exiting or entering this area again where this breaking news happened. So they wanted the media staged over in this direction so that they're able to do this update without interruptions of then having to move for an ambulance or a police vehicle or maybe even one of those fire engine trucks trying to drive by. So You can see that we do have quite a few different pieces of equipment still being set up last minute. I'm not going to go into a break because, you know, the second we do that, then our officials are going to step up. So we're still going to just sit here and watch this latest happen and unfold here on Live Now from Fox. Again, some breaking news out of Houston. So we'll be keeping an eye on this situation, listening in as, again, we're supposed to hear an update on the latest breaking news in just a few moments.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2. You go. All right. Thank you, man.
Hey there. Do me a favor when you guys hear it when it comes up. Just text me on my. Yeah, just let me know if the sound and audio is good. Just text my person. Thanks. Did 26 ever make it here? Oh well. We waited as long as we could. They can get it from me. What's that? They'll get it from me. Okay, good. You're the pool? On scene. Okay.
Excellent. Just double checking, making sure everybody's busy. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Mark. You're not late. It's breaking news.
Heads up, I get it, Chief. Heads up.
Yeah.
Excuse me, everybody.
Daniel. Yeah, he was asking who's standing up.
Marcia, you want me to tweet or you're good?
I'm good. Thanks, everybody. Hey, y'all good? Good. Yeah.
Chief, let me know when you're ready, and then I'll let you know when.
I just want to know when everybody else is ready. We want to start for. Yeah.
If we can have people spread out a little bit back there, if you would. Yeah, on either sides. Chief, whenever you're ready, sir.
All right. Thank y'all. Hey, thanks for your patience today. So at 11:46 a.m. at Prep High School, located at the 4400 block of Anderson Road, a call dropped, a shooting in progress. Call. Officers quickly arrived, set up a perimeter, thinking that it was a possible active shooter. Officers set up a rescue team. Once inside, they came upon the suspect, who surrendered without incident. The suspect was armed with a rifle. He was a 25-year-old black male, former student of the school. When he came into the building, the front door, it's a glass door, it was locked. He gained entry by shooting through a glass door and immediately fired upon one of the employees of the school. The only thing I'm going to release right now, because we're still notifying Ken, he was a white male and he was an employee of the school. He sustained a gunshot wound to the back. My officers, I'm really proud to say, administered first aid, got him to the, HFD got him to the hospital. He's in serious condition. I think he's in surgery, so we're going to pray that he's going to be all right. Right now, that's all we have is one suspect, one individual shot. I want to thank all our teams here, my leadership team, Harris County Sheriff's Department, HFD. Everybody responded. You know, when we get a call at a school and we think it's an active shooter. But I'm really proud of the quick response of the officers. It could have been a lot worse. And to the parents, we've why it took so long to get over here. We always want to make sure we do a systematic search. Every classroom, every building, to make sure that nobody else is in there, because sometimes you think it could be one suspect and it can be another one. So we wanted to be sure of that. And we're glad to say that the building is secure. Kids are coming back in. And also we're going to set up where the parents can come and pick them up, but just look for more directions on that. Any questions?
The staff member, did the staff member confront the gunman?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that. I don't think he confronted him. I think that once the suspect fired through that glass window and came in, I was told that he immediately fired upon that gentleman.
How were you able to identify that he was a former student so quickly? He's 25.
Well, because of what the school officials told us.
What did they tell you?
That he's a former student. Yes, ma'am.
They didn't know if he had a beef with the person.
No, ma'am. I got you. Yeah, no, ma'am.
Have they had prior incidents with this individual?
I'm not sure yet. That's part of the investigation. The most important thing is, I think we have over 1,000 students, I was told, and no students are hurt. We're praying for the employee of the school, and I think that's a good day. I think it's a good day, considering.
Could you confirm that the senior members of, could you say administrators, that could include the vice principal?
I don't know who it is right now. They hadn't told me if it's a teacher, administrator, or anything. Yeah.
Can you talk parent to those who are watching this on a live stream? I just talked to a 13-year-old who, one, heard the shooting, and then as she was being evacuated by police, walked past a little bit of this gruesome scene. Parents might be trying to have a conversation with their students this afternoon. How do you walk them through
It's
that?
tough. First of all, I don't think any kid or anybody should witness this, but it's the world that we live in. The most important thing, a lot of times people don't seek the help. If any kids or any school administrator, anybody that's involved with this, seek some help through counseling. I recommend that, and I know the school and anything that the police department and all the other agencies can do to assist. We want to make sure the kids get counseling.
Chief, the students told us that they'd actually drilled this type of scenario just 2 days ago. How important do you think that was?
I think it's very important, and also with all of our agencies, our brother and sister agencies around this county, you need to practice. You don't want anything like this to happen, but I want to commend those students. Every student I seen coming out, they were calm. The administrators, the teachers, outstanding job, and I want to commend them, and it speaks to that. They trained for it, so thank you.
Did he have any other guns on him, or?
One rifle, what we know of right now.
What hospital was he?
I never give out hospitals.
Center?
Medical center. Yes, ma'am. All right.
Did he say anything to your officers when he surrendered?
I wasn't told that he said anything. I know he surrendered without incident. Okay.
Do you have the response time? Just how quickly are we talking about? Because 1,000 kids.
Within minutes. Few minutes.
And then just really
few
quickly,
more.
Chief, I mean, you talk about the quick training of the police officers. We mentioned the students who had just gone through this training 2 days prior, and yet all of these security measures in place, and this guy shot through the door to gain entry. Where do you go with that as a leader of the city?
Well, where I'm gonna go with it, I'm gonna tell everybody, like I always do, we need to look out for one another, but we live in a dangerous society, okay? So always be aware of your surroundings, but things happen, okay? And you can't prevent everything, but the response and the preparation and the training, I think it made it much better today. One more.
No, go ahead. I was going to ask if we have a Spanish speaker. This is a very highly populated Hispanic area. If we got somebody that can talk.
Yeah, we'll get somebody up, absolutely. Go ahead.
What kind of rifle?
I'm not sure, it's just a rifle. Yeah, I hadn't processed it. I've been on the scene just managing and making sure everybody's okay. And like I said, pray for that one school employee, but suspect is going to be okay, and we're going to try to determine what led to this, okay? All right, thank y'all.
Can we get it in Spanish, sir?
Yeah.
So once again, we were listening into this update. It was live on Unfiltered for you. We're here on Live Now from Fox. Again, they do say that there was only one suspect who came onto the school property. It was a 25-year-old black male. He was a former student. The front door was locked, and he did shoot through that door with a rifle. He did also injure one person, a faculty member. And let's just go ahead, take a look at a map as to where this school is located. Again, we do know that some of the major roadways there is the Sam Houston Tollway, and also then it's off of Anderson Road, but another major road is that Alameda Road. So again, this is some breaking news that we took you out to here on Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, there is unfortunately one school faculty member who was transported to the hospital with critical injury, and if we do hear more updates on his condition, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we were in this breaking news giving you these live pictures, just heard from police. So we'll step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting into more news that's been happening across our country. Again, stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we have you covered on breaking news top stories that happen all across our country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking this live look again at this breaking news scene where we saw and just heard from police updating us that there was a school shooting that happened. One person, a 25-year-old male who was a former student, did say that they came with a rifle, did open fire. Unfortunately, there's one faculty member who suffered critical injuries, and there has also said to be no injuries, though, to students. So this scene being has been secured by police. They did say they wanted to be sure that that was the only suspect in this situation, and we've been giving you this live look as we've been on top of this breaking news scene here for you ever since it was shared with us. So we're going to step away from that because we do, of course, have a lot of other breaking news and top stories that we want to get to. Of course, a lot of eyes were on Capitol Hill this week as lawmakers were able to avoid government shutdown, but now Democrats still trying to push President Biden's agenda. So what we want to do is, of course, take us out to the White House press briefing that is taking place. We're going to jump in live with Jen Psaki right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Unifying a path to get both of these packages done. As a part of that, and we all knew this from the beginning, compromise is necessary. It's inevitable. Some have come down, some have come up in the numbers and what we're looking at here. That's what the basis of the discussion and some of the basis of progress has been.
Just one quick question on North Korea. They've launched another missile. It's their second one this week. White House.
All right, so as I've mentioned, Live Now from Fox always likes to give you the latest breaking news happening across the country. We are course, going to give you some of that breaking or the top stories coming to us from Washington, D.C., from this White House press conference. But we actually do have a police pursuit going on. So let's jump into that here for you as we're getting these live pictures coming into us. You're seeing this vehicle that our chopper is following. And again, this is a police pursuit that we just heard about. Our helicopter up in the air. It was a possible shooting suspect. You can see a squad car right there following closely behind. And this is coming to us from just outside of the Dallas area. So we were just in Houston in Texas with the breaking news of that suspect who was put into custody after that school shooting. Now you can see here in more breaking news coming out of Texas, this time of a possible shooting suspect that police are following. You can see multiple squad cars following right behind here, and it looks like they're on not too busy of a road. Now, this time of the day, you know, you're getting into the Friday afternoon hours. Some people may be getting off of work early. So, of course, we're going to be keeping an eye on exactly what roads this person chooses to go on. But again, this is a live picture coming to us outside of Dallas as police are in an active pursuit, going to work on continuing to give you some more information as it becomes available. But this is more live breaking news, which is what we do right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see here this person not obeying the traffic rules, going around these vehicles. Obviously, that car saw the police also coming up behind, tried to pull over out of the way. Again, this is an active police pursuit happening out of Dallas, Texas. So once more, as I mentioned, you can see here police following closely behind this person, really trying to make some last split-second decisions. Didn't know where he was going to go. Was he going to take a left? He decided to go straight. You can see some of the vehicles who are seeing all of this action in their rear view mirror pulling over, as again we do have a possible shooting suspect that police are following now as a pursuit. So this person is going to be trying to make its way through what now is a little bit more of a heavy trafficked area. And again, we're on top of live breaking news as it happens for you right here on Live Now from Fox, always bringing you the latest pictures and news that's happening across the country down in the state of Texas. This is a live pursuit that we are watching here for you, and some of the concerns that obviously police have to think about when they're in pursuit of a suspect is it looks like this person obviously going faster than some of the other traffic, how it's flowing, but again, not going at those super high rates of speed. Sometimes when we see these pursuits, those people are just driving really erratic. This one obviously breaking some of those traffic lights and obviously zipping around some of those other cars that were in the area. But now you can see that they're still just trying to make their way away from police. But it looks like we have quite a few police squad cars following straight behind. So again, this is just a live look. We do know that Carlton Police Department is the agency that is in pursuit of this vehicle. Again, this is just outside the Dallas, Texas area. So again, we do have a possible shooting suspect who's being followed by police here in the Dallas area. As you can see, multiple squad cars, lights on, a lot of traffic here in this area as we're getting these live pictures coming into our Live Now from Fox desk. So now you're seeing the suspect trying to weave around some of that stopped traffic. As we mentioned, they're not going to follow those traffic rules, the signs and signals there showing that it was a red light that he just ran through. And so once again, police following closely behind this possible shooting suspect. Going to run into a bit of trouble here. As you can see, he's now trying to make his way around some of these people who are sitting here in traffic. But you can tell the police are ahead of where this person is, really trying to help keep anyone away from these accidents because you saw them stopping traffic. Now it looks like speed's picking up a little bit here as, again, we're watching this live run unfiltered. I'm going to be bringing in my co-host here, Mike Page. Mike, we've covered time and time again a lot of these pursuits, and police now looking like they're going to have to put the pedal to the metal to keep up with this suspect.
Yeah, they really are, Christy, as we continue to follow this all live right now. You can see on the straightaways, this is when the suspect is starting to increase those speeds. And the thing you always got to worry about and really stress about as a police officer that is conducting these pursuits is when they go through these intersections, more often than not, that is when you're going to have those bad scenes there when they're going to be crashing into people, because they're more than likely going to be going and rolling right through red lights, stop signs, and everything else. And that's when we could really see, unfortunately, those accidents. And another thing you got to keep in mind, too, as well, you know, we know it's a police chase going on, but for people that are just driving around, you know, they're just going their normal day right now. They don't know what's going on. And then all of a sudden, you got a car going out of nowhere, maybe 40 to 50 miles per hour faster, and just blows right by you and potentially hits you, and you're wondering what is going on. Then you see the police that continue to tail, and then it hits you. Oh my gosh, almost got hit by a police chase here with a suspect that just seems out of control at this moment. But we're seeing the suspect go through these side roads right now on to a road here. Looks like this one could go anywhere from 30 miles per hour. Obviously, this suspect not following any rules of the road right here. This is a shooting suspect, and looks like, Christy, we got some more information.
Right, yeah, you know, we're taking a look. It looks like this driver is surrendering, the hands outside of the window. They tried to turn into this oncoming traffic. It did look like, though, police, obviously very familiar with this area, had also been ready to stop and be prepared to apprehend this suspect. So that's exactly what they're going to try to do now, is help give the right cues on what these people need to do to get out. And then, of course, be bringing this suspect into custody.
What's that? What? I was going to say, if you want to throw up the warning, just they have to go with their guns drawn. You know.
Hello, Christy. Can you just run it on your end? Oh, I'm sorry. JR was going to try to call you. Sorry. Okay, thanks.
I apologize.
All right, so once again, we do have this suspect hands behind their head, and they are backing away from this vehicle, and it does look like they do possibly have a second person who is also inside of this car. So it is looking like that this is going to end, thankfully, safely for the officers who were involved in this pursuit, because as we've mentioned before, they can become dangerous situations. We do see that police now putting that driver into custody, handcuffs with their hands behind the back, and they do still now have to give the right commands and cues to the other person who is inside of this vehicle. So once more, we do know that this was a possible shooting suspect. Looks like there's another passenger in the car who's going to be taken down onto the ground and also taken into custody. You can see they had a lot of not only units responding here, but they also had canines on hand, and they're going to be now having to conduct an investigation, take this car into the custody as well, to help them be able to now look through and see exactly if there's any evidence that's linking them to what they know is of these possible shooting suspects. So once again, if it's live, raw, unfiltered, that's exactly what we do here. We're bringing you always breaking news that's happening across the country, this time coming to you out of the Dallas area, as the Carlton Police Department had this pursuit and safely 2 people in custody at this time. They're going to be booked in for this Friday. And of course, as we mentioned when we were watching, thankful that we didn't see any crashes, any accidents happen, especially for those folks who may have been just getting off early on a Friday afternoon. Maybe they were out for their lunch break. So once more, this is a live look at that breaking news coming to us from the Dallas area in Texas, after there was a police pursuit that is now ended, again with a possible shooting suspect. 2 people, though, in custody.
That's real bad.
So once more, this is going to be ending here. They're going to have to bring in a tow truck to take that car out of this area. So all of these drivers that were in this area are going to have to now try to make their way around this scene here. Obviously, a lot of police units were following closely behind during this pursuit. They're also going to have to move out of the way. So a little bit of a traffic backup's going to happen here. But once more, for anyone joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were watching this pursuit of a possible shooting suspect. There were 2 people inside of this vehicle. They did, once they were turning into oncoming traffic, got stuck, realized there wasn't anywhere they could go. They did surrender. Hands were up in the air. Police gave the commands. They exited the vehicle without trouble. They were able to take 2 people into custody here today. And once more, we do want to say thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, where we're always on top of breaking news as it's happening across our country. We're on top of it here for you. So we are going to be stepping away for a quick 2-minute break as this pursuit has ended with 2 people in custody. Going to stay on top of all the other news stories happening across the country. Probably going to head out to finally, once again, we tried to get out to it once before. Going to be going back out to it once again. Our White House press briefing is taking place. This coming at a time when Democrats still trying to push Biden's agenda. This is at a time when there's going to be also President Biden going to the Capitol to talk with some of his Democratic leaders about pushing his agenda. So we'll be bringing you the latest update from Jen Psaki, our White House press secretary, coming up just moments away. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss the White House press briefing. You know how fiery it can get. So we'll have it coming up here in just 2 short minutes. All right, guys. So we have been busy here on Live Now from Fox. We've been bringing you all these different breaking news pieces happening across the country, especially down in Texas, where we've had 2 different breaking news scenes that we've been out here just within the last hour and a half. So once again, we have had a shooting that happened out at a school. Again, this took place down at an area where officials were able to respond very quickly. So we do know at this time, after police gave us an update, that the school shooting happened in Houston. They do have one person in custody. That person was a 25-year-old male suspect. He was a former student, and we do know that the school was locked at the time when he arrived on scene. He had a rifle, though, shot through the glass front door, and unfortunately did also shoot one of the faculty members there, who is now said to be in critical condition. And he was the only, though, victim in this case after that suspect opened fire in the school. So no students were injured, but again, one faculty member taken to the hospital in critical condition. So we just heard from police. If we do get more developments on this case, of course, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We also were in some breaking news of a police chase happening just outside the Dallas, Texas area. They had two people that they did apprehend, bring into custody. So we've been all over on top of breaking news here for you. That's exactly what we like to do, is always bring you the latest breaking news items that happen, no matter where they are. We're on top of it, especially as we get new developments. We always like to keep everyone up to date. But as I mentioned before, we do have our White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, who's giving a briefing. This coming at a time when we still have lawmakers divided on infrastructure. We have had our debt ceiling did get passed so that they were able to avoid the government shutdown. But now there's a lot of back and forth, even some Democrats who might not be supporting Biden's agenda. So President Biden is said to be going to Capitol Hill here today. He's going to go and speak with some of his Democratic caucus leaders. So that if we do get a piece of that, we'll be bringing it to you. But it's said that he's not going to leave the White House until this briefing is done. So what I'm going to do is, since we have already had this briefing going on for about 20 so minutes, I'm going to go back to the beginning so we don't miss a moment of it. So here's the beginning of our White House press briefing with Jen Psaki. Again, we're going to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Items at the top. I know that some of the wires have to go. We'll let you know when you have to go, and we'll go to you guys first. Yesterday, HHS, Treasury, Labor, and OPM issued new consumer protections against surprise medical bills, specifically the rules designed to lower healthcare costs, prevent hospitals and doctors from taking advantage of their market power, advance healthcare price transparency, and expand people's ability to dispute claims denied by their health plan. This builds on a rule that was issued in July. Together, these new regulations will ensure that consumers are protected from most surprise bills, that consumers know how much health care will cost before getting care, and that providers, health plans, and issuers have a process to settle payment disputes. Also wanted to just give you a brief 3,000 foot on the week ahead, and we'll have more as the weekend proceeds. Of course, throughout the weekend and next week, the president will continue to make the case for his Build Back Better agenda and the bipartisan infrastructure deal. Also, he will be working with the Senate on the debt limit after Republicans voted twice this week to default. And toward the middle of the week, the president will travel across the country to make the case for his Build Back Better agenda and to discuss his administration's work to increase COVID-19 vaccinations, defeat the pandemic, and build an economy that works for all. Next Friday is, of course, Jobs Day. You can expect he'll deliver some remarks on the economy, and as always, we'll provide you with more details as we have them. Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Why is the president going to the Hill today? What has changed in these talks that he believes now's the time to make the drive over there, and what is his message to House Democrats?
He's going over there to make the case for his legislative agenda, which includes the infrastructure bill, and it includes his Build Back Better agenda. That would be in the reconciliation package. So he wants to speak directly to members, answer their questions, and make the case for why we should all work together to give the American people more breathing room.
Does he expect to walk out of there with agreement, consensus for a vote today on the infrastructure package?
I'm not going to make a prediction of whether there will or won't be a vote. I'll leave that to Speaker Pelosi to determine when she will call a vote. But he's making the case. He believes it's the right time for him to go up there. These are his proposals. These are his bold ideas. This is his plan that he's outlined to not just rebuild our roads, our railways, and bridges and put millions of people back to work, but also to make child care, elder care, pre-K more cost-effective, to address the climate crisis, and he wants to make the case directly to members.
You mentioned a few of those proposals that are in there. Senator Manchin has been calling to means test some of those new proposals. Is that something the president is open to? Is that on the table? Is that the substance of what is being hashed out right now?
I wouldn't say that's the substance of what's being hashed out right now. There's a lot of topics that are being discussed right now between a range of members, including Senator Manchin. I know we've talked over the last couple of days a little bit about this proposal for some means testing. What the president supports and what the president is focused on is ensuring that these plans are targeted toward the middle class, help the middle class, and help middle class families prosper, give them breathing room. And so as you look to some of his past proposals, there has been caps on income on some of his past proposals, some that were implemented as a part of the American Rescue Plan. So certainly, whatever you call it, he's open to discussing that.
Sorry, last one. We haven't really seen much of the president this week in public. Is it possible we'll see him? Will his remarks to the Democratic conference be open to the press? Will he make remarks? Will he speak to the American people today about the status of these negotiations?
Well, he's visiting the Democratic caucus, and as you may know, and as the Speaker's office will confirm for all of you, they make those rules. We don't make those rules, and those are closed press meetings. But obviously, there'll be a press poll with him. In terms of whether he'll address the public or speak to all of you, we'll see. We're quite open, and he will make decisions hour by hour. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jen, can you tell us what progress has been made in the last 24 hours or so on these two bills?
Well, I can tell you a little bit about what's happened over the last 24 hours. So, and some of you have been watching this closely, but White House officials, including Chief of Staff Ron Klain, Counselor Steve Ricchetti, Domestic Policy Advisor Susan Rice, Legislative Director Louisa Terrell, NEC Director Brian Deese, have been speaking with leadership and members spanning the caucus daily, moderates and progressives, members of the CPC, the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Blue Dogs, New Dems, and problem solvers. They've been on constant contact and on constant phone calls. And also, as you know, many of those officials I just mentioned, Susan Rice, Brian Deese, and Louisa Terrell, were up on the Hill yesterday from about 3 p.m. until midnight last night, meeting with members, discussing with their teams what the path forward looks like. The legislative team has also made now at least 300 calls or had at least 300 calls or meetings with members, chiefs of staff, staff directors, and legislative directors since September 1st. And our policy teams have also had dozens of meetings directly with members and their teams. I would say over the last 24 hours, you've seen, obviously there's been the pressure of a timeline, which often can make progress, can crystallize for people what's at stake, what we're all trying to do here, which is to make life better for the American people. There have been discussions about what the path forward looks like, productive, constructive discussions. And as we said last night in the statement I put out, we feel we've made some progress. Those discussions have continued today, and they're continuing as we speak.
And it was that statement that I was referring to. Is there anything more you can delineate about what that progress is exactly?
Well, I think we all know what we're trying to work toward here, right? It's not a state secret. There are a couple of members of the Senate who want to be comfortable with what the Build Back Better package looks like. There are a couple of members of the Progressive Caucus, several members of the Progressive Caucus, however you define it, who want to know there's a path forward on the Build Back Better agenda. What we're working toward is unifying a path to get both of these packages done. As a part of that, and we all knew this from the beginning, compromise is necessary. It's inevitable. Some have come down, some have come up in the numbers and what we're looking at here. That's what the basis of the discussion and some of the basis of progress has been.
Just one quick question on North Korea. They've launched another missile. It's their second one this week. White House reaction to that and to Kim Jong-un's offer to open up a direct line with South Korea again?
First let me say that in our outreach, as I think I'll start here, we've made specific proposals for discussion with the North Koreans, but have not received a response to date. So in our outreach from the United States, and we remain prepared to discuss the full range of issues. I believe in terms of the recent incidents, missile launches you referred to. We're, of course, aware of these reports. We're assessing the specific nature of these launch events. I think we've put out statements from the Department of Defense and others in response to them in terms of potential discussions between the North Koreans and the South Koreans. Obviously, we've made our own outreach of potential engagement. I'd have to talk to our team if we have a more specific reaction. Go ahead. Oh, I promise I go to the wire, so go ahead.
Okay. Progressives have say they want a Senate vote on the reconciliation before they vote for the infrastructure package. And since that's not happening today, what sort of assurances can you offer progressives?
I'm not sure I'm following your question.
That progressives want, assurances that the reconciliation package will pass if they also take a vote on the infrastructure package. So what assurances can the White House offer?
Well, that's exactly what we're working through. One, we don't know what the vote schedule is or isn't today. We leave that to Speaker Pelosi. As I said yesterday, and I'll just reiterate now, it's 2:50 in the afternoon. There's plenty of hours of time left. It is not a secret. We know exactly what we're trying to accomplish here. Exactly as you've stated is something I've stated many times from this podium. There is a desire and an interest from some members of the Democratic caucus to understand what the path forward looks like on the Build Back Better agenda. A proposal and agenda the president has proposed. That's what they're looking for, an assurance that there's a path forward on that. They feel the keys to that is ensuring that there are enough votes to pass that in the Senate with the support of Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema. That's why the president has been so focused on working with them and having discussions with them about finding a path forward. If there was a deal, you all would know there was a deal. But that's exactly what we've been working toward and working through over the past several days. Go ahead, Kelly.
Is this a trust exercise today where the president is going to try to get progressives to trust that perhaps something like a framework short of a full vote should be acceptable?
The president is not going there to litigate the legislative path forward. He's going there to make the case for how these two packages can help the American people. He'll, of course, answer questions, and I'm sure that will be a part of the important engagement he has while he's on the Hill.
And some Republicans who were working with the president earlier in the process on the $1 trillion package, Mitt Romney among them, says this is profoundly disappointing, and he believes House Democrats have put their party ahead of the needs of the country. How does the president respond to that?
I think maybe the time and energy of some of the Republicans in the Senate who voted in a bipartisan fashion to move the infrastructure bill forward should talk to Kevin McCarthy and some of the Republicans in the House who are opposing a bill, opposing a proposal that many of them had expressed support for in the past, because they're either being pressured by special interests or by their own leadership, whatever it may be. So we'd suggest he spend some time talking to them. Go ahead.
Jen, our reporting is that the final agreement could come in at around $2 trillion. Is that somewhere the White House is comfortable with? Is that where you're trying to land this?
Look, I think I'm not going to negotiate from here, obviously. We know, and we've said from the beginning, that some will have to come up, some will have to come down. And if there was an agreement on what the final looked like, you would all know that.
And in your statement last night, one of the common goals you cited was clean energy. Does that mean there's any kind of agreement on how you're defining clean energy? Because obviously progressives see it one way, but Senator Manchin has said he wants to include natural gas, which they don't agree with.
Well, when we say clean energy, when I said it in the statement, what we're referring to is really steps to address the climate crisis. There are a number that are included in the infrastructure bill. There are also a number that are included in the Build Back Better agenda, including. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Sorry. Pause for a second. Go ahead. No.
Thank you, Poole.
Yes, thank you, Poole. And so what I was referring to there is in the infrastructure bill, it includes a number of key components in our view that will help address the climate crisis, investing in electric vehicles, getting rid of lead pipes, making sure there are charging stations. There are also key components in the Build Back Better agenda. All of those, in our view, are efforts to move toward a clean energy economy.
Secretary Yellen said this week she would support eliminating the debt limit entirely. Would President Biden also support a solution that effectively abolishes the debt limit?
Our focus right now over the next 17 days or so is plus or minus is getting a debt limit getting debt limit raised in the Senate. That's what we're working toward. There's plenty of time after that to discuss what the path forward looks like. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks, Jen. Did the president wait too long to get seriously involved in these discussions? I mean, this is happening so late that Speaker Pelosi is like using a legislative trick to pretend that it's still Thursday on the Hill to meet her deadline.
Well, Jackie, I would say anyone who's ever been through a legislative fight before or covered it on the Hill knows that the negotiations and the deal making always happens at the end. It doesn't matter how the process works or how many weeks there are. It always happens at the end. We're clearly at the late stages of the process here. This is exactly the moment where people put their bottom lines down, they put their best ideas forward, and there's heavy negotiating. And that's exactly what's happening. And that's why timelines can help make progress.
And then there are 3,700 Department of Transportation employees who are furloughed right now because progressives have so far declined to support this bipartisan bill that would renew their baseline funding, setting aside that there is discussion going on for a short-term fix that's possible. Aren't progressives squarely to blame for the furlough that's happening right now?
Well, to be clear, I mean, every member of Congress is a free citizen who could vote to support this infrastructure bill, including Republicans. They could come forward and support it, as 19 Republicans in the Senate did not. Instead, they've chosen to be influenced by whether it's pharmaceutical companies or other special interests, or just to be strong-armed by their leadership, not to support legislation that many, including members of the Problem Solvers Caucus, suggested they may. So it just requires a majority to support legislation in Congress, and we haven't seen any real courage from the Republican side in the House.
In the messaging to progressives about the value of this package, is there any discussion conveying from the White House that if this package is around $2 trillion, that the value of it, the investment of it, is actually higher because of some of the math that can be done? Is that kind of an argument that the White House is making to try to sell this to progressives?
The case that the White House is making is that compromise requires everybody giving a little. That's the stage we're in. But no matter where we end, if we can get something done here, we're going to have a historic piece of legislation pass Congress that's going to have a huge impact on the American people. And that's one of the reasons the president wanted to go down there today and lay down and remind people. We get mired, everybody does, in kind of the mechanics of legislating, hugely important part, but remind people of what this is all about. And this is all about lowering costs for people. This is all about addressing the climate crisis. This is all about helping women and family back in the workforce. And that's the case he'll make when he goes to the caucus.
One more quick one. If the president can't get this across today after his visit to the Hill, what message does that send about the Democrats' ability to deliver, and what kind of impact might that have in the midterms?
Well, I think what's happening right now is there's healthy debate, discussion, and disagreement about the specifics of the path forward. And that's not a sign of dysfunction. That's a sign of Democrats primarily at this point, that we welcome Republican support in the House, trying to work together to get things done for the American people. That's how legislating happens. So he's going up there because this is his agenda. This is what he has proposed. He feels passionately about getting both of these pieces of legislation done, and he wants to speak directly to the caucus about that, and he feels it's exactly the right time to do that. He also feels that disagreement, debate, litigating components of numbers or how much is going to get a little more than the other, that's democracy, and that's a healthy part of the process too. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said at the top that the president next week will make his case for the Build Back Better agenda and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Is that a concession that it is not going to get done this weekend?
No, it's a conveying that the president's going to have to continue to go out there and make the case to the public about what is in these packages, no matter when it passes.
Soon, possibly as soon as this weekend, the United States is going to hit 700,000 deaths from COVID. When the U.S. hit 500,000, the president paused and essentially held a memorial. How does he intend to mark this next terrible milestone? And also, what responsibility does he feel for the last 200,000 deaths?
Well, look, I think as the president said many times, he feels incredible responsibility for everything that's happening in the country, including our ongoing fight and battle with COVID-19. That's why he is focused on this as his number one priority since the first day he came into office. I'd note that we've saved, according to outside experts, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of lives because of the actions his administration administration took, including at this point, I think we're at 77 or 78% of the public having received at least one vaccine. Obviously, we'll all take a moment to pause when we hit 700,000. That is a striking, horrifying number of lives lost to a pandemic, people who lost loved ones, parents, grandparents, children in many cases. In terms of what the president will specifically do, I'll have to get back to you on when we have more on that. Go ahead.
Back to the president's trip to the Hill. You said he's going to make his case for his agenda, but is it also his way of saying enough is enough? This is time to come together now?
Well, certainly he's going to make the case for why it's important that everybody come together and move forward on both pieces of these legislation so we can deliver for the American people. I don't think the president is going to say enough is enough. That's not really his vernacular, but he feels it's important now to go directly, go to the Hill, go to the Democratic caucus and make his case directly, answer questions, and certainly talk about how we can work together to make the lives of the American people better.
It's following up on Kelly's question. There does seem to be a lack of trust. Like you said, progressives are looking for assurances that there's a path forward, that the negotiations are going to continue on the reconciliation bill. How do you govern if there's a lack of trust among Democrats?
I don't know that I wouldn't put it in those terminology as a lack of trust. I will leave that to members of Congress to describe how they feel about each other. There's a diversity of views and opinions within the Democratic caucus. We know that. We welcome that. That's a healthy part of having a party, a healthy part of having a democracy. What we know is that the president has worked with members of this caucus to get the American Rescue Plan done, to move his agenda forward to this point, and that when we're talking about this stage in the process, a pivotal stage in the process where we're litigating details, where we're having debates about key components of two historic bills that will change the lives of millions of people, it's healthy to have discussions. It's healthy to push. It's healthy to be out there advocating for your point of view. And I think there's a misunderstanding of how democracy and policy making works when you suggest otherwise. Not you, but anyone.
Just following up again on the climate change stuff. Is the president's goal still to end fossil fuel subsidies?
That's his goal, yes. Go ahead.
Jen, the president spent most of his week doing his negotiating behind the scenes here at the White House, in meetings, on the phone. Today, he's making a very public trip to the halls of Congress. So why the change in tactics? Is this a make or break moment?
This is a moment where he feels it's exactly the right time to go to the caucus and make the case for why it's important to work together to get this agenda. He wants to go back to the substance and talk about how the components of each of these packages will make a difference in people's lives. And he wants to have an engagement and a back and forth in person, which, as you can all note, he's had a lot of people here come to the White House. He loves that in-person engagement, and it's an opportunity to do exactly that. When there will be a vote, when there will be a deal, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes about that. This is just his own effort to make his case directly to the caucus.
Is he trying to send a message by literally meeting members physically where they are?
And what message would that be?
That's my question.
I think I wasn't sure what you were asking. I think he was in the Senate for 36 years. You know, he is making clear that if they partner together, if we work together, we can get this done for the American people. And going to their caucus meeting, something, by the way, he did in the Senate. It's not unheard of. It's something presidents have done in the past. Is a way for him to go and make the case for his agenda. As I said earlier, these are his proposals. This is something he passionately believes in, both pieces of legislation. And so it's absolutely right for him to go to where they are and make the case for both.
And one last one. During most of the day yesterday, it was quite clear that the votes were not there for this infrastructure bill to pass. And yet we saw White House officials and the president working throughout the day to try and cobble together the votes to pass that legislation last night, only to see the inevitable happen with the speaker delaying that vote. So what, in the president's view, did that work yesterday accomplish, and was it worth it to try and push for that bill to be passed on that arbitrary timeline?
Well, if the speaker were standing here, I wish she was. She's invited anytime. She would tell you you it wasn't inevitable. And that when you legislate and when you are working with a small margin, which she is, in Congress to get something done, that timelines, self-imposed deadlines sometimes can help crystallize for people and help you make progress. And we think it did exactly that. As we said in a statement last night, we're not quite there yet. We're still working toward it. That remains the case today. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jen, thanks. What more can you tell us about these trips next week that the president is making? Can you tell us what states or locations they are? Is this a multi-day trip or just one day? I think you said middle of the week.
Yeah.
And the fact that the president is going on the road, so to speak, is this a sign that he has struggled to sell this plan so far to the public for you to do this at this point?
Well, I don't have the details yet. I understand why you're asking, but I wasn't trying to be secretive about them. We're still trying to finalize all the specifics. We may have more by the end of today or first thing tomorrow morning. As soon as we do, we'll make them available. It's going to be at least one day, maybe 2 days of travel next week if we can finalize all of the details. Look, we know that the components of these packages are quite popular, and I went through this the other day with the American people. If you look at the child tax credit, if you look at universal pre-K, if you look at elder care and ensuring that elder care is something that can be cost effective and achievable, being able to cover it for people, and also making sure our roads and our rails and our bridges are rebuilt, also very popular, as is addressing the climate crisis. But he also recognizes that he needs to be out there conveying to the American public why this matters to them, even if they like different components of the package. So this is something he's committed to doing. You'll see him doing over the coming weeks and months. We made an assessment, because there's almost nothing more valuable than the time of the President of the United States, that in this week, when we were in a key period of negotiating and having discussions with legislators, specifically a couple of members of the Senate, that his time would be best spent here in Washington, being available, meeting with people, and having phone calls. But we'll see. He'll do that next week, too, but he'll also be on the road.
Will these trips be in what we think of as swing states, or maybe even the states of some of the senators who haven't gotten on board yet, say maybe Arizona?
He's going to be, I understand your line of questioning. We'll get your advice. Right. What does it rhyme with? I understand your question. Look, he's not going out to the country to do anything more than communicate with the public about how Democrats are working together to make their lives better. I expect we'll have more details on the next 24 hours about where. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. You've said a couple times that timelines help make progress and that self-imposed deadlines also make progress. In all of the meetings this week between White House staff and the president with lawmakers, was the White House explicitly telling progressives to hold their ground on not having the vote or not voting for the BIF until the second part? And was the White House also saying to the moderates, keep pushing for a timeline in order to get to that point that we got to yesterday?
So we're renegotiating against ourselves?
What you actually telling both, continuing on these paths
Karen,
can actually bring progress.
It's a good question. I know there's been some reporting out there. I can assure you there is no moment in time where any senior member of this White House was arguing for anyone to vote against a piece of the president's agenda. What is also true is that we have been communicating with such a broad range of members from across the caucus that often we know where different parts of the caucus stand. And so we have been in many ways liaisons along with leadership to convey this is where this group stands, this is where that group may stand, and conveying so that we can help reach a unifying point and get across the finish line. And the vast majority of that, without all the specifics, is very much known publicly, right? There's a group who have been out on television and out very publicly, and your colleagues on the Hill asked some good questions, who have conveyed we absolutely need to have a clear path forward on the Build Back Better agenda in order to support the infrastructure bill. They're also a group that has conveyed that they want the infrastructure vote, otherwise they're not going to support the reconciliation package. So what we're trying to do is gather all the views, gather all the voices, figure out what everyone's for, and try to get both pieces of legislation passed.
Follow up on my colleague Mary Alice's question. Like, you're getting all that together, figuring out where everybody stands, and they're making it very public. But is there a point where the president says, we know where everybody stands, but now everybody has to just put aside some of those red lines and get behind his agenda to get something done?
Well, I think I understand your question, but look, I mean, and he's going to make the case for the importance of getting his agenda done today, right? These proposals when he goes to the caucus. But ultimately, it's a separate branch of government, right? Individual members have a vote. That's how the United States of America was set up. And I think you've met a lot of these people. They're not looking to be told what to do or have their arms twisted. They want to be a part of the discussion, a part of the engagement. The good news is, if you've heard and you've seen many of these members from all sides of this debate out there saying, we're making progress, we're getting there, we're getting closer to an agreement. We agree with that. And so we're going to continue to follow this path. Go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on that question about the White House, being perceived as talking out of both sides of its mouth, for the lack of a better way of saying it. This morning, Ron Klain retweeted a message that was supportive of House progressives who delayed last night's vote on the BIF, saying that that they were putting the Biden agenda on track. And I'm just wondering if you can kind of clarify Ron Klain's sort of seeming support for that track of ideas versus what you've been saying all week, which is that we were trying to get this done.
You have caught us. Ron Klain retweeted to send a secret message to the country that we were litigating against ourselves and arguing against our agenda.
Come out to the briefing room, sit down with us.
All kidding aside, Amy, I know there's been questions about this, which I was sort of touching on before. Look, we believe in the Build Back Better agenda, something that I think everybody would argue the many members of the Progressive Caucus are most excited about, right? About any component of the agenda. I think that Ron Klain, the chief of staff, who I think most people know who he is, was just echoing the fact that there are a lot of good components of that agenda and we should get it done. Sometimes a retweet is nothing more than that, saying the agenda is good. We also know that, as I said earlier, that there's a need to work with members in the Senate to get them to a place where they have a commitment to a clear path forward on this agenda. So no, at no point have we been arguing against or whipping against our own agenda. That would be terrible legislative and strategic strategy. I think everyone can agree. But we do feel strongly, and the president feels very strongly about getting both pieces of these legislation done. And so he is working for all the people who are excited more about one than the other to get them all excited about both pieces and supporting both pieces. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. Senators Manchin and Sinema have been wearing out a path between here and Capitol Hill in the past few days. Yesterday, at least, Senator Manchin was forthright with reporters in saying that his top line is $1.5 trillion, which may have some impact on the breadth and length of the reconciliation bill. Does the president have any idea what Senator Sinema wants out of this?
We'll let Senator Sinema speak for herself.
But does he have an idea of what she wants?
We'll let Senator speak for what she wants. Go ahead.
Thanks. You just said no matter where we end, if we can get something done here, we're going to have a historic piece of legislation. Are you slightly moving the goalposts there and maybe cushioning for the result being something that previously would have been thought as a disappointment, but now it's just historic anyway?
Well, first of all, I think we know that there's going, as I've said many times, that compromise means that some people are going to come down, some people are going to come up. That's a part of what happens here. But what we're talking about is a large package that will have a historic impact on the American people. There's never been a proposal like this that's come even this close to passing that will help lower the cost of child care, of elder care, of universal pre-K, that has done what this package is proposing to do for the climate crisis. So yes, there are of course parameters for what we would or wouldn't be for, but ultimately what they're negotiating around and what members are negotiating around in good faith would be a historic, have a historic impact on our economy, a historic impact on people across the country. I can do a couple more here, and then I gotta go. Yeah.
On a different topic, if you don't mind. The lifting of the travel ban was going to be for early November.
Yeah.
That's coming up. Is there a date?
It's still on track to meet early November.
Just early November.
That's right, and it will be done by then. Go ahead.
You mentioned that everyone is probably going to have to give a little on this.
Hence a compromise.
Yes. Does the president have any specific policy red lines on the reconciliation bill that you could kind of lay out? I know you've done that before on previous legislation.
he understands that he may not get absolutely everything he wants in this package, and others may not get absolutely everything they want in this package. But I'm not going to outline it further from here. I know we've done that in the past, but at this moment in the discussions, I'm not going to do that from here.
Of the policy, you can say he's not letting anyone touch this.
It's all important to him, but I'm not going to outline further detail from here at this point in the discussions. Go ahead.
The New York Times ran a great story that a number of Republican senators are breaking with McConnell to sign onto the infrastructure bill. If that's so, are there similar cases with Republican House reps too? And is that one way that is Pelosi counting on their votes to offset progressives?
So 19 senators did vote for the infrastructure bill and did support a bipartisan infrastructure path forward. There have been Republicans in the House who have expressed support for, interest in some components of this infrastructure bill in the past too, but Kevin McCarthy has been whipping against it. It's a good question for him as to why and why these members oppose it, but I think Speaker Pelosi isn't betting on Kevin McCarthy's caucus at this point in time.
Lastly, I spoke with a few organizations that are helping migrants from Haiti, and a couple of concerns that they had were getting in complaints, accusations of human rights violations at the border, including people being refused medical attention. Another issue that was coming in was that there were many people deported that didn't have proper documentation, that were non-Haitians that were sent to Haiti, and so they're kind of dealing with that on the ground. Have you all heard any of those complaints or information?
On the latter, I have not heard a single incident of that. I'm happy to check on that case. I will just reiterate that as we've been implementing Title 42 as it relates to any migrants who have been coming across the border, no matter what country they're coming from, who are coming through an irregular process. But in order to go back to a country, you typically need to have come from that country. And there are countries where some Haitians were living for a short period of time that they may have not had the proper documentation to go back to that country. So that may be, I'm not sure if that is what the issue is, and certainly that did happen in some cases. As it relates to medical care, that is something that we surged, and I think you're talking about from a couple weeks ago in Del Rio. Which there's no longer people under the bridge in Del Rio, but from a couple of weeks ago, we surged a range of resources, including food, medical care, and assistance to make sure that people were getting exactly what they needed. I'd also note that an immediate medical issue is also an exemption for Title 42 and something that we would work to take care of immediately. All right, guys, thank you so much. More will be here.
That was the White House briefing wrapping up. All eyes right now on the Capitol. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thank you so much for joining us here live now from Fox as we continue to roll on right here, give you all the top stories and headlines from across the country. You could see people are ready and waiting for President Biden to come to the Capitol. We have multiple shots here waiting for that moment. Soon, President Biden will be arriving on the Hill trying to salvage his economic agenda. Can he do it? There are members of his own party that don't want the $3.5 trillion package. What will happen with these talks? This is going to be a closed caucus talks. You see Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi there right by the door waiting for the moment. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. We will be on standby for President Biden trying to do some negotiating on his own with Democrats and Republicans. Live now from Fox, coming up next. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. It is Friday. We are in the mix together, and boy, oh boy, it has been a busy day, and we're not even into the evening hours. We appreciate everyone joining us here. Always, we bring you the feeds, the live rawness of it all as it comes into our newsroom. We pump it right out to you, and here is the shots that we have available to us right now. We continue to wait for President Biden going on the Capitol Hill to try to rally his own members in his party of the Democratic Party to come on board for his agenda. Remember, he wants that $3.5 trillion package in the books. Senator Manchin said yesterday, yeah, I don't think I agree with that 3.5. How about 1.5, Joe? And that is meeting a lot of resistance right now, and we'll be covering every angle for you. We got a lot of shots available to us awaiting President Biden. As soon as we see the shot, we will go to it right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's keep going with more news here of the day. Going out to Texas, we do have Governor Greg Abbott talking about an economic agenda as well as other things as well. So let's bring that to you here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox.
Economic Development Alliance, as well as Roosevelt ISD Superintendent Dallas Grimes and Texas Tech President Skubadek. Guns up. And of course, I share the stage with my colleagues from the Texas Capitol, with Senator Perry and Representative Burrows, and Representative Frulo is here also. I saw him earlier. But I want to thank, you have no idea how fortunate the Lubbock area is to be represented by some of the best representatives in the state capitol. Give it up for your state senator and your two state representatives. Now, surely there's something that everybody can agree upon, and that is everybody loves fresh dairy products. And now Texas is going to have more of it made right here in Lubbock, Texas. Amen. We are proud that Leprino Foods is the world's largest maker of mozzarella cheese and other dairy products, and prouder that they are now making their products in Lubbock, Texas.
We'll go back out to that in just a little bit, but we do have the breaking news alert right here for you. We do have President Biden here at the Capitol right now. You see the motorcade is here. We will soon be seeing him rolling in to the Capitol there to try to sell and salvage his economic agenda. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We always truly appreciate it when you come and join us here, and we're just always on standby for the latest breaking news, the latest feeds coming in to our newsroom, and then we push it right out to you live, raw, and always direct on the spot right here, giving you the items that are coming in real time. You know, so many times with when you watch a traditional news product, those items have been edited and really scrutinized for hours and hours throughout the day. We show you the clips that are coming in at this time. No editing involved here. We bring it out just like we get it. That way, when we show you a news conference or we show you an event, that way you get to decide on the facts that you're hearing, instead of just maybe a 20-second bite, a 30-second bite. No, we bring it all to you right here in the mix. Let's go inside right now. The president has just arrived. We are going to be seeing him come and walk down this hallway with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. You see the Secret Service all in line there as well with the Capitol Police. This is it. This is the moment for President Biden. Can he salvage his economic agenda? Let's see what kind of negotiating skills he has, everyone. Let's see what comes out of this meeting. It's going to be behind closed doors. Let's just listen to see if he makes any remarks.
Permission to come forward. If I have a whistle, I'd whistle you aboard. Commander, good to see you.
How confident are you that
Are you only near a deal?
All right, President Biden taking no questions, making no statements. It's time to go to work. Can he make a deal with his own party here? It'll be interesting to see what comes out of this meeting. You watched it right here, live, raw, and always unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we'll keep you up to date on all of the movements here associated with this big meeting. Thanks again for joining us. It is a busy, busy Friday, and we're just getting warmed up here for you. We always appreciate you joining us here today, live and in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for another quick 2-minute break while we got it. Welcome back, everyone, here live now and always unfiltered for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, on this Friday here. Well, our next story here, a very somber one and sad one. We take you out to Las Vegas. Hard to believe, everyone. I couldn't believe it when I saw it on the calendar today. Already 4 years since that horrible massacre that killed more than 50 people at a country music festival in Las Vegas. Let's bring you some of that remembrance and ceremony from earlier today.
Reflect on what we can do for others. Our prayer this day is that we might take these thoughts, incorporate them into our lives once again, and bring real peace and unity to our community. We pray thy blessing on these events, on those who participate, on all of us, that we might be lifted and lift one another. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, at this time we will proceed with the ceremony, and our order of speakers will be first up, Governor Steve Sisolak.
Thank you, Sheriff. It is humbling to be here on this day. Today is not the only day that we remember the lives that were lost in 1 October. I know I remember them every day. I know you remember them every day. The pain that is felt by the families, the friends, the community as an after effect of what happened on 1 October doesn't get any easier. It doesn't get any softer. Unfortunately, this tragedy will live on in our lives and in our memories forever. And the lives that were lost and the families and the people that were affected will never be forgotten. And I just want you to know, on behalf of the great state of Nevada and the over 3 million people that call Nevada home, you are constantly in our hearts and in our prayers. God bless you all. Have a best of the celebration you can make of the lives that were lost on that day.
Thank you for your words, Governor. So, good morning. For those who may not know, I'm Sheriff Joe Lombardo. And as we again gather to remember the events of 1 October, let's remember back to the days after 1 October when we all became Vegas strong. Those words were not just part of a slogan. In those days and weeks following the shooting, we became as a community. We focused on helping each other through a tragedy that at that time, seemed almost unbelievable. Thousands of people came together to help care for survivors, to provide comfort for the families of the victims, to thank first responders for rushing in to help. We now have a chance to stand together again. We can take this opportunity to reach out to those who are still struggling, who are still mourning. We can offer comfort to those who even now may not realize how that traumatic event 4 years ago has changed their lives. Just recently, we gathered to remember the 20th anniversary of 9/11. As a nation, we united against a common enemy after that terrorist attack. We united to help each other through. Here in Las Vegas, we again faced the tragedy of a domestic terror attack. And it forever changed us as a community and LVMPD as a law enforcement agency. Let's not forget one of the most important lessons learned, that we are always stronger together. It's time for all of us to reclaim the spirit that made us Vegas strong. God bless you, and thank you for your participation here today. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming. It is really our pleasure to continue to host this at Clark County, along with our friends at Metro, our fire department, and the Resiliency Center. It's just 4 years ago that separated us from this very day. And what I would tell you, it doesn't make it any easier, but as a community, we continue to process it and move forward. As time marches on, it won't be any less important. It will be part of our history, part of what we can learn from, and we will constantly be continuing to heal those folks that were impacted on that day. Our entire community and across the country, so many people were impacted. What I can tell you is Clark County is very proud to be working through the memorial, because we want to make it extremely special for all of those. There were people from across the country that participated in that process. As we walk through it, it's been done very methodically, very timely, so that we could actually dig deep, and figure out what people really want to see and know for the future generations, so they could understand that. So we've already we have a 7-committee member that we put in place just last year. Even in these times of COVID, they've been able to still make progress, to talk to families, to talk to survivors, to talk to community members that stepped up on that very day. We sent out a survey. The first survey, we had about 6,000 people participate. That also led us to a second survey, which we had about 5,000 people. The one thing that, I remember so many of my friends out there, we talked about what does this look like. We didn't want to hurry it because we wanted to really take our time. We watched around the country how people quickly did something, but we in Clark County knew that it was such a tragic impact to us that we wanted to make sure that it had an everlasting meaning. And one of the things that came out of the first survey, and I remember the conversations, people going back and forth on where would be the right place. But what we did find out of the survey from many of the family members, many of the survivors, and the community, that they really wanted it to be at the Route 91 Festival Plaza that was happened that night. So we are so thankful that MGM donated that land. So that will be the home of our memorial. And that'll be one piece of it, right? Because it's in our hearts and it circulates throughout the valley all the time. So as we move through to the next process, we encourage everybody to be part of it because we want you to stay engaged with us. We want you to know, how are you feeling today as opposed to 2 years ago, 1 year ago. So encourage all of you to continue to stay with us at Clark County because it will be something that we can all be proud of. Today I have most of my committee members here that are part of the 1 October. They want to raise their hands. Would they like to stand? I feel like this flag is in my way, so well, I'll be here, so I'll send you to them in the rotunda. I know most of them will be in the rotunda at the end. So I encourage you to be part of it. Thank you so much for coming out to showcase the community that we are, how we can come together when times are tough, how we can move forward and really remember who we are and what we stand for. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, we'll have Ms. Hyatt come to the dais. And Ms. Hyatt is the sister of Kurt Von Tillo. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here to honor our angels. It's really heartwarming to see everyone. My name is Deanne Hyatt. My brother is Kurt Bontillo, one of our 58 angels. Our family's story is a little bit unique in that we had 6 family members that night at the concert, that fateful night. My brother Kurt was killed. My daughter was wounded pretty significantly. I was wounded. Those physical wounds have healed, but the lasting scars for our family remain and go on, like all of our families and all of our angels' families. Coming to Las Vegas had been kind of a reunion for our family. We had so much fun. We had people that had moved to different places, and it was like a reunion of family and friends, partying, dancing, enjoying the music, enjoying football on Sunday, and we really had an amazing time for the last 4 years prior to that night, or the last 3 years prior to that. And that came to a tragic and unimaginable ending. We continue to live the impact of all that happened that night 4 years later, as we all do. The trickle-down effect of this tragedy could not be anticipated, but is so significant. Relationships built and relationships torn down. People thrive and people struggle. We live with the physical and mental pain, and our lives are forever changed. It is such a helpless feeling. For me, I've always been a fixer by nature and in my career, but I learned that some things can't be fixed. All you can do is be there for each other, listen, cry, hug, love, and support one another. It's hard to understand what any person, no matter how close they are to you, it's hard to understand what they go through. And it reminds you that you just need to be patient and loving and caring to everyone you meet, because you don't know what they're going through. The amazing realization for me in this past 4 years is that there are those people in this world who are here to help, provide hope, lend support, and be the good. As I prepared what I was going to say, I watched the speeches by Minda, Joe, and Albert. I had a feeling of joy as all of their messages over these past 3 years have been about hope and about love, and despite the heaviest of hearts and the you just lost you can imagine, they stood up here and just shared a message of hope. How does this amazing spirit rise from the depths of despair? We are resilient. As human beings, our ability to choose the good, I believe, can be life-saving for us. As we continue through this journey, our empathy for others who suffer tragedy like we've gone through has increased because of our understanding of what they go through. When you see things on the news, and your heart goes out because you know and you understand that their lives are going to be forever changed. The outpouring of love and support that has lifted up our family over these years began immediately with text messages the next day, with text messages from our family, our friends, and strangers all over the country and Canada, can I say that, who have reached out to us. When we returned home, for me, my family, there were flowers, messages, flags on our doorsteps. The outpouring of love continued. Because of the good that is Minda Smith and her beautiful family at the first anniversary, and Melissa Williams coordinating the Angels games for the 58 and survivors, a new bond was formed that will never be broken. Because of the love and goodness of our friend Tommy Marr, and more families and survivors came together to be the good. We met people all over the country and Canada that reached out to us just wanting to honor my brother. We met a beautiful woman named Lindsay Lawler in Tennessee who wanted to honor him. He was a trucker and a truck owner, and they wanted to honor him at a convention as a driver. And they had us come to Nashville, and they honored him, and it was the beginning of some really, really deep healing for our family. We have met so many beautiful, resilient people who have gone through the most terrible and unimaginable thing, but still stand tall, lift others up despite their own grieving. Their empathy and their strength remind us of the power of human spirit and the spirit that lives in all of us. In closing, I want to share a message that I received within the first week after October 1st. It touched me so much and is a great example of how we might touch people in our day-to-day lives with kindness, outreach, listening, and acknowledging them no matter what the circumstances. This is from a gentleman that my brother met as he was traveling across the country in his truck, and this gentleman sold him tires occasionally. He said, and I'm quoting his message to me on Facebook Messenger, He said, I wanted to send someone who was close to Kurt a message because I just need to express how deep my hurt is after learning of this timeless tragedy. I wanted to let you know that I'm praying for you and your family, even though you don't know me, and I knew and loved Kurt for the person that he was. I worked for GCR Tire in Colorado. I sold tires to Kurt occasionally, and I got to know him over the years. Last night when I learned of his death, I was heartbroken and didn't sleep a wink. I can only imagine what you guys are going through. I've been praying ever since to try and understand this. I know I never will. Please give Mary Jo and all the family my deepest condolences, and know that there is a church here in Colorado praying for you and lifting you up before our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. This morning, I called his cell phone just because I wanted to hear his voice. We still do that. He was my friend, and we used to have some pretty serious discussions to solve all the world's problems. Of course, we never did, but it was always good. He was more to me than just another customer. Please know that I will continue to pray for all of your recovery from this tragedy. I will forever hold Kurt in my heart and will always remember him. God bless all of you in this time of remembering Kurt. His name is Michael Wold, and he's in Colorado. That is who my brother Kurt was. I'm blessed to have had him as my brother. I'm blessed to be here. I'm blessed to have my daughter, to have my niece, to have my husband and my sister-in-law, who I love so much, on this journey with me. To plagiarize a little bit of my friend Albert's message from last year, I would like to quote another group of philosophers, Old Dominion. Life is short, make it sweet. In closing, I just want to also thank all the first responders and everywhere. My community has tragedy with fires, and there was an amazing first responder that helped us that night, and I just want to say thank you so much. You have no idea what your love and your kindness and your sacrifice means to all of us. Thank you so much. God bless y'all.
Thank you very much, Deanne. At this point, Mr. Sky, can you come forward and...
Hi everybody, my name is Matt Sky, and I'm going to be singing a song that my good friend Mark Johnson wrote, just to represent everybody and whoever lost someone or was affected by that tragic day. So the song's called 4 Years After.
And that was just some of the highlights there from that remembrance honoring the 60 people that were killed 4 years ago. Hard to believe already that has come to 4 years now since the Country Music Festival massacre. Jason Aldean was on stage, and it was the closing night of that festival, and everyone was gearing up for a good show from Jason. And then all of a sudden, a tragedy happened, and people were running for their lives and seeing their family and friends going down there at that ambush. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us here worldwide, as always, on Live Now from Fox. I want to go out to California here because we just touched on this story a little bit because then we had breaking news earlier today there. But big news coming out of California for students across the state. Today, Governor Gavin Newsom announced that students that want to learn inside of a classroom need to be vaccinated, the first state to do so. Let's listen to some of the comments from California officials and then Governor Gavin Newsom.
I want to thank the governor for his extraordinary leadership throughout this pandemic, as we are showing in California, having the lowest infection rate in the country. Science matters, and it matters when we have leaders who believe in science, who believe in vaccinations, and who understand that we have to take a public health approach to this pandemic and to stop politicizing it as has happened with some governors in other states. So I feel very fortunate that we have a governor who believes so deeply in science. And the governor does have a partner in the legislature. The legislature has shown over and over again that we are willing to pass strong vaccination laws, and if we have to come back and do it again next year, we will do that. And we have a group of senators and assembly members who are meeting regularly and talking to the administration, and we will keep up our end of the bargain to be a good partner to the governor. So with that, it's an honor to welcome up our governor. I'm so honored that he's doing this, making this announcement in San Francisco, our great leader, Governor Gavin Newsom.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate those remarks, and I appreciate all the support broadly throughout this pandemic and the journey that we've been on together. Look, let's talk a little bit about where we are today. The senator was right to highlight the fact that California has the lowest case rate in the United States of America. We've maintained that status now for some time. Not surprisingly, that's been driven primarily by one of the nation's leading vaccination efforts. California has administered over 50 million doses of vaccine. California has administered to 84% of eligible Californians at least one dose. 84% of all eligible Californians have received at least one dose of the vaccine. As a consequence, the lowest case rates in America. Our positivity rates are a third and a quarter of states like Texas and Florida. I make that point to compare and contrast, as the senator implied, different strategies and approaches to dealing with this pandemic. That said, we're all exhausted by this pandemic. We're exhausted by the seasonality of it. We're exhausted by these variants, these mutations, and we're all left wondering as we now move through the summer surge, not just here in California, but across this country, what lies in front of us in the winter and the spring. And while there continues to be encouraging signs and continuing to see progress with more and more people that were maybe on the fence that are now getting the vaccine or life-saving drugs at the back end, there's still a struggle to get to where we need to go. And that means we need to do more and we need to do better to reach out and to make available more opportunities for people to get vaccinated and encourage them along the way. As you know, we have not been shy. Superintendent, and I want to thank you for your leadership here in the school district, and Madam Board Chair, thank you for being here as well. We have continued to lean in. California was the first state in the United States to require statewide school mask wearing requirements. We were the first state in America to require all of our staff to either be vaccinated and or get weekly testing. We were the first state to step up at scale and broaden a commitment to zero-cost vaccinations and testing, and to provide an unprecedented amount of resources for PPE and billions of dollars to prepare to safely reopen our schools for in-person instruction. We know there is no substitute for in-person instruction, but we need to do that on a consistent and sustainable basis, not an episodic basis. And what you've seen across this country is that leaders assert the need and desire for the social and emotional benefits of in-person instruction, yet they're not following the science. And as a consequence, the health of many of these districts, kids as well as staff, have been impacted. So schools have actually closed more frequently in those states that have not been more disciplined in terms of advancing a more scientific and data-driven approach to taming this disease and doing our best to get this pandemic behind us. And that's why we recognize good enough never is, and that's why we recognize our responsibility to do more, and that's what we are announcing here today. A statewide requirement for in-person instruction for all of our children to add to a well-established list that currently includes 10 vaccinations and well-established rules and regulations that have been advanced by the legislature for decades, to add to that list the vaccination for COVID-19. We intend to do that once the FDA has fully approved the vaccine, which will give us time to work with districts, give us time to work with parents and educators to build more trust and confidence and build out a logistics so that we can deliver on what we are promoting here today. And that promotion includes the following considerations. Once the FDA approves the vaccination in different cohorts, starting with 12 and above, grades 7 to 12, we will begin to apply that requirement in the next term, either January 1st or July 1st, whichever comes sooner. Concurrent with that, we also want to see all of our staff, paraprofessionals, not just teachers, bus drivers, custodial staff, and the like, the folks that really make the school system operational, also see them get vaccinated as well. And we will model similarly an FDA approval and work in concert not only to apply and implement in parallel with all of those in grades 7 and 12, but on the basis of the guidelines and the regulations that will be forthcoming from the Biden administration as it relates to all employees, we will consider moving that forward. But in the absence of that directive, we will be requiring staff K through 12 to be vaccinated in that first phase of a two-phase application of this new directive. The second phase of that application is everybody K to 6. Again, that will be months away. Currently, we have in the state of California administered at least one dose to 63.5% of all of our young cohort ages 12 to 17. But we have to do more. Again, 84% of all eligible receive one dose, but for 12 to 17, we're not where we need to be. And so we hope this encourages folks to get vaccinated. We have no trepidation, no hesitancy in encouraging local districts to move forward more expeditiously. And you've seen that in a number of districts in the state of California that have moved forward more quickly with their own mandates and own timelines. And we expect on the basis of other similar requirements that you'll start to see an uptick in people getting vaccinated well before those dates that are established. You've seen that with healthcare worker mandates. You've seen that with state staff mandates. And I'll just highlight there was an analysis in the New York Times yesterday about California's healthcare mandate working as it was intended. Now north of 90%. In some regions of the state, it's closer to 95, 96% of all healthcare workers got that vaccination before the stated requirement went into effect midnight last night. As it relates to the current vaccination requirements, I'll remind people the ones we announced a few months ago, they go into effect on the 15th of this month as it relates to mandates for either being vaccinated and or getting consistently tested. So we're building on that. We're leaning forward. We're anticipating a future with the winter surge that has been the most challenging for this state and states like California in the past. We are mindful that we still have work to do. We are humbled by the challenge, but we want to get this thing done. We want to end this pandemic. We are all exhausted by it. And the purpose of this is to continue to lead in that space. I believe we will be the first state in America to move forward with this mandate and requirement, but I do not believe by any stretch of the imagination we'll be the last state. In fact, I anticipate other states to follow suit as well. None of this is easy, And I recognize there's still anxiety out there. And I'll close by answering a question that inevitably I'll be asked, and that is, are there exemptions? Yes, well-established exemptions for medical reasons, personal and or religious beliefs. Those are established in these guidelines as well. And so today we are directing the Department of Public Health, Dr. Galley is here, can answer questions, to move in this direction to establish, consistent with well-established legislative guidelines for vaccinations in our school system, to include this 11th vaccination for purposes of in-person instruction in the state of California. With that, we are, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Hi, this is Ron Lynn with the Los Angeles Times. You just mentioned a personal belief exemption will apply because this is and I understand that this will apply because this is being imposed by regulation instead of legislation. Are you concerned that vaccinations rates won't improve because of this? Second, if you wanted to remove the personal belief exemption, would that require an act of the state legislature, and would you want the state legislature to act? And finally, in terms of timing, with the FDA expected to provide full approval in November, does this mean that this requirement could go into effect as early as January, or more likely would it go to an effect either in the summer or the fall? Thanks.
Well, it's the term after the FDA approval, so that determination will be made once the FDA moves, and we can't predict that, so one can speculate. But again, it's the term following the FDA's approval, as early as January 1st. As it relates to the first part of your question, look, we're just putting out the guidelines, putting out the regulations. You heard from Senator Wiener, and he could speak perhaps to this more comprehensively, a willingness not just to work with the executive branch, but the legislature's been leading in this space for many, many years, well before I got into this office. And so that is certainly something that one can anticipate, but I'll work with them to strengthen it, to whichever direction we need to go as we iterate in trying to figure out what's best in terms of advancing our collective goals to keep people healthy and safe and keep them in person in instruction. We will advance. But on the basis of the guidelines today, you're right that personal exemption includes religious and medical and personal beliefs.
Good morning. My name is Kate Larson. I'm with ABC7. So given that as of today, because of the healthcare worker vaccine mandate, there are healthcare workers being placed on unpaid leaves of absences, it's possible people will be terminated as soon as October 15th for certain healthcare systems. What do you anticipate being the consequences for school staff or school students who don't get vaccinated and don't have an accommodation?
Well, I mean, the same consequences were in place on the basis of all kinds of other rules and regulations that are well established as it relates to requirement for employment. So those are well established procedures and processes. But here's the good news. We have some evidence. San Francisco Unified School District overwhelmingly has succeeded in getting staff across the spectrum vaccinated. Overwhelmingly. I think, Mr. Superintendent, you said north of 96%. So I'd like to focus on the positive, not just the negative. We tend to highlight a little bit of the exceptions, and we'll work through those things. But you saw with our health care requirements that California is faring a little bit better than some of the other states. But as challenges present themselves, we'll try to meet those challenges. But I believe that on the basis of requirements that have been in place, and by the way, those includes the private sector. You saw Tyson Foods, 91+%, 99+% of folks at United Airlines. These requirements are working across the country. I think the evidence is rather overwhelming. They're getting people vaccinated. They're actually ending this pandemic. They're getting our economy moving again. They're getting our kids educated. They're making us healthier and safer. And if that's the intention, to keep us healthy and safe and get our economy moving and get our kids back with all the benefits of being in-person instruction, then all I say is let's get this done and let's get others to follow suit.
Ali Tadion with EdSource. Why is the state waiting for full FDA approval and not implementing the mandate sooner while it has emergency use authorization ahead of the flu season?
We talked to, we've got 1,050 school districts. We've got a lot of different points of views and opinions, a lot of regionality, a lot of distinctions. We thought this was the best and most appropriate next step for the state of California. Again, no one's been shy we haven't been standing still on this pandemic. Quite the contrary. We're continuing to be open to argument, interested in evidence. We want to see how things are manifesting in real time. We'll see how things go, but we felt on the basis of the experts that guided this decision and the advisory committees that we have formed formally and those that have been formed informally over the course of the last number of weeks as we've been adjudicating the pros and cons of many different strategies as it relates to the education efforts that we're advancing here today, that full FDA approval was best for the purposes of the announcement today.
Jill Tucker from the San Francisco Chronicle. Governor, can you clarify a little bit when staff, teachers, other workers from school districts will be required to get the vaccine? It sounded like you were talking a little fast, and so I was trying to figure out exactly when each grade will have to be vaccinated, and that this, in fact, does apply to all adults in schools for in-person learning.
Yeah, so after full FDA approval in 2 phases, first phase being 7th to 12th grades, and on the basis of a question that I'm often asked, I have some friends with very young kids that are in 7th grade, some a little older. It's on the basis of your age, similar to other vaccine requirements, consistent with the rules and regulations that are well established. That will be phase 1. Concurrent with that phase, we anticipate getting all of our staff following a similar requirement. That said, on the basis of all of us have been waiting for the Biden administration's formal rulemaking as it relates to his federal mandate for employees, private sector employees. We're waiting for that instruction. There's a possibility, is what I was suggesting, that things could happen sooner. But the purposes of what we are putting out through this health order today, it shows that in parallel with that first phase, 7 to 12, second phase upon FDA approval is K to 6.
Sorry, real quick follow-up. Do you have to wait for the Biden's rules, or could you just announce requirements for the staff at all schools?
We can announce. We're just, again, it's important, and I've said this many times because it needs to be said. We're not, I said it a moment ago as well, no one's standing still here. Our intention is it's universal. Everybody, those that support things like this, people that don't, we want to get this disease behind us. All of us do. So if we see real demonstrable progress, or if we don't, then we, on the basis of what's happening, the epidemiology, what's happening in real time, relates to nature and spread of this disease, relates to the nature of these mutations, of which there are well over a dozen mutations we've been tracking consistently, not just the Delta virus, on the basis of the seasonality, on the basis of those that are enthusiastic or leading even more aggressively, like LA Unified and others that have leaned into this, some of the Bay Area districts. We'll make assessments, but on the basis of, again, where we are today, we feel this is appropriate.
And Governor Greg Lee from KTVU, 2 quick questions. Are you aware of how many students this may affect in each of these groups? And then secondly, you've talked a lot about local control during this pandemic. We've seen a number of districts here in the Bay Area take this step in advance of the state. Can you talk about the calculus or what changed?
Well, nothing's changed. We've been consistent from day one, localism. We support local efforts, to compare and contrast to some of these big red states where they actually deny local decision. We actually encourage it, and we've done that across the spectrum throughout this entire pandemic, not just on the issue of vaccines, quite the contrary, on issues of masking, on issues of testing, on issues related to guidelines and rules and regulations, on social distancing, on physical distancing, and the like. We've had a local frame because we recognize in a state that's larger than 21 states combined that one size cannot fit all, with one caveat, and that is baseline expectations. And that's what we're providing here as a baseline expectation, but with the flexibility for these districts to move if they feel that on the nature of this disease and its epidemiology and the nature of their unique characteristics and concerns, that they feel they need to move at a different timeline, we will allow them that flexibility to move more expeditiously, as you've seen many different districts do. So that's the approach we've taken from the beginning of this pandemic. I think it's paid dividends. Again, lowest case rates in America rather consistently now, fourth lowest positivity rates in the country. And for a state as dense as California, a state as large as California, that's progress.
Governor Carla Mironicci from Politico. As you make this landmark announcement today with regard to schools, we notice the State Superintendent of Schools of Public Instruction is not here with you, Tony Thurman. He's been the focus of some reports from Politico about an office that is in complete dysfunction.
As you can see here, we do have live images right now of President Biden. You're watching here. Let's listen in.
Come on, man. Unite the party, 50-50. I got it.
How big is this bill going to be?
You got to get run for office someday, man. Mr. Richmond.
All right, so it looks like that meeting going for about 20 to 25 minutes for President Biden, who went on Capitol Hill to try to do negotiating on his own, to go to his own party and say, how can we get a deal within our own party for his infrastructure agenda? You're watching Live Now from Fox, bringing you the live events as they're happening in real time. Take a look here right outside of Capitol Hill. Looks like his cars and are ready for him to take him back to the White House here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. For those of you not in a break, we're getting some instant reaction right now from lawmakers. Let's listen.
He said, I support the BIF entirely. If I thought I could do it right now, I would. But we need to get this reconciliation bill. And you know, it's going to be tough. Like, we're going to have to come down in our number, and we're going to have to do that work. So we're going to get to work and see what we can get to.
And how much time is he kind of giving you on this?
There was no timetable.
What was your takeaway? Is there going to be a vote, and will it be this weekend or tonight?
On the BIF?
Yeah.
No.
And he's okay with that strategy?
The president said we're going to get both bills done, and in order to get the BIF done, we have to get this agreement on the reconciliation
Do you
bill.
feel like the moderates are like on board with this? Did they know?
I don't know. I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Does that mean you're going to stay here next week? I mean, did you get any?
Well, I'm here. I'm not going
Did you
to.
get any indication as to whether the House will have to stay?
I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. We will do the surface transportation extension
today.
Thank you.
I would assume so.
Do you expect that vote to happen this afternoon? I'm going to start smacking.
As you can hear, we are just have that roving camera right now as we wait to see if any more lawmakers will be making some statements coming out of that meeting with President Biden. Here's another shot where we will see the president pass these cameras. You see in the distance there, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and other Democratic leaders coming together here in this Friday late afternoon meeting here where they're trying to get all on the same page. Remember, just yesterday, learning the news there of that $3.5 trillion bill. Senator Manchin, West Virginia, wanted it down to $1.5 trillion. Didn't seem like he was budging on that number. And this is where we are at right now. Democrats would have loved to have a vote on the floor today. That is not going to happen. And now they are just in negotiating forms, trying their very best to salvage this bill here. And you are seeing now President Biden there coming closer to the camera. We are going to listen and turn up the volume just in case any statements are made right here.
Thank you.
He's White House.
He's the White House.
Mr. President, what was your message, Mr. President? What was your message?
Did you ask the president to vote before registration?
That sounds like the speaker's message.
All right, so no statements there by President Biden. He did say earlier, getting right out of the meeting, saying no rush, we'll get it done there. So that was the latest statement there from President Biden, once again saying no rush, we'll get it done. And that is where we are as President Biden now leaving the Capitol, going to his motorcade, going back to the White House. You're watching it all live, raw, and always unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone, on this Friday edition. As we get into the evening hours on the East Coast, we are still in the afternoon on the West Coast. We've had a busy, packed day. What else can happen? You know, you got to stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We have all the different feeds in the country. We just can't tell you what's coming up next because we don't have that crystal ball. If we did, boy, oh boy, we'd be playing those lottery tickets this weekend, I tell you that much. More Live Now from Fox coming up in just 2 minutes as we take another break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You're seeing the motorcade leave the Capitol on its way back to the White House. Always amazing to see just how much it really takes to move the president from one place to another when it's on the ground there. You got a motorcade of about 14 to 15 vehicles, and then you got the Capitol Police and other agencies around you as well. Truly amazing to see all that play out there, and we show it to you in real time. Of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, beautiful shot there of the Capitol. Take a look at that on a Friday fall day in the evening as it is setting up for a weekend that for lawmakers, a weekend where they wanted to spike the football. The Democrats did for this bill, but now it's left up in the air right now as Democrats can't come together to push it through for President Biden. It seems like, you know, you're on the 10-yard line. You need just a little bit more to get to that end zone, but maybe now you're in a 3rd and 3 situation, maybe 4th and 1. Do you go for it? We'll continue to wait and see how it all plays out in the weekend and next week. Stay right here with us as always. Live look right now at how the Dow wrapped up for the day. Much better than yesterday. Almost got back all of the losses that happened yesterday. Up 482 points there in the green. We appreciate everyone always joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to break down the feeds, the stories, and the breaking news events from all over the country. We appreciate you joining us here on this Friday as we continue to roll on right here. Let's go out and keep you in D.C. I just want to play out We only played a little portion of this morning as D.C. officials coming together, the police, the mayor, and everyone else coming together to see how they could try to combat violence going into the fall.
And with the U.S. Attorney, oftentimes what they would like to do is for us to get some type of DNA match back on that. But that arrest comes, 4 or 5 months down the line. And what happens, that person oftentimes is operating out in community, oftentimes picking up another gun, over the course of that time. So that's very frustrating. But, to that end, what I know is that when we take that gun out of the car, that gun, those bullets, they don't kill anybody. I know that much. What I know is that the over 1,500 firearms that we've recovered, illegal firearms that we've recovered so far in the city so far this year, those firearms, they're not killing anybody. Those bullets aren't killing anybody. So, if we can get the gun off of the street, for right now, I'll take that while we work on the larger systemic issue or the systematic issue. I'll take that. We get the illegal gun off the street, but I want to ultimately see people going to jail being held accountable when they violate community and go out here and use these illegal firearms illegally in our city.
And a follow-up for the mayor. You have a new U.S. attorney coming in a couple of weeks. Have you met with this new U.S. attorney, and are you going to continue to try and get some of these gun cases into federal court under this new U.S. attorney? And where does that stand as far as the agreement you had with Jesse Liu?
Well, we will. We have had a transition, and I look forward to meeting the new U.S. attorney when confirmed. And I understand that process is moving. I think that's a good thing, to have some certainty in the office, to have major roles filled, and we look forward to working in collaboration with them. I don't have anything else to say about that until we have an updated discussion on the case. On the cases going to district court. I think what's also important that's different this time than when we talked about those cases with Attorney Jesse Liu was how active the different courts are. The Superior Court and the federal court, if they are moving cases as quickly. I think when we first talked about it, they were about the same. I'm not sure if that's the case now.
Peter?
This is actually for the mayor.
Okay.
One of the neighborhoods in the fall crime prevention initiative is Brightwood Park, where they've had in that area 5 homicides this year, including 3 killed in one incident. The council member for that area has been trying to get Kennedy Street corridor included in the building blocks program. Is that possible? Is that under consideration at all, or does it not meet the criteria?
It does not meet the criteria for building blocks, and thank you for that question, because it's given me the opportunity to make real clear that our building blocks initiative, we're going to focus on about 150 blocks when it's fully built out, and these are long-term strategies. These aren't short-term strategies, and I'm not. The chief can address his assessment of what's happening in the Kennedy Street corridor, but I'm just going to give you my kind of man or woman on the street assessment, having dealt with it a long time, is that there are long-term strategies that need to happen on Kennedy Street, but there's some short-term acute problems that have to be addressed too. And that's what we're talking about today. Making sure that people have demonstrated in a very brazen shooting. You talk about 5 homicides. The 3 where 5 people were shot was brazen crime. Okay? And we need to deal with the people who would sneak up on their neighbors and shoot them in cold blood on the street. Okay? We need to deal with that. That's not to say that we don't have a lot of long-term resources on Kennedy Street, but we certainly do.
So, Peter, just to build on what the mayor just said, the acute part is what I'm aiming to deal with as we have outlined Brightwood Park, Kennedy Street, specifically that area, as one of the areas for our fall crime prevention initiative. As the mayor mentioned, some of these issues are very acute. Hey, look, all the programs and everything, I mean, that's great, but people can't take advantage of those programs if they don't feel safe in community. And it's my intention to make sure that residents in that community, that they feel safe, and that we do everything that we can possibly do as the Metropolitan Police Department to bring about that for the residents there in that area. Now, I think the other parts of our ecosystem, as you mentioned, or one of the other thing was Paul mentioned, what happens with the gun cases. We recovered, before we roll this out, we recovered a lot of guns up there in that Kennedy Street corridor. So the question then comes down to accountability. How are we holding these individuals accountable once the Metropolitan Police Department takes them into custody? Question here, and then Sam.
Chief, if I could follow up to
Yes,
your
ma'am.
comments about firearms in the district.
Yes.
Talking about legally owned firearms, what's your response to police giving us information, your office giving us the information that so far this year, over 2,500 people have been granted their concealed carry permit, and firearms instructors are telling us this is because people are responding to the rise in homicides in the district, concerned for their own safety and wanting to protect themselves.
Well, I think it's probably a mixed bag there. I mean, the number is actually closer to about 8,000 concealed carry permits that we've issued over the course of time that we've been issuing, maybe 2,000 or so. But I think, people have a right to own a firearm legally, and those are not the firearms that are showing up on crime scenes. The firearms I'm concerned about are the ones that are in the hands of the wrong people, that take innocent lives, that take the lives of people who should not be dead or paralyzed. Those are the firearms that I'm primarily concerned about. The lawful users, the lawful carriers, they have a permitting process for that. There's a whole vetting process that they go through. They get training for those firearms. Those are not the firearms that are a primary concern. It's the illegal ones that I'm primarily concerned about. Sam?
Let me just jump in.
Mayor.
I'm still concerned about them. I'm concerned about how safely they're being stored. I don't want to see any more stories about children accidentally shooting their cousins or friends. I'm concerned about people using them if they are not mentally stable and may hurt themselves. So yes, people have access and can avail themselves of all the legal ways to own guns, but we also want them to own and store them responsibly. All right, hold on. This young lady has a question. She's been waiting patiently. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Jenny Gathright from WAMU in DC.
Mhm.
My first question, I think, could be answered by several people.
Okay.
But basically, you mentioned that the Fall Crime Prevention Initiative is going to be focusing on people at high risk for being involved in violence. What is the relationship between MPD's outreach to those folks and outreach from Building Blocks DC, OAG, or the One's office? Is that happening in concert? Is that happening separately? Are you
Sure. There is overlap, as you might imagine, in the responsibility of all of those areas. The enforcement part, of course, MPD will lead. Several of the areas mentioned, probably all of them, also have been assigned some type of ones or cure the violence or building blocks attention as well. Go ahead.
The second question is for you, Mayor Bowser. Do you support Mendelson's bill to require the vaccine for council members and their staff?
We have, I think the council should at least do as much as everybody else in DC government is doing. And I'm not sure what their proposal is. Is that their proposal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would support that. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. You were right. You were patient.
I was patient. I've seen many of these crime initiatives, and every year we hear that in the targeted areas, the crime is down significantly. So I was just interested to hear what are some of the things you do in the targeted areas that you don't do in the non-targeted areas, and are you just moving crime around?
So, thank you. Fair question, Sam. So, in the targeted areas, the difference is that this initiative, it's labor intensive, right? It's resource intensive in terms of personnel. And if we had, enough, I don't think we have enough police officers to put on, every block within community. But what we try to do through analysis is identify what are those areas that are most likely to see, repeat gun gunshots, homicides, robberies, etc., and focus in on those areas. Now, understanding that, we're not so focused on those areas that we forget about the areas that surround our target areas. So we will continue to focus on those areas with the district resources. It's just that there's a more intense focus there. There's overlap, as the mayor mentioned, with building blocks or the one's office or some of our DBH, some of our other partners. We can be more intense and more in focus in those areas. And these captains, what we want them to be able to do is, hey, look, if there's an issue that needs to be resolved like right away in one of these focus areas, we want these guys to really have priority access to be able to get the attention to those areas, because we know it's concentrated violence there that really kind of impacts what's happening in that community overall.
Criminal class takes this into consideration, that these are focused areas?
Well, sometimes they do, and you kind of see that in your deployment, right? I mean, individuals will move around, right? You see the police officers on this corner, the individuals move over there. Well, we have to be flexible enough in our deployment that we need to go to where the criminal element is, where they are making areas unsafe for communities. So a couple of months ago, you may remember, we kind of shifted our focus from being shifted more towards hotspot policing as opposed to like fixed post policing. So in other words, having officers be responsible for an area, being able to get out of the car, walk that area that they have responsibility for, understanding what the Fall Crime Prevention Initiative area is, but they have responsibility for an area. And again, the goal is to make residents safe, to make sure we reduce violent crime, and the focus in on those key individuals who are making those communities unsafe through service providers that potentially might be able to offer some help, or where there's an acute issue, MPD doing their job to do enforcement efforts.
I'm also curious that you have a fall crime initiative. We've always heard of the summer crime initiative, and somebody told me you did it in 2019. I don't remember. I did. That. But what's the idea behind doing it in the fall as well?
Well, I think the chief has already addressed that, and unfortunately, I think, well, Chief, you would address kind of the seasonal nature of some of the crimes that we see pop up in the fall, but that's also a concern for us, is this fall into winter time in terms of increases in violence. So getting ahead of it is important. I'll 1 and 2. Yes.
Janae Thill with Axios. Mayor, could you talk about the violence interrupters? Is that program, how does that fit in, and how do you gauge that program's effectiveness now? It's been a few years of that program in D.C. How do you gauge its effectiveness?
Well, we have, and we are joined by the director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We have grown this program over the course of several years. It's 4 years now? 4 years, almost 4 years of being in service. We are making a huge infusion of resources into the program. As I mentioned earlier, we were able to do that. Some American Rescue Plan dollars, other local dollars. We have been very pleased with our Pathways program and getting individuals who really need intense services into those programs. We want to build on that. And we are also looking at all of our violence prevention programs across the city and across the government. So the Office of Neighborhood Safety, as well as Cure Violence with the Attorney General, to make sure we're making effective use of those dollars. Yes, go ahead.
Can we point to, like, incidents reduced, or, spats that were resolved, or things of that nature from the program?
I think we could do a better job of making our metrics clear. And the teams, of course, each and every day, and working with individuals is less clear about how our interaction prevented somebody from using a gun. But it is important that we can tell the story of how violence intervention is effective, and that's an evolving process. Yes.
Going back to the firearms question for those trying to get the concealed carry permit,
Yeah.
Chief, your response to those who are complaining that it's taking too long to get their permit legally in the district, and then separately, how is the city now addressing the court ruling that came out recently that says that 6 people were wrongfully arrested for firearm carry in the district, and that could potentially impact 45 was it 4,500 people between 2012 and 2014?
So not totally familiar with the court ruling that you just mentioned. I mean, I'm sure our legal teams are probably dissecting that and what impact that might have, if any. The other part to that, I mean, if there are individuals who are experiencing delays, I know that there was some delays maybe a couple of months ago. We have redistributed some personnel down to the firearms office, and that problem, as of lately, at least that I'm aware of, that it has been significantly reduced to within the time frame that we're allowed to process the people who are making application to carry firearms. So if there's a specific issue, that we can point to, then please, by all means, share that with me. We've been pretty good about getting those issues resolved as soon as they come to my attention.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, you're taking a look here at the Capitol Hill. Really busy day on the Hill for a Friday. Usually it's much more calmer than that, but Biden wrapped up a meeting with Democrats saying we're going to get this done when it comes to his economic agenda there. The battle over spending continues in D.C. We will see what happens next week, even into the weekend. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay focused. We're ready for you. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking a listen to Chicago officials as they try to rebuild their neighborhoods.
Service for you, job readiness training, and a bevy of other things. And so if you need a job, if you're seeking employment, if you need a hand up and not a handout, come here to North Lawndale Employment Network. The second is they house Wintrust here. Wintrust Bank is the only full-service brick-and-mortar bank here in North Lawndale, the 24th Ward. And so we're very grateful to Wintrust for their partnership. And the last and most important is the Be Love Cafe. Now, the Be Love Cafe is the retail shop for the best honey in the city of Chicago. So if you have not tasted it, get over there. Give it that. That's right. Best honey in the city of Chicago, and it is my wife's second home. She is the employee of the month, so go check it out. She lives here. So they also have an extraordinary and visionary leader in Brenda Palms Barber. She is a great partner here in the 24th Ward, North Lawndale, and her board, her staff, and herself, in a little less than 2 years, raised $10 million to build this beautiful edifice. So this campus is a down payment for the commitment that they made to North Lawndale, and that is to reduce the employment rate here by 10% by 2025. Now, that took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to raise $10 million in a little over 2 years. But let me tell you the best part of that. The city stepped up in a major way. This administration stepped up in a major way, and our mayor stepped up in a major way and granted $2.5 million, which is the largest single donation and the largest investment from Neighborhood Opportunity Fund. And investment like that does not happen in North Lawndale very often. And so we're very happy and very appreciative of that. And we're appreciative of the signature program that the mayor is bringing here to North Lawndale, and that is Invest Southwest. And it seems as if this entire ward is an Invest Southwest corridor. So we got things popping up on Ogden, we got things popping up on Roosevelt, and it is thanks to that program. I think that this administration, unlike any other administration, invests in infrastructure, especially in the west and south sides, but moreover, invest in people, right? And so that's why we're here today, for an investment in human infrastructure. This partnership that is going to be formed here and throughout the city is going to help our people, west and south sides of the city of Chicago, those who do not have that bridge to the digital divide, meet that bridge. And so I want to bring to you a friend of mine, the mayor of the best city in the whole world, Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
I told Michael that I'm going to move into his basement since I'm on the west side with such frequency. I need a place to actually stay.
You got 3 ones that you got to stay in.
I heard that. I heard that. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. We're here to announce an incredible partnership and investment in our residents' future. A partnership with Microsoft, and a company that understands that in order for us to thrive, we must eliminate the digital divide. And I'm pleased and honored that Microsoft Global President and Vice Chair of the Board of Directors, Brad Smith, has joined us today with this important announcement. Along with Microsoft President of U.S. Enterprise Commercial, Matt Renner, Microsoft Digital Officer Jackie Wright, and civic leader, business icon, Microsoft board member, and a true champion of workforce development, Penny Pritzker. And I also want to thank the many other representatives from companies and organizations who have partnered with us on this incredible initiative. Today is an absolutely phenomenal day for our city. And as I've said multiple times throughout the course of this pandemic, we have an important opportunity to use this moment to better the lives of those who were struggling long before this pandemic ever struck. And I'm proud to say that in these 18 months, many days that were dark and dreary, we did not shy away from the hard work. We did not shy away from the legacy challenges that we've inherited, but we've determined to roll up our sleeves in partnership with people in the community to make this city more equitable, more fair, and so that our residents have a better day tomorrow than they've ever had in their entire lives. And that means we've got to continue working on giving people jobs, funds, and other resources that they need, not just to stay afloat, but to thrive and be able to chase their dreams and pass that optimism and hope on to their children. By doing so, we will empower them to find long-term stability and prosperity, which will then allow them to start families and contribute to our communities and our economy. So in other words, an investment in the future of our residents is an investment in the future and long-term success of the great city we all call home. It's for that reason and more that I tasked my team in the early days of the pandemic to create an equitable and inclusive recovery plan for our city, not just one that looked at businesses, although that was obviously an important part of it, but to understand across our city and across neighborhoods what were the current state of conditions, the pain points, and what we needed to do to help bring people back up on their feet and be able to march forward into the future. This resulted in the publication of our COVID-19 Recovery Task Force report in April of 2020. in June of 2020, the first report of its kind in the country, which details our pathway out of the pandemic and presents a number of recommendations to accelerate investments, eliminate systemic inequality, and build our region's strengths and more. And as a result of following these recommendations for 2 years, we've racked up a number of accomplishments, all the more impressive because they have come during the pandemic. So, for example, we are seeing signs that our economy is coming roaring back. And this year alone, 135 companies and counting have made a pro-Chicago decision to either open up new businesses here in our city, and many of these are companies that could literally go anywhere in the world, or expand their footprint in Chicago. In our tech sector alone, we have 10 plus unicorns this year to date. And for those of you who are not familiar, that means companies that are valued at $1 billion. $1 billion. So we've got 10 and counting, and we've seen $5 billion in venture capital investments already this year, which has shattered the record that we set last year, which had $2.8 billion in venture capital investments in our tech sector. Our hotels are full. Flights are taking off and landing at pre-pandemic rates at our airports. Our restaurants and our bars have come back. Our arts and culture institutions are roaring back. And we have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. Why is this so? Why is this happening in this moment in Chicago? A couple of reasons. Because we have one of the most diverse economies in the country, a deep and talented workforce, and a business community that is second to none. And the list goes on and on. But I also want to say this. We are here in this moment, being able to open up. When we opened up in June of this year, we were the largest big city in the country to do so. Why? Because we believe in the science. We believe in the science. We have taken care of our business when it comes to public health. We have partnered with many of the people that are in this room to make sure that we have set up the most equitable vaccine distribution system in the country. Now, we're not done, and there's more work to do. But all of these great things that have happened over the course of this year is because we have come together as a community and said our future is linking arms with our neighbors across this city and marching forward boldly together. That's how we get it done in Chicago. And we are ready today to add to this growing list of accomplishments by making good on another promise outlined in our recovery plan. One that calls upon us to partner with stakeholders, to reimagine our workforce infrastructure, create a plan to invest in our residents who are unemployed or underemployed. And I'm proud to join with Microsoft, the corporate and learning and community leaders here today to announce the launch of Accelerate Chicago, our city's latest upskilling and employment initiative. This program, which aims to reach 300,000 of our residents. Let me say that again. Of our residents, nearly 10% of our residents, to provide a pathway from skilling up to employment to bridge the digital divides that still plague way too many residents and communities, as well as direct people toward equitable hiring and reemployment opportunities. Doesn't do any good to skill people up if there's not a job waiting for them on the other side. Digital communication has never been more important in the history of the world than it is now. And the pandemic has forced many businesses to shift operations to online and instruct employees on how they can work from home. While we are beginning to see businesses return to ways of working that are familiar to all of us pre-COVID, digital skills remain a critical part of one's ability to even apply for a job, let alone secure one in the first place, and work effectively once they are part of their new team. Expanding access to digital skills is therefore key to our ability to fully recover from this pandemic on both a community and a city level. That's why this new initiative, Accelerate Chicago, was specifically designed to benefit students and service workers with low digital skills. Give those with moderate or high digital skills the additional tools that they need to stay competitive and seize employment opportunities, and ultimately create an ecosystem that provides upskilling, reskilling, and cross-skilling resources for those looking for in-demand jobs and a path that supports their long-term career. It's no coincidence that we're here in North Lawndale. Because, folks, we mean to make sure that this initiative brings into the fold Black and brown and underserved communities all across our city. We cannot succeed. We cannot move forward. Our recovery will not be as robust as it should be if we leave anyone behind in any neighborhood. So regardless of the current circumstances, we have an obligation and an opportunity to make sure that we are expanding the net as broad as possible and bringing other people into it. And as I shared with the folks from Microsoft, the city's going to have skin in this game. This can't just be about the business community alone. Yes, we need business partners, and we are grateful for the partnership of Microsoft. But this is why a week ago I proposed a budget for 2022 that it makes $1.9 billion in investments in our residents today and in the future. This is what equitable and inclusive recovery must look like. And that's why I'm so excited that this initiative has come to us in our city. This is the kind of work that is amplified by organizations like North Lawndale Employment Network, which we're at today, a community-based service organization that provides training, coaching, and support, as you heard from Alderman Scott. So I'm deeply grateful to this organization, deeply grateful to Microsoft and every single partner who has dedicated their time and resources to support this. This is our launch. This is our launch, but measure us by what our accomplishments are. Hold us accountable, and I guarantee you, you're going to see tremendous success that is going to help and enrich the lives of our residents for years and years to come. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Renner from Microsoft to say a few words. Thank you all so much for being here.
And thank you. And I'll start with a thank you to Mayor Lightfoot for not just the commitment to accelerate Chicago, but also the commitment to equity and inclusion here in Chicago for that perspective. My name is Matt Renner. I'm the president for Enterprise Commercial here in the U.S. for Microsoft, but I've also been an 18-year Chicagoland resident. I am here to stay in the greatest city in the world. So I do want to talk a little bit about Accelerate and touch on some of the key tenets, but I think I should start with, frankly, the mission statement from Microsoft overall, and that is to empower every person and organization on the planet to do more, and basically to achieve more. And Accelerate Chicago flows right into that goal for us at Microsoft. When I think about the key tenets of Accelerate, it starts with digital skilling. And this is reaching into the areas of the community, whether it's the South, the Southwest, or the West, and folks that don't have that ability to get that skilling today, and to provide that to them going forward, number one. Number two, that feeds into the comment the mayor made around employment. It's not useful unless we can create that connective ecosystem that brings those who are skilled into a job, and working with that to build diverse talent into our tech infrastructure and ecosystem that we have here in Chicago. Third area to focus on is sustainability, a series of partners that we're working with here in Chicago to deliver on that, which is ultimately bringing technology sustainability as one of our tenets. The fourth is connectivity, and this talks about broadband and digital broadband to areas of the city and folks who do not have that level of connectivity as you go forward. It's great to have these skills, but you need the connectivity to move forward from that perspective. And the last piece is what Microsoft can contribute as well when it comes to facilities. And Microsoft has a presence that's very strong here in the Chicagoland area, from offices out to the west to offices downtown. We have one of our 12 Microsoft technology centers in the U.S. sits in the Aon Tower. It's the entire second floor, over 100,000 square feet of conference rooms, a theater, breakout areas to teach technology and cutting-edge areas for skilling that we could work with the community and take advantage of. And this program will emphasize this. All of this falls apart if we don't have a very strong partner network that we're utilizing here in Chicago. We have dozens of partners that have been jumped to the chance to join Accelerate Chicago. I will mention a few. The Quilt Corporation, Clio, ChangeX Chicago, MXD, P33, North Lawndale was a great example here, and we appreciate hosting today. Also, Common Ground is one more, but there's a series of other partners that are there from that perspective. So again, the combination of the commitment, the tenets of this effort, coupled with our partnership, is going to ultimately be measured on our success and as we measure it going forward, as the mayor said. So that's a framework, and we're going to get a lot deeper into some of the aspects of what we're trying to accomplish with a fantastic panel that I get the opportunity to introduce here next. And the mayor is joining us on this panel, and as she had mentioned earlier, I'm going to talk first about the person who's going to preside over it, and that is someone who does not need a very deep introduction here in the city of Chicago, and that's Penny Pritzker. And Penny Pritzker has had an incredible 30-year career in Chicago, always giving back.
Is the job that they do here. So they meet anybody where they are. If you're underemployed, if you are unemployed, if you are returning citizens, they have a service for you. Job readiness training, and a bevy of other things. And so if you need a job, if you're seeking employment, if you need a hand up and not a handout, come here to North Lawndale Employment Network. The second is they house Wintrust here. Wintrust Bank is the only full-service brick-and-mortar bank here in North Lawndale, the 24th Ward. And so we're very grateful to Wintrust for their partnership. And the last and most important is the Be Love Cafe. Now, the Be Love Cafe is the retail shop for the best honey in the city of Chicago. So if you have not tasted it, get over there.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We now take you out to California here. We're getting an update from a Long Beach family where a young mother, she was shot by a school resource officer in Long Beach and was declared brain dead and is expected to be removed from life support later today, according to the family's attorney. We're going to listen to a little bit of this here on Live Now from Fox.
Justice for my sister. She didn't deserve this. Nobody deserves this. Like, honestly. I don't even wish death on the person who killed my sister. All I want is for him to see what justice feels like. Because it's not fair. It's not fair to anybody, and it should never happen to anybody. No mother, no son, no brother should ever have to go through this type of stuff. I haven't been able to sleep. I haven't been able to eat. I still haven't eaten anything. And I'm trying to and everything simply for my mom. And honestly, I just want some justice for my sister, and for my mom too, because she's suffering a lot. And the most important thing is that us Rodriguez are not behind this protest on Sunday. We're not authorized with. We're not with them. All we want is peace, peaceful everything, man. I know it's tragic, and I know this is tragic, but we all have to stick together and really do what's right. Because nobody, like I say, man, nobody should ever have to go through this. It's ridiculous. And if people actually care and everything, they'll understand. They'll see they'll see with their own eyes. You know, it's not right what he did. You can obviously see the people who are wrong in these videos. You don't have to be there to see it. Like, it all makes sense, you know? the officer didn't do his job. He didn't. And who's to say that the next person, you know, they're gonna get let go. They're gonna. It makes no sense, man. There's so many officers that just get a freaking slap in the hand and that's it. And that's not right. We need justice. We need justice for Manuela Rodriguez. And I appreciate every single camera here. I appreciate every single person that is here showing love for my sister and my family. You guys are what matter. You guys are what's gonna make the world better. You're the difference. You guys actually speaking up and doing your part. Not like many of us that are like quiet. You guys are the voice. Not just us. I know we say that, you know, Rodriguez and everything, but if you're doing good and if you're doing everything the right way, then you are with us. Because that's what we're doing. We're trying our best to do everything the right way. The right way. That is the way we're supposed to do it. Every single day. Even if we make mistakes, even if you know, we're not perfect. We're not. You know, every single day we're gonna make a simple little mistake, like maybe dropping a piece of trash in the floor, you know? But try to pick it up, you know? These little things matter. And that is what's gonna lead to bigger pictures like this, man. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me still, but I am processing it. My family's processing it still, and yeah, I just want to let you guys know that my sister, I know, I understand how you guys see it all, but at the end of the day, she was loving. You know, I'm sure a lot of us are very loving, and to prove that, my sister's body parts are being donated to anyone in need and anyone in the list of any heart or any liver, anything like that, because my sister would have wanted that. Definitely would have wanted that. Manuela Rodriguez would have wanted to donate to help someone out in need. Definitely. And I appreciate everybody's help. I appreciate the love, and I just, if you're respecting my family's wishes and you're respecting my family, I truly, to the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you, and just thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Your name, sir?
My name is Oscar Rodriguez.
Oscar, thank you for speaking with us. Can you tell us what's next for your family?
Honestly, what's next is seeing this person come to justice and